Chapter 362. This. Young Master Han, go ahead. I'm in my prime, and I don't want to die young. Feng Zi pouted and twisted her body uncomfortably. Yes, young Master Han, we support you in spirit. Hua Hua clapped and cheered. Look at your cowardly faces. In the future, don't say that you're my, Yi Qinghan's brothers. Yi Qinghan sniffled and looked at the two of them in disdain. Seeing that it was almost time for lunch, he stood up and called everyone to have a lively meal. In the afternoon, Feng Zi and Hua Hua wanted to see the secret psychedelic array outside Tsang City. Yi Qingwu also wanted to go out for a walk. However, Yi Qinghan didn't have the mood to do so. Tsang City was full of experts. Once he showed up, those old guys would immediately see through his strength. Moreover, under such a serious situation, he wasn't in the mood to go out for a walk. Thus, he rejected everyone's suggestion. Yi Qinghan didn't want to reveal his strength, but Yu Qingsheng wasn't in the mood to play, so she rejected them. Yi Qingyu wanted to stay in the Chilling Heart Pavilion, but Yi Qingwu winked at her and sent a telepathic message to give Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingsheng some space to comfort Yu Qingsheng. Shui Hua and the others were also sent out by Yi Qingwu. In the huge Chilling Heart Pavilion, only Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingsheng were left. Qingsheng, come here. Yi Qinghan waved at Yu Qingsheng, who was sitting at the side. Yu Qingsheng seemed to understand and was slightly shy. After a while, he saw that Yu Qingsheng was still hesitating. He chuckled and went over. He grabbed Yu Qingsheng's waist and carried her up to the second floor. What are you doing? Put me down. Yu Qingsheng was shocked. Although she had already decided that she was Yi Qinghan's wife, in broad daylight. Moreover, she wasn't mentally prepared. She was embarrassed and struggled. Don't move recklessly, little Qingsheng. I won't violate you in broad daylight, although I really want to. Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with tenderness, staring at her pearl-like eyes as he gently spoke. Yi Qinghan's promise had an effect. Yu Qingsheng no longer wriggled, but hid her head in his bosom and no longer spoke. On the second floor, Yi Qinghan didn't go to the rooftop. Instead, he went to his room. He closed the door and placed Yu Qingsheng on the bed. After that, he didn't say anything. He just sat on the bed and gently hugged her from behind. He looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window and was lost in thought. Yu Qingsheng tilted her head and looked at Yi Qinghan's sharp face in confusion. She also chose to remain silent. She relaxed her body and leaned into his embrace like a boneless lazy cat, quietly listening to his heartbeat and her own heartbeat. Through the window, they could see rows of neatly trimmed purple camphor trees. Purple camphor, purple camphor. As the name suggested, its leaves were purple and not large. The shape of the leaves was a strange strip, and they grew very densely. A cool breeze blew. Countless leaves were like waves in the sea, rising and falling. It was beautiful. Both of them had their own thoughts. They were going to sit together quietly for a while. However, as time went by, both of them felt that it was good, comfortable, and warm to hug each other. Their minds were as calm as water, and they felt like they were in a dream. Both of them didn't say anything. They felt each other's breath, listened to each other's heartbeat, and smelled each other's masculinity and femininity. There was no ambiguity, no mud, no lust. There was only a kind of indulgence, a kind of intoxication. The sky gradually darkened, and the bright sunlight was gradually replaced by the gentle moonlight. The Chilling Heart Pavilion was still very peaceful. It seemed like Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu were going to the Manwu Pavilion to sleep for the night. They were going to leave the entire Chilling Heart Pavilion to the two of them. Qingsheng, are you hungry? Yi Qinghan finally opened his mouth when the night had completely fallen and the room was shrouded in pure white moonlight. I'm not hungry. Are you? Do you want me to find something to eat? Yu Qingsheng turned her head and frowned. Her pretty face was extremely beautiful under the moonlight. she asked in astonishment when she saw Yi Qinghan nod his head. At her level, she wouldn't feel hungry even if she didn't eat for half a month. That was because the battle qi in her body could bring the purest energy in the world to replenish her body's needs. With Yi Qinghan's realm, it was impossible for him to feel hungry. I am indeed hungry, but I don't want to eat the food in the Chilling Heart Pavilion. What do you think I should do? Yi Qinghan blinked and tilted his head. There was a trace of playfulness in his eyes as he smiled mischievously. What should I do? I don't know how to cook. What do you want to eat? I'll tell the servants not to come, you scoundrel. Yu Qingqing frowned and tilted her head in a cute manner as she pondered. However, when she saw Yi Qinghan suddenly move his head closer and gently bite her earlobe, she shyly shrunk back and said angrily. Little Qingqing. I want to eat you. You are the most delicious delicacy in the world. I think you can't bear to see me suffer from hunger and cold, right? Take pity on me and let me eat you. Yi Qinghan moved closer and continued to lick Yu Qingqing's slightly pink earlobe. Then, he moved downwards and kissed her white neck. A pair of hands went around her back and attached to the two towering peaks in front of her chest and gently kneaded them. Oh, don't, Qinghan. We haven't married yet. You can't do that. Yu Qingqing was whispered in her ear and kissed on her neck. Especially her chest, which was being kneaded by two large hands. In an instant, she felt her entire body heat up and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. She was a little shy, a little scared, but of course, there was also a little expectation and a little excitement. Qingqing, listen to me. It's not that I don't want to have you after the wedding. I have always respected your wishes. You know this. However, in the current situation, I can only have you in advance. Yi Qinghan stopped his profanity and explained in a serious manner, I obtained a treasure in the God-slaying mountain. This treasure can allow a woman with my aura to enter. This treasure can be said to be an absolutely complete place. Therefore, in order to prevent you from being affected by the upcoming battle, I can only have you in advance and pluck you, this peach blossom, in advance. I'm sorry, Qingqing, there's no need to explain anymore, A beautiful hand suddenly covered Yi Qinghan's mouth. Yu Qingqing slowly turned her face over. Her beautiful cheeks were burning hot, but her eyes were bewitching with a hint of shyness. The combination of this kind of pure beauty and seductive charm was actually so ecstatic. Lightly biting her lips, Yu Qingqing suddenly closed her eyes and slowly laid down on the bed. Her tender and alluring lips opened and closed, letting out a mosquito-like voice, I promise you, my lover, please let me become a real woman. Become, your woman. Gulp, gulp. The sound of saliva being swallowed rang out. Yi Qinghan's body began to tremble. His head buzzed, and his eyes became hot. He directly strode forward, like a horse lover riding a peerless horse. His mind was completely occupied by the alluring body of the peerless beauty in front of him. He forgot everything and began to enjoy the most delicious delicacy in the world. The poisonous peach blossom on the tranquil lake island had been successfully plucked by a man who was not afraid of poison. Tonight, this peach blossom had quietly bloomed under the beautiful night sky of Tsang City. The two were unable to extricate themselves from the ocean of desire. Little did they know that the heaven and earth essence energy in the sky above the Chilling Heart Pavilion had become denser again. Moreover, this time, the density of the essence energy far surpassed the Yu Clan's Summer Fire Festival and the time when Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu were together. A gust of wind blew outside the Chilling Heart Pavilion, causing the leaves of the purple camphor tree to rustle. Even Yu Shishui and the Spear Emperor, who were constructing the illusion formation outside of Tsang City, as well as the elders in the back mountain of the Yi clan, were alarmed. They all looked in the direction of the Chilling Heart Pavilion in shock. Chapter 363. The sudden change in the Chilling Heart Pavilion had alarmed all of the Emperor and above cultivators in Tsang City. Tsang City was currently filled with experts. All of the immortal level experts of the House of Aries were gathered there, but the first person to react to the change was Yushishue, who had only recently ascended. The Yu clan specialized in cultivating one's soul, so they were very sensitive to natural phenomena. Yushishue had been setting up a formation 5 kilometers away from Tsang City. As soon as the change occurred in the Chilling Heart Pavilion, she immediately sensed it and sent out her divine sense to investigate. However, as soon as she did so, her face flushed red. Ignoring the Spear Emperor by her side, she actually teleported to the rooftop of the Chilling Heart Pavilion. At the same time, she waved her hand and unleashed her god domain, enveloping the entire Chilling Heart Pavilion and preventing the divine sense of the other immortal level experts from investigating. Whoosh! The second person to arrive was Yi Ruoshue. Yi Ruoshue frowned slightly as she glanced at the Chilling Heart Pavilion, then at the rustling purple camphor tree in the courtyard. Finally, her gaze landed on Yushishue, who was standing at the entrance to the rooftop, looking a bit unnatural. She asked in surprise, "Shishue, what happened? Why did you release your god domain?" A blush flashed across Yushishue's face, but then her expression returned to normal as she said, "Your little brat got lucky this time. He's currently cultivating, so I released my god domain to protect him from being disturbed." "Oh? There's such a good thing?" Even though Yi Ruoshue was still very confused, she didn't ask too many questions. She merely smiled as she gazed at the purple camphor tree in the courtyard. At the same time, she sent a voice transmission to the other immortal level experts, telling them not to come over. "Ancestor, what happened?" At that moment, a black figure flew over from the sky and landed on the rooftop. He sighed in relief when he saw Yi Ruoshue, but when he saw Yushishue at the entrance, he couldn't take his eyes off her. "Sky Dragon, stand guard here. Wait for little Han to finish his seclusion before you go back to your business." Yi Ruoshue stared at Yi Tianlong's stoic face, her eyes glowing with a passionate light. She smiled thoughtfully, gave him a few instructions, and then teleported away. Yi Tianlong had just come out of the Elder's Hall and was about to fly back to the back of the mountain when he noticed something strange. Therefore, he didn't have any scruples and flew over immediately. However, as soon as he arrived, he saw the face that had troubled him for days and nights whether he should go out of Tsang City to see. Sigh. In the blink of an eye, 50 years have passed. You haven't changed at all. After a long time, Yi Tianlong sighed and stroked his white hair in disappointment. Of course I haven't changed, but you have. The handsome young man from back then has become an old man with old arms and legs. Don't keep flying around, it'll be bad if you break them. Yushishue had been in Tsang City for more than 10 days now, but he had been working day and night on the formation outside the city. Because of the sudden change in the Chilling Heart Pavilion, he had suddenly run into his old acquaintance, Yi Tianlong. After a moment of shock, it was as if she had become another person. She was already several decades old, yet she spoke like a little girl. Sigh. Time is like a butcher's knife. It blackens mushrooms, turns grapes purple, and softens bananas. Yi Tianlong panicked when he saw this. He suddenly remembered that he had heard Yi Qinghan say something strange, but he had accidentally said it aloud. As soon as he said it, he realized that it didn't seem to fit the situation. He hurriedly coughed and said awkwardly, "That, right. You have the Yu clan's youth retaining fruit, so of course you won't grow old. Also, you're already a deity now, so of course I'm different. Who knows, I might turn into a pile of dirt in a few decades. Don't worry. After you die, I will burn some incense and paper money for you every year. After all, we were acquaintances. I will definitely pay my respects to you." Yushishue harumphed coldly and turned her head to look at the scenery off in the distance. You're looking down on me. Who knows, maybe I'll make a breakthrough one day. Back in the day, my cultivation speed was much faster than yours. Yi Tianlong seemed very unconvinced as he straightened his back and said arrogantly. Old thing, old thing. The patriarchs of these two top-tier clans were acting like two young boys and girls as soon as they met. Their words were filled with sour grapes. If outsiders were to hear this, it would definitely shake the entire continent. The patriarchs of the Yu clan and Yi clan were actually old sweethearts? Humph, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but do you really think you can break through to the deity realm like this? If you can break through, I'll be your slave and wash your feet every day. Yu Shixue laughed coldly, a hint of mockery in her eyes. When Yi Tianlong heard this, he became even more unconvinced. He pointed at Yu Shixue and said fiercely, "You said it. You're a deity realm expert. You have to keep your word. I don't want you to be my slave anymore. Once I break through, I'll go to your clan and ask for your hand in marriage. I want you to marry me." But as soon as these words left their mouths, the two of them simultaneously realized that they were both a bit agitated. They were already old people, so saying such things now was a bit embarrassing. As such, the two of them tacitly shut their mouths and turned around awkwardly. The aura of the Chilling Heart Pavilion's rooftop was already very special, but now it was even more special, Sky Demon City. After the battle the day before, Jin Qi was furious. He had directly shattered two saint-level experts who had yet to recover from their shock. Today, he took advantage of the night to send out his troops to take down Sky Demon City in one fell swoop. Today, Sky Demon City was different from the House of Ares. The wind was calm there, but here, it was dark and windy. It was the perfect time to kill someone. Jin Qi didn't act stupidly. This time, he sent out 500 saint-level experts. They didn't stupidly charge forward like last time. Instead, they formed groups of a few and began to attack Sky Demon City from all directions. Moreover, these saint-level experts of the Golden Horn celestial race had learned their lesson. They didn't underestimate the enemy anymore. All of them prepared for battle and advanced slowly. It was like sneaking into a village and not making a sound. As expected, Sky Demon City immediately responded. Countless Emperor-level demons split into groups of a few dozen, one group against the other, and prepared for another firework explosion. But, this time, it clearly didn't achieve the desired effect. The Golden Horn celestial race was prepared. Black flame spat out, and the fireworks exploded in advance. In the end, Sky Demon City exploded everywhere. When the 5 demon immortals saw this, they immediately stopped their suicidal attacks. With a wave of their hands, the demon sages moved out. There were hundreds of demon immortals in the demon divine abode, but there weren't many peak demon sages. After a bitter battle, Sky Demon City turned into a river of blood. In the end, it was still breached. I don't want you to surrender. I just want you to hand over your interspatial rings. Otherwise, I'll make your little city barren. I won't spare even the fowls and dogs. Jin Qi didn't waste any words. He instantly appeared in front of the 5 demon immortals and threatened them. He used the millions of martial artists in Sky Demon City to threaten the 5 guardians of the demon race. The 5 demon immortals looked at each other and decisively took off their interspatial rings and threw them over. Although treasures were important, human lives were more important. The city was filled with elites of the demon race. Moreover, they didn't obtain the real divine swords, so they didn't suffer a great loss. Jin Qi received the 5 interspatial rings and scanned them with his divine sense. He discovered that the 5 demon immortals didn't have the real divine swords. Instead, the treasures inside were pitifully few. After a few days of gloominess, he was incomparably furious. Damn it! All children, stop. Slaughter the city for half a day and kill half of the demons. Then, go to the next stop, the human race. Chapter 364. Kaka, kill. Kill them all, burn them all, rob them all. The remaining hundreds of Golden Horn Holy Race members screamed as they charged towards Heaven Demon City. The mighty Golden Horn holy race had lost more than 100 people in a small city because of a bunch of insignificant mortals. This was a disgrace. They decided to use the city's blood to wash away this disgrace. Ah, oh, ugh. Countless screams, and curses could be heard. The entire Heaven Demon City was filled with fresh blood and tattered clothes of countless young demon girls. The Heaven Demon City was once again the tragedy of a god city, and it seemed even more tragic. Swish! A tiger demon god trembled. He couldn't bear it anymore and attacked decisively. He teleported and appeared beside a group of Golden Horn Holy Race members. With a tiger roar, he slashed dozens of Golden Horn Holy Race members at the waist. However, just as he was about to pounce on the Golden Horn Holy Race members, a golden celestial domain enveloped him, rendering him immobile. After that, Jianghu spat out a ball of golden flames that enveloped him, incessantly burning the divine armor formed by the power of the demon god on the surface of his body. If the four of you still want to attack, please continue. A moment later, the tiger demon god howled in pain and turned into ashes, leaving behind a fiery red divine crystal that Jianghu grabbed in his hand. This demon god was only an elementary heavenly god. In Jianghu's celestial domain, he naturally couldn't move. The difference in their realms made him powerless to resist Jianghu's advanced fire attribute mystical arts. Jianghu grabbed the divine crystal and threw it into his spatial ring. Then, he stared at the four coldly, as if provoking them. If he angered them, he could openly attack and continue to earn divine crystals. The four demon gods didn't move. It wasn't that they were afraid of death. They had to think about the future of the divine demon manor. If they were to die, the other two manors would definitely lead the divine demon manor to annihilate the divine demon manor. Hence, for the sake of the divine demon manor's legacy, they had no choice but to live on helplessly. Life wasn't going according to plan. Most people, or perhaps a small number of people, lived for their own brilliance. However, there were still a lot of people who lived for others. They lived with difficulty, and they lived with humbleness. 3 days later, the Golden Horn God clan, who were in high spirits, flew towards the east with a wave of Jianghu's hand. They went to their next stop, the House of Ares. Jianghu had an inexplicable sense of excitement towards the human race. He faintly felt that this trip to the human race might bring him a pleasant surprise. The divine world was vast and boundless, with tens of thousands of races. Originally, the divine world was ruled by the original god race, but as more and more humans ascended, the divine world was gradually occupied and ruled by the humans. Of the 8 monarchs of the god world, 5 were pure-blooded humans. Therefore, he believed that the real divine sword was very likely in the hands of the human race. It was very likely that the human race possessed a large number of precious treasures. Perhaps they could make up for his father's loss. Children, follow me. Our destination is the largest human city in the south. Kaka, these humans have been preparing for such a long time. I wonder what kind of surprise they will bring us. Let's go. Jianghu laughed crazily and flew forward first. Behind him, a large group of Golden Horn God clan members followed closely. They all flew toward the southern city of the House of Ares, Jianghu City. Reporting. The outsiders have already left the Sky Demon City and are currently flying toward the House of Ares. They will probably reach Jianghu City in 3 days. The city lord's residence in Jianghu City had already become the temporary headquarters of the House of Ares. Long Huafu sat high up in the main seat. Beside him was Yi Tianlong, who had hurried over from the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Behind them were the various clan leaders and the Sage Realm representatives of the House of Ares. Understood. Continue to investigate. Long Huafu nodded, indicating for the Hua clan's scout to leave. Then, he muttered to himself for a moment before turning to ask Yi Baihu, how is the construction of the illusion formation outside the city going? It was originally going to be completed, but Senior Yu Shishue suddenly went to the Chilling Heart Pavilion last night and refused to leave. Now, Only Senior Spear Emperor is constructing it by himself. I estimate that it will take tomorrow afternoon at the latest. He should be in a hurry. Yi Baihu replied awkwardly. Tomorrow afternoon. That should be enough. How many Emperor and Sage Realm experts are there in Tsang City right now? Long Huafu estimated that after the construction was completed tomorrow, it should be ready for use the day after tomorrow night. There are more than 400 Sage Realm experts gathered in Tsang City right now. There are close to 2,000 Emperor Realm experts. This battle is not going to be easy. Tsang City might become the second Sky Demon City. Yi Baihu was in charge of logistics and materials. He knew everything about Tsang City like the back of his hand. He answered Long Huafu's question immediately. The House of Aries had 6 main cities, 100 large cities, and 500 small cities. There were thousands of large and small clans. Dragon City had a few Sage Realm experts overseeing it, not to mention the 5 great clans. There were also experts from the commoners and hermits. Basically all of them had gathered in Tsang City, which was why they had such a powerful force. Sigh, we can only fight to the death. After this battle, I wonder how many of you will survive. Everyone, let's pray to the ancient House of Aries to protect us. Please protect the House of Aries. Long Huafu let out a deep sigh, feeling a little sad. The Sage Realm experts in the hall all looked bitter. After 2 battles, the Golden Horn tribe had only lost less than 400 Saint Realm experts. If these aliens went to the barbarian tribe and circled around, the House of Aries might have a Pyrrhic victory. But now, they were flying directly to the House of Aries. The difference in strength was too big. Tsang City might become the next Sky Demon City. The mayor's mansion of Tsang City was having a meeting. The Yi family was also having a meeting in the back mountain. The few deity-level experts didn't need the reports from the scouts to know everything. Everyone's expressions turned slightly bitter. Little Yi, do you think Lord Devourer will take action? Sword Emperor sighed, feeling a little sad. How would I know? You all know Lord Devourer has a strange temper. In the last world-destroying battle, almost half of the people of the Flame Dragon continent died. Hundreds of god-level experts died, but she didn't take action. This time, although it was because of Little Han, she said that as long as the Golden Horn tribe doesn't violate her rules, she won't take action. Someone at her level will definitely. Sigh. Yi Ruoshui's white eyebrows drooped as she said helplessly. What strange change has happened to your Little Han? Why hasn't the strange phenomenon in the yard ended? Sword Emperor thought for a while and realized that it made sense. Then, he suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise. Yi Ruoshui shook her head and said doubtfully, I don't know either. Shishui released her god domain and is still guarding there. She won't tell me even if I ask her. Then, will your Little Han suddenly break through to the Saint Realm? TSK. If he can break through to the Saint Realm, then he'll be amazing. Once he uses his body fusion technique, no one below the deity realm will be able to stop him. The crisis of the battle god's manor will be easily resolved. The Shui family's ancestor suddenly interjected, causing everyone's eyes to light up. Are you daydreaming? How old is he? He was only at the first level of the Emperor realm a few months ago. Do you think the Saint realm is a game? Do you think he can reach it just by practicing? Old Ancestor Shui's words made Sword Emperor disdainful. Everyone became silent again. Hoping that a young man could break through from the first level of the Emperor realm to the first level of the Saint realm in a few months. They might as well hope that a meteorite would suddenly fall from the sky and smash all the alien tribes to death. Sigh, everything has its own destiny. Maybe this is the fate of the Flame Dragon continent. Sword Emperor sighed deeply and turned to Yi Ruoshui. Little Yi, get ready. Gather all the elite disciples of the big families in the back mountain. If it doesn't work, send them all to the Purple Island. We need to leave some seeds of the human race. Chapter 365. As the demonic beast army approached Tsang City, the atmosphere became more and more stifling. For the past 2 days, the sky in Tsang City was no longer clear. Instead, it was gloomy, making people panic and palpitate. Tonight, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. However, there were many people gathered outside Tsang City. Leading them were the God Realm experts from the House of Aries, as well as the leaders of the major clans. Alright, the Great Formation is complete. The Spear Emperor was the youngest among the 3 war gods, but he looked the oldest. He had probably spent too much of his brain energy studying formations. His hair and beard were all white, and his face was covered with the dry skin of an old tree. He looked around and grinned. This grin caused his entire face to wrinkle, as if he was wearing a piece of fake human skin. Sky Dragon, give the order. From now on, no one is allowed to enter or leave Tsang City. Third brother, activate the Great Formation and see how it works, the Sword Emperor said expressionlessly. Yi Tianlong left after receiving his orders. Suddenly, a tinge of excitement appeared on the Spear Emperor's wrinkled face. Dozens of blood-red command flags appeared in his hand. After which, he waved his hand continuously. The blood-red small command flags continued to break through the air, disappearing in all directions. Buzz. After the last small flag of the Spear Emperor disappeared in the northwest direction, the entire sky above Tsang City suddenly emitted a red light. Then, a semicircular light barrier appeared in the sky, like a translucent pot lid, covering the entire Tsang City upside down. Outside Tsang City, a thick fog suddenly spread out. The thick white fog was something that even Yi Qingniu and the others had reached such a high level of cultivation. Even Yi Qingniu and the others with their high cultivation could not see more than 10 meters. The psychedelic Great Formation has been successfully activated. This Great Formation has a radius of 20 li around Tsang City. Once an Emperor Realm expert steps in from the outside, he will immediately fall into an illusion. Martial saints without a strong soul will definitely not be able to enter Tsang City. As for peak martial saints, they can confuse them for a while. After a while, they will still be able to break out of the formation, the Spear Emperor said proudly as he looked at the faintly glowing light shield and the thick white fog in the surroundings. To be able to build such a great formation with just some ordinary materials from the Fire Dragon continent, it could be said that it was unprecedented. Although he did not say that the Fire Dragon continent's formation skills would never be seen again, it was definitely unprecedented. Alright. With this formation, there's still hope for this battle. Little Knight, quickly gather all the experts above the Emperor Realm in the city and have them familiarize themselves with the formation. Prepare to give the invading foreign races a surprise. Jian Huang was filled with heroism as he laughed heartily. Moments later, the countless emperors and saints who were on standby in Tsang City began to fly out of the city and wander around the city. They began to familiarize themselves with the surrounding terrain and the formation. It was bustling outside, but the Chilling Heart Pavilion was still the same. Dense heaven and earth yuan qi roiled above, and strong winds howled below, causing the leaves of the purple camphor trees to flutter. Yi Tianlong had already given the order that no one was allowed to approach the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Otherwise, they would be punished according to the clan's rules. Of course, the warriors of Tsang City didn't have the permission of the Yi family, so they couldn't enter the Yi family fort. Xiao. 2 figures flew over from the sky, one fiery red, the other snow white. One of the figures couldn't actually be described as flying, because the fiery red-robed woman was being carried by the white-robed, white-haired woman. All of the emperors outside of Tsang City had gathered together to prepare for battle. However, it was obvious that Yi Qingyu wasn't on the list of combatants. As the second god-rank expert of the Yi family, she was immediately added to the list of elite seedlings by Yi Ruoxue. Yi Qingyu had been flying with Yi Qingwu to the Chilling Heart Pavilion's rooftop every day for the past 2 days to scout the situation. The entire Chilling Heart Pavilion had been enveloped by Yu Shishue's divine domain, so they obviously couldn't enter. As such, Yi Qingyu could only fly directly to the rooftop with Yi Qingwu. "Greetings, Senior Yu." The two of them respectfully bowed to Yu Shishui, who was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the rooftop. Yu Shishui wasn't just a god-rank expert, she was also Yu Qingqing's senior. "You two girls, you're here again." Yu Shishui opened her eyes, a trace of affection in her eyes. One of these two girls was fiery and mischievous, while the other was quiet and gentle. Yu Shishui liked them very much. Furthermore, they were currently serving the same husband as that little peach blossom of hers, so they could be considered to have some sort of relationship. Yu Shishui subconsciously thought of them as her own nieces and nephews. "Senior, has my brother not finished cultivating yet?" Yi Qingyu didn't know how to hide her thoughts, so she asked worriedly. After all, she had never seen this phenomenon before. It had suddenly appeared, and it had lasted for so long. She was a little flustered. "That's right. Senior, it's already been a few days. Little Han hasn't woken up yet, so Sister Qingqing should have woken up by now, right?" Yi Qingwu asked with a mischievous smile. "Humph. What do you two girls know? This kind of opportunity can only be found by chance. If it weren't for the fact that the battle is about to begin, I would have hoped that the two of them would continue cultivating for months or even years. What's the rush? The Golden Horn God tribe hasn't attacked yet, has it? Even if they do, I won't let anyone interrupt their cultivation until the very last moment." Yu Shishui sighed, a trace of regret in her limpid eyes. "Senior Yu, what has happened between my brother and Sister Qingqing? Can you tell me in detail? I'm very worried." Yi Qingyu was still worried, and a trace of stubbornness appeared on her weak face. Even though Yi Qingwu wasn't pleading, the hope in her eyes was extremely obvious. Yu Shishui hadn't explained anything when the two of them had come yesterday. She had only told them to wait patiently. Now that Yu Shishui had spoken, they naturally hoped to hear a definite answer. "Sigh, you two little girls." Yu Shishui looked at the two of them, as if she was thinking of her past self. She had been just as stubborn, but she had stubbornly chosen her clan. After a moment's thought, she expanded her god domain to cover the two of them. Only then did she begin to explain. Yi Qinghan entered the soul silent state on Tranquil Lake Island. I'm sure you two know about this. The soul silent state was also comprehended by our Yu clan's founding ancestor, the Moon Queen. As such, she left behind a dual cultivation technique. Back then, when little Qingqing chose Yi Qinghan, I made her learn this dual cultivation technique. That night, the two of them must have performed the ceremony of human relations, which resulted in this state. Furthermore, from the looks of this anomaly, it is very likely that they have entered the state mentioned in the Moon Empress Grimoire, the state of deep soul silence. The soul silent state? Senior. I don't really understand what you're saying, but it sounds really impressive. Yi Qingwu blinked her eyelids and patted her ample chest. Her eyes were wide open as she exclaimed in surprise. The speed at which one cultivates and comprehends method power in the soul silent state is 10 times faster than normal. The Moon Queen said that the soul silent state is 100 times faster. Don't you think it's impressive? If they've really entered the second state, then the two of them have really hit the jackpot. A trace of envy and admiration appeared in the Moon Queen's eyes. Of course, she wasn't too sure, because she hadn't even entered the soul silent state before. Everything she had said was based on the soul silent state that the Moon Queen had left behind. Oh. After hearing this, Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu looked at each other in shock. They raised their heads to look at the sky, then looked at the purple camphor tree in the garden that was fluttering in the wind. For a moment, many thoughts ran through their minds. Chapter 366. Yi Qinghan didn't know that the sky outside of Tsang City had already changed color. He also didn't know that a biting cold wind was blowing outside of the Chilling Heart Pavilion. That night, he was intoxicated by the poisonous peach blossom. He forgot about time, space, and everything else. He only wanted to press the peach blossom under his body and do it to his heart's content. However, when his excitement reached its peak, his body trembled, and his legs twitched. He found that the world in front of him had changed. He discovered that the world in front of him had changed. The little peach blossom had disappeared, and so had the chilling heart pavilion. The entire world had turned black. Just as he was feeling extremely astonished and confused, his heart was attracted by a drop of water that fell from the sky. A drop of water slowly fell from the sky. It spun as it fell and smashed into the black space. It caused a ripple that slowly spread and finally disappeared. Then, another drop of water slowly fell and smashed into the ground, causing another ripple. His surroundings were pitch black, and the drop of water kept falling. This repeated over and over again. It was a strange scene. He started to stare at the drop of water in a daze. His heart became incomparably tranquil and ethereal. He fell into silence again. He couldn't control himself anymore. Like a newborn baby, he stared blankly at the colorful world, at the beautiful world. Everything was so novel, so interesting. Yu Qingcheng was different from him. Yu Qingcheng got her lover not because she was lustful and wanted to have him in advance, but because she loved him and wanted to protect him. Therefore, she opened up her heart at that moment and started to accept the request of the man she loved. However, the moment the melon broke, it was really painful. Yu Qingcheng had learned some human relations from the Yu clan's master of ceremony. However, at that moment, she was still in so much pain that her muscles spasmed. She sucked in a breath of cold air, but she didn't cry out. Instead, she hugged Yi Qinghan's back tightly with her hands and clamped Yi Qinghan's buttocks with her legs. However, a faint smile appeared on her face. The tears in her eyes disappeared as she continued to close her eyes and wait for Yi Qinghan's whipping. Yi Qinghan suddenly stopped and started to kiss her body continuously, allowing her nerves to slowly recover from the pain. Immediately after, her body started to heat up, and she started to sink into the sea of desire wave after wave. In her daze, she suddenly remembered what Yu Shishui had told her before she left, and unknowingly began to circulate the dual cultivation technique that the Moon Queen had left behind. In the end, she realized that she couldn't stop once she started to circulate her energy. Her body became more and more comfortable and intoxicated. In the end, she reached the critical point a step earlier than Yi Qinghan. Her snow-white body turned captivating red, and all her skin started to tremble. The peach orchard spasmed, and a wave of heat gushed out. An indescribable beauty filled her entire soul. She closed her eyes and indulged in the wonderful feeling. Suddenly, a low and sweet sound of a zither rang in her ears. This zither sound was sometimes far, sometimes near. Sometimes it was like flowing water, sometimes it was like the chirping of birds, and sometimes it was like raindrops falling into a lake. As she listened to this beautiful zither sound, her soul unconsciously became completely immersed. The two of them didn't know that while they were both immersed in this wondrous state, the sky above the chilling heart pavilion suddenly changed. The purple camphor tree outside the window had already started to blow a cold wind. Reporting. The Golden Horn God race is already 50 kilometers away from Tsang City. They will reach Tsang City in an hour. A sharp cry broke the silence in the Tsang City Lord's mansion. The sage cultivators who had been sitting quietly in the Tsang City Lord's mansion suddenly opened their eyes. There was no shock or fear in their eyes. Instead, they were filled with a domineering battle intent. Got it. The Hua clan's mission has been completed. Pass down my orders. All of you are to retreat from Tsang City. You are not allowed to enter Tsang City before the battle is over. Of course, when the battle starts, the psychedelic array will be activated. You won't be able to enter even if you want to. The dragon's skinny body suddenly stood up. His short and small body emitted an incomparably tyrannical and monstrous aura. His small eyes flickered as he glanced at the people in the hall. Suddenly, he smiled. His smile grew bigger and bigger until it turned into laughter. Laughter turned into hysterical laughter. Then, he waved his skinny hand and shouted, "Everyone, it's time for us to enter the stage of history. Everyone, it's time for us to step onto the stage of history. Today's battle will forever be recorded in the history books of the divine battle manner. A man's life is only a few hundred years. If we can leave our names in the history books, we will be glorious for hundreds of millions of years. Now, as the Mansion Lord of the House of Aries, I order you to fight. Use our blood to protect our people. Fight. The invincible god of war will never surrender. Fight. 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 All the sage cultivators in the hall shouted the battle slogan of the House of Aries. Then, they looked at each other and laughed wildly. Then, they flew out of the hall. Bang! A signal flare the size of a dragon's eye suddenly rose into the sky and bloomed above Tsang City. It lit up the entire city, and at the same time, the air in Tsang City seemed to become scorching hot. The invincible god of war will never surrender. Fight! 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 Countless angry roars sounded from every corner of Tsang City. At the same time, countless figures rose from the city. Their loud roars and laughter echoed throughout Tsang City and pierced the sky. The huge Tsang City used to have a population of 1 million. Now, there were only a few thousand people left. However, the roars of these few thousand people were louder than 1 million. Thousands of figures flew up the dark green walls of Tsang City and stood proudly. They did not say a word. Their weapons and armors were on their bodies. Their faces were calm as they silently waited for the impending battle. Maybe they would live, maybe they would die, maybe they would be crippled, maybe King maybe. There were not so many ifs. All they knew was that they would pick up their weapons and kill all the strange races. They would give the hundreds of millions of people in the House of Aries a bright and beautiful world. Little Knight, have all the seedlings gathered? The Sword Emperor slowly stroked the large sword in his hand. There was no light or fighting intent in his eyes. There was only calmness, as calm as still water. They've all gathered. Only Little Han and Yu Qingsheng are still cultivating. Yu Shishui refuses to interrupt their cultivation no matter what. She said that she won't wake them until the last moment. Yi Ruoshui's expression was very calm, and her tone was very relaxed. It was as if she were chatting with an old friend. All right then. Third bro, you and Shishui are the weakest. The two of you will be in charge of taking all the elite seedlings and teleporting directly to Purple Island. Remember. As long as the golden-horned race doesn't return to the God realm, you are not allowed to leave Purple Island. The Sword Emperor smiled slightly as he looked at the wrinkled Spear Emperor. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Yu Shishui, as if giving an order. Big brother, I think it's better if you go and escort them. I'm too weak, so I might not be able to complete this difficult task. The Spear Emperor's expression was not calm. His wrinkled face began to tremble, and his eyes were filled with pain. This is an order. The future of the House of Aries is in the hands of the two of you. The Sword Emperor stood up, and his silver sword suddenly began to shine with a dazzling light. At the same time, his eyes shone with a fiery light as he said to Yi Ruoshui, the Shui clan's ancestor, and the Saber Emperor, let's go. The three of us will go and greet our guests from afar. Big brother Sword Emperor, you said that when we leave our names in history, will my name be first? Or is it you in front? Yi Ruoshui let out a long laugh. Her two white eyebrows suddenly rose as she followed closely behind. The four of them teleported at the same time, appearing directly above the gates of Tsang City as they gazed calmly into the distance. In the distance, a black mass of figures could be seen rushing in their direction. Before they even arrived, a cold, violent aura had already begun to envelop the entire Tsang City. Chapter 367. He's here. Everyone's hearts tightened. Dragon Bastard's small eyes narrowed slightly, and he directly rose into the air from the city wall. He flew in front of the Sword Emperor and offered the black flag in his hand to the Sword Emperor with both hands. He said in a deep voice, "Lord Battle God, I hand over command to you. Dragon will lead thousands of warriors to listen to your command. Return to your position." Sword Emperor nodded and said calmly. Then, his face turned serious and he flew forward again. When he was tens of meters away from the crowd, he turned around and raised the black flag, shouting, "Warriors of the House of Ares, do you see the black flood in the distance? They are from a different plane of existence. Today, they came unreasonably and brutally. They want to occupy our territory, conquer our people, rob our things, kill our people, rape our wives and daughters. Tell me, what should we do? Fight. Fight. Fight." There was no noise, only a unified roar of anger. There was only one word, fight, but it represented everyone's thoughts. In the tens of thousands of years of history, the human race had never surrendered, never retreated. Thousands of years ago, under the attack of the monster race and the barbarian race, they fought bravely. Under the pressure of the Divine Lord of the Divine City, they never surrendered. Finally, they forced the Divine Lord to make a blood oath, and they lived in peace in the House of Ares for thousands of years. Today, the foreign races came and wanted to destroy this peaceful life. They could only use their weapons to defend their peace and dignity. God of War is invincible, never surrender. Fight. 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 Countless roars resounded like mountains and seas, causing the entire sky of Tsang City to tremble. The atmosphere in the air became even gloomier and more oppressive. "Kaka, you're well prepared, aren't you? Children, slaughter them all, then you can enjoy all the girls of the human race." Hearing the roars of the Tsang City, Jianghu didn't feel anything strange. Instead, he became even more excited. The Golden Horn God race was known for killing and lasciviousness in the divine world. To them, killing and raping were the things that excited them the most. "Kaka, kill them all, rob them all, rape them all." Hundreds of martial saints of the Golden Horn God race shouted excitedly. Under Jianghu's lead, they increased their speed and flew towards the Tsang City. 50 li, 40 li, 30 li, 20 li. The Sword Emperor's expressionless face suddenly revealed a strange smile. He waved the black flag and shouted, "Open the formation." The four emperors who had been waiting at the four corners of the formation slapped down the four blood-colored flags at the same time. All of a sudden, a red beam of light shone in the sky above Tsang City, and a translucent red light shield appeared out of nowhere. The dense fog outside Tsang City instantly spread out, covering all of the Gold Horn God clan members. "What's going on? Why is it foggy? Young master, where are you? Everyone, be careful. Stop moving forward. This is a formation, a formation. Don't panic, don't panic. This is just an illusion. It won't hurt you. Be careful of the humans' attacks." Jianghu's realm was the highest, so this formation had no effect on him at all. It also had no effect on deity-level experts. However, the martial saints of the Golden Horn Holy Tribe started to panic. They looked around in a daze, their sense of direction completely gone. They immediately became alert, preparing to defend against the sneak attack of the warriors of the House of Ares. Release. The Sword Emperor's flag waved in the air. Suddenly, countless catapults were carried out from the walls of Tsang City. Rows of well-trained warriors started to get busy. A moment later, countless black shadows were thrown out, landing on the heads of the Golden Horn Holy Tribe members. What's that? Enemy sneak attack. Kill. In the illusion formation, the Golden Horn Holy Tribe members who had lost their sense of direction suddenly felt countless black shadows falling from the sky. They immediately reacted and started to attack in all directions. Idiots, don't move. These are just ordinary demonic beasts. You will injure your own people if you act like this. However, after a moment of chaos, many Golden Horn Holy Tribe members were injured by their own people. After a moment of chaos, they realized that the things that were thrown at them were stones, burning torches, and countless low-level demonic beasts. However, there were sounds of wind everywhere. They were all startled. There were still a few outsiders who accidentally hurt their own people in their hasty attacks. Release. The Sword Emperor saw that the expected effect was achieved. He continued to wave the flag and commanded the next round of attacks. This time, they didn't release these useless items. Instead, they released a small number of armor-piercing arrows from the House of Ares. Of course, these armor-piercing arrows didn't break ordinary armor, but armor condensed from energy. Of course, there weren't that many armor-piercing arrows. On average, there was only one armor-piercing arrow in every 100 arrows. At the same time, the Sword Emperor continued to wave the flag. All the warriors in Tsang City sneakily jumped down from the city. Every Sage Realm warrior brought several Emperor Realm warriors and quickly sneaked towards the Golden Horn Holy Tribe. Release, release, release. Countless catapults and crossbow bolts were shot towards the Golden Horn God clan without stopping. Countless miscellaneous items, demonic beasts, and all sorts of other things were thrown forward in a torrent. Among so many things, only a few high-level demonic beasts and a few hundred armor-piercing arrows could injure the Golden Horn Holy Tribe. However, they weren't fatal. It was obvious that the Tsang City strategists had held a meeting for a few days to come up with this strategy. It wasn't to injure the enemy, but to create chaos. The 2,000 warriors that were quickly approaching were the fatal trump card. Pung! 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 All the warriors in the House of Ares started to release their battle chi. All kinds of weapons condensed from their battle chi started to smash towards the Golden Horn Holy Tribe members. Of course, the attacks of almost 2,000 Emperor Realm warriors couldn't injure the Peak Sage Realm Golden Horn Holy Tribe members at all. They couldn't even break through the black flames condensed on the surface of their armor. Similarly, their attacks were only to create cover and create chaos. The real effect was the sneak attack of the 400 Sage Realm warriors. Ah! My eyes can't see. Damn, why are they only shooting at the eyes? Everyone, protect your eyes. Aya, fuck you, who stabbed my butt? Countless screams and curses could be heard. The target of the 400 Sage Realm warriors was the same. Their battle chi was concentrated on two areas, the weakest point of any race, the eyes and the butt. Moreover, the battle chi they released was condensed into the shape of a needle. It was fast and ruthless. In an instant, almost 100 Golden Horn Holy Tribe members were hit. Human race, *CK your mothers. If you have the guts, come at us openly. What kind of hero are you? You idiots, all of you lie down and protect your eyes. Don't care about your butt. Are you blind and can't fight anymore? What's the use of keeping you alive? Jin Qi's divine sense was powerful. Although he couldn't attack, he knew the situation like the back of his hand. In the past, the god race had always fought in a straightforward manner. They relied on brute force and brutality to defeat their enemies. Suddenly encountering such a sinister and cunning strategy, they didn't know what to do. They could only jump up and roar angrily. Jin Qi let out a sky-shaking roar, and all of the sacred-level Golden Horn Holy Tribe members became obedient. They all held their heads and dug into the ground, but their buttocks were raised high like frightened ostriches. Pung! 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 Countless battle chis swarmed over once again. Among those battle chis, countless fine needles were aimed at the center of the Golden Horn God's raised buttocks. For a moment, countless fresh blood and miserable shrieks resounded. The Sage Realm Golden Horn Holy Tribe members were on the verge of collapsing. How could these humans do this? If they lowered their heads, they would shoot their butts. If they raised their heads, they would shoot their eyes. What was real and what was fake? What was this? Young master, what should we do? If this goes on, all the tribesmen will either be killed by them or driven crazy by them. These humans are too cunning. Our tribesmen can't tell the direction of this formation, but they aren't affected at all. If this formation isn't broken, our tribesmen will be annihilated. The divine-level martial artists next to Jin Qi were so infuriated that they jumped up and down like ants on a hot pan. However, the god-rank experts of the House of Aries didn't make a move. If they made a move, they would definitely be smashed into meat paste by that terrifying woman. They didn't know what to do. What should we do? Simple. Just break this damn formation. The Qilin tattoo on Jin Qi's face moved as he sneered. Break the formation? The Sage Realm tribesmen can't break this formation. Unless the Heavenly God Realm experts or us make a move. However, if we make a move, we will definitely be killed by that woman. Jin Shi, who was at the peak of the Heavenly God Realm, asked in doubt. Thinking of that woman's huge face and beautiful palm, he was still very afraid. Kiki. Jin Qi revealed a cruel smile. Looking at the dozen Heavenly God Realm Golden Horn Holy Tribe members behind him, he said coldly, "All of you, go and break that damn formation." The method is very simple. Enter the formation and self-detonate. Such a terrifying energy will definitely cause the formation to explode. Don't worry, I will take care of your families. You can die in peace. After I break the formation, I will let the entire human race die with you. Chapter 368. More than 10 heavenly gods of the Golden Horn God tribe saw the cruel smile on Jin Qi's face. They exchanged looks and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Then, that helplessness turned into insanity and desperation. Jin Qi was the only son of the Blood King. He had a high position in the Blood King city, just below the Blood King. And their families were all in the Blood King city. Without thinking much, the 10-meter-tall heavenly gods bowed to Jin Qi and flew up to the sky above the translucent red light cage. The strange movement of the Golden Horn God tribe caught Jian Huang's attention. Jian Huang and Yi Ruoshui exchanged looks, feeling suspicious. Were they going to take action? Were they afraid that Lord Devour would kill them? However, right after that, they understood what the Golden Horn God tribe wanted to do. The silver flame on the heavenly gods of the Golden Horn God tribe in the sky suddenly became fiercer. However, it didn't spread out. Instead, it started to burn on their bodies. Then, more than 10 dazzling fireworks bloomed in the sky. The enormous energy dashed up to the sky, shattering the translucent red light cage. The red light dispersed, and the barrier disappeared. The thick white fog on the ground also began to slowly disperse. All warriors, listen to my order. Activate the strongest defense. Wait for Yi Ruoshui's order. Little Yi, you will command the entire army of the House of Aries. If you're lucky enough to survive, please protect the House of Aries. I'll go first. Just before the fireworks exploded, the Sword Emperor revealed a cruel smile. He waved his hand, shooting the black flag into Yi Ruoshui's hand. At the same time, he sent a message. Then, he faced the sky and laughed crazily. Then, he disappeared from the sky above Tsang City. Boom! 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 The entire sky above Tsang City was illuminated by so many suns. This time, the explosion was unprecedented. The loud noise deafened all the warriors in Tsang City. They couldn't hear anything. They could only hear the ear-piercing noise. The massive shockwave shook the entire Tsang City. The city walls that were dozens of meters high and 10 meters wide started to shake. Eventually, they began to crack. On the ground, the warriors of the House of Aries and the Golden Horn God race were all blown away by the shockwave and fell to the ground. Old dog, you dare? A cruel smile appeared in Jin Qi's eyes as he looked at the red formation in the sky. The huge energy from the explosion had caused it to shatter into pieces. He was very satisfied with his masterpiece. However, before the smile at the corner of his mouth could widen, his face suddenly became strangely cold, and the smile in his eyes instantly disappeared. He suddenly turned his head and roared at the ground. At the same time, his figure flashed and he teleported. "Ha, little knight, I'm destined to be ranked ahead of you in the history books. Sword Monarch illuminates the heavens, this old man is going." Bang! Before the echo caused by the explosion completely disappeared, another earth-shattering sound rang out. This time, the explosion occurred in the midst of the Golden Horn God clan. Before the Sword Emperor's maniacal laughter could reach everyone's ears, his extremely ordinary laughing face was instantly replaced by a huge explosion and a fiery red mushroom cloud. "Brother Sword Emperor, take care." Yi Ruoxue, the Saber Emperor, and the old ancestor of the Shui family all closed their eyes at the same time, raised their heads, and put one hand on their chest to salute silently. The three of them didn't show any pain, regret, or anger on their faces. There was only tranquility, the tranquility before the storm. "Lord God of War, take care." The moment the Sword Emperor exploded, all the warriors of the House of Aries simultaneously prostrated on the ground. They fully activated their defense to resist the shockwave caused by the explosion. Then, without caring about the mud on their faces, the broken stones and branches on their heads, the rags on their clothes, their eyes that couldn't open, and their ears that were still ringing, they all stood up together, closed their eyes, slightly raised their heads, and put one hand on their chest to salute. Then, they collectively roared at the top of their lungs. "Lord God of War, take care." The loud roar resounded again and again, covering the roar of the explosion. It shocked the heavens, the earth, and the remaining 300 Golden Horn God clan members after the explosion. The invincible God of War will never yield. All warriors, attack. Kill. Yi Ruoxue's white eyebrows suddenly straightened as she drew her sword out of its sheath. Her murderous aura burst out. She raised the black flag in her hand and waved it forward without saying anything. She pointed her sword at the remaining Golden Horn God tribe members who were startled. The invincible God of War will never yield. Kill. All the warriors roared at the same time, their battle aura surging. Like a pack of wolves that had lost their leader, they roared and ran forward with their blood-red eyes. The flames of war raged outside of Tsang City, but it was quiet inside the city. Only the Yi family castle was still alive. Behind the mountain, by the lake, there were rows of people standing. They were all young people, and there were at least a few hundred of them. The Spear Emperor stood alone in front, quietly waiting for the order from outside the city. When a dozen or so fireworks lit up the sky, they were shocked. Then, when they heard the Sword Emperor's wild laughter, they felt their hearts tremble. The Spear Emperor's wrinkled face twisted into a yellow cauliflower. Following that, another firework bloomed. Hundreds of people in the field, like the martial artists outside, placed their hands on their chests and saluted. At the same time, they followed the martial artists outside and roared in unison. The hundreds of young elites did not cry, nor did they show any expression. They simply stared outside the city, clenching their fists tightly. They did not cry, nor did they want to charge out and fight to the death with the foreign races. They knew that their more important mission was to survive. For the future of the House of Aries, they had to survive. "Senior, why haven't my brother and sister Qingqing woken up yet? What time is it now? Hurry up and wake them up." On the Chilling Heart Pavilion's rooftop, Yu Shixue was still sitting quietly at the entrance of the rooftop. Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu were next to her, speaking anxiously. The two of them almost wanted to charge in and wake Yi Qinghan up. Yi Qingyu, Yi Qingwu, and the two people inside the Chilling Heart Pavilion were all seated elites. Furthermore, they were some of the most important people on the list. The battle outside had already reached its climax. It was very likely that Tsang City would be breached in the next second. At that time, they might not even be able to escape. Don't worry, girl. Although the Golden Horn God race is slightly stronger overall, it is still impossible for them to breach Tsang City in a short period of time. I will not wake them up until the very last moment. Yu Shishui's divine sense had been spreading out this entire time, paying close attention to everything happening outside Tsang City. The formation had been breached, but she had not panicked in the slightest. The Sword Emperor had died, but her expression had not changed in the slightest. She believed that this was the fate of a god-rank expert. The greater one's strength, the greater the responsibility. Perhaps the next one to die would be Yi Ruoshui, the Saber Emperor, or her. Since they were all going to die, what was the point of grieving and complaining now? However, after a while, her expression, which had not changed all this while, suddenly fluctuated a little. She even let out a soft cry of surprise. A hint of joy appeared in her eyes. She immediately turned to look at Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu and smiled. The two of them have woken up. Chapter 369. Dark Forest, Dark Castle. Under the grape trellis on the rooftop, Lord Devour was still leisurely reading and eating grapes. It seemed he couldn't get tired of reading this book, and he couldn't finish the grapes. All of a sudden, the door opened. Madame Jiao in her grey robe walked in with a cup of hot tea. Looking at Lord Devour's back, she smiled and put the hot tea on the crystal table. She bowed and stood aside quietly. Lord Devour acted as if he didn't see her, continuing to read his book. After a while, he tilted his head and said emotionlessly, "What's up?" "Yeah." Madame Jiao smiled and then said, "My lord, you don't want to take care of little Han anymore?" "Why should I care about it?" Lord Devour arched his brows, asking with surprise, "I've repaid his favor, haven't I? Do you owe him a favor?" No. Madame Jiao was a little surprised, answering with an embarrassed face. "Even if you owe him a favor, you should take care of him. You want me to help him, so you owe me another favor." Lord Devour closed his book, taking a sip of the hot tea. Then, he continued, "Do you want to owe me another favor?" My lord, you must be joking. I can't repay your favor for the rest of my life. How could I dare to ask for more from you? Audiobook will leave now." Madame Jiao bowed one more time, walking away gracefully. "I've helped him once. If Yi Qinghan can't handle such a small matter, I'm wrong about him." Lord Devour put down the teacup, picking up the book and saying faintly, "Audiobook, you don't need to go down there. Let's go to Tsang City to watch a good show." However, when she picked up the book, she suddenly looked towards the south in astonishment. Then, her expressionless face revealed a slight smile. She put down the book and stood up, saying, "Audiobook, there's no need to go down. Let's go to Tsang City and watch a good show." Audiobook was surprised, looking at Lord Devour, but he didn't ask anything. After a while, two shadows, one red and one grey, disappeared from the dark castle. Yi Qinghan felt like he had a very long dream. In the dream, there was nothing but darkness and a drop of water that kept dripping down. He felt that this dream seemed to have gone on for a very long time. Perhaps it was a few days, perhaps it was a few years, perhaps it was tens of thousands of years. For such a long time, he had nothing to do, as if he could do nothing. Like a bored child watching ants crawling on the ground, he began to study the drop of water. Where did this drop of water come from? Why was it spinning when it dripped down? Why did it create ripples when it landed? In the end, how did it disappear for no reason? He thought about it for a long time, but he still couldn't figure it out. In the end, he simply stopped thinking about it. If the water droplets fell, so be it. If they disappeared, so be it. Why should he care so much? However, when he stopped thinking about it, he suddenly understood. There was a reason why the water droplets fell, there was a reason why they rotated, and there was a reason why they disappeared. Everything was reasonable, and there was no need for him to pursue the reason behind it. All he needed to know was that it had fallen, it had spun, it had disappeared. And then, he had woken up. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was that he was hugging a girl. This girl seemed a little familiar. This woman was completely naked, and her beautiful body was right next to his body. The sight of it made his entire body suddenly dry up. It seemed like his guy was still in the other party's paradise. Looking at Yuqingqing's beautiful face that was sleeping soundly with her eyes closed, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Then, he realized that his lower part was starting to harden again. Oh! Yuqingqing had just finished listening to the song, but she was woken up by a strange movement. She opened her pearl-like eyes and blinked at Yi Qinghan. Only when she felt that her lower part was filled with something hard did she suddenly wake up. She quickly twisted her body and turned to the side. She covered her face and pulled the quilt. She was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to see anyone. "Little Qingqing, you're so beautiful. Come, let this young master admire your blooming peach blossoms." Yi Qinghan hurriedly followed up and stuck his body to her. His two big hands went under the blanket and hugged Yuqingqing from behind. His fiery lower body directly pressed down, as if he wanted to let this peach blossom one more time. Humph. A cold snort resounded in the room, splashing cold water on the two people's burning hot bodies and waking them up in an instant. "Yi Qinghan, if you want Song City to be breached, your Yi family's experts to be annihilated, and your ancestor to self-destruct, then you can't do anything you want. You can continue to enjoy it." The cold voice rang out again. This time, the two of them heard it clearly and were not as panicked. However, after understanding the content of the words, they became even more panicked. "Aya, it's the clan leader." Yuqingqing's face was as red as a ripe strawberry. Like a startled kitten, she suddenly jumped up from the bed and frantically looked around for clothes to wear. "What?" Yi Qinghan was also startled. He immediately jumped up and put on his clothes as quickly as possible. Then, he waited for Yuqingqing to finish putting on her clothes before bringing her out of the second floor and onto the rooftop. Qingqing greets the clan leader. "Big brother. Little Han." The two of them saw Yu Shishui standing calmly on the rooftop, as well as Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu, whose faces were filled with joy. "Senior Yu, what's going on?" Yi Qinghan nodded at Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu, but didn't say anything. Instead, he turned his attention to the white-robed Yu Shishui and asked anxiously. "Nothing's going on." Yu Shishui looked outside the city and said calmly, "In about 10 minutes, the experts of the House of Aries will be defeated. In half an hour, Song City will be breached. Your ancestor will probably make his move soon and prepare to self-destruct." "Holy shit, is it that serious after a nap?" Yi Qinghan swallowed hard and looked outside the city in fear, but he didn't think too much about it. He cupped his hands at Yu Shishui and said, 10 minutes is enough. "Xiao Wu, little Qingqing, little Yu, come with me." "Senior, wait for me." Yi Qinghan didn't hide from Yu Shishui. He opened his freedom ring and brought the three girls into the freedom pavilion. "You guys stay here and wait for me to return." After leaving the three girls in the main hall of the freedom pavilion, Yi Qinghan used form displacement transposition to appear in the cultivation room. Only Elder Lu was sitting cross-legged in the empty cultivation room, cultivating. "Little Han, congratulations." Elder Lu opened his beady eyes and smiled at Yi Qinghan. The beard on his chin trembled as he spoke. "There's no time. Elder Lu, do you have a full-body battle robe or some other offensive divine tool?" "I do have a set of battle robes. I bought it in the Immortal realm for fun, and it's pretty cool." Elder Lu smiled faintly and took out a black battle robe, a black dragon-shaped mask, and a warrior hat from his interspatial ring. He threw them to Qinghan and said, Didn't I give you all the sacred weapons last time in the god-slaying mountain? I only have ordinary divine tools. I gave them all to the Yi family and others. I still have a few that I can't use. Yi Qinghan took the black battle robe and laughed bitterly. Then, he suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "That's right, I still have a saber that I can use." "Alright, Elder Lu, I'm leaving." Yi Qinghan didn't waste any more time and disappeared from the Freedom Pavilion. Chapter 370. Outside Tsang City, the battle had reached its peak. Under Yi Ruoshui's command, the 400 Sage Realm experts of the House of Aries and 2,000 Emperor Realm experts roared and charged towards the Golden Horn Holy Tribe. There were around 600 Golden Horn Holy Tribe experts before they came to Tsang City. After a round of sneak attacks from the House of Aries, more than 100 of them were injured. However, there were no casualties. On the other hand, the Sword Emperor's Sword Emperor Lights the Heavens had taken over 200 lives. Jian Huang was the strongest God Realm expert of the House of Aries. He was a warrior of the House of Aries who was infinitely close to the peak Heavenly God Realm. Most importantly, the location of his self-detonation was at the center of the Golden Horn God clan's territory. He burned his soul and divine crystal. With such terrifying energy, it was normal for him to kill 200 peak martial saints. Of course, if he had more time, he could have easily killed these 100 peak martial saints in less than half an hour. However, he didn't have the time. Once he did, Jin Qi would attack. Thus, he could only choose the fiercest and most lethal move. Of the 600 peak martial saints, less than 400 warriors were left after the first round of explosion. Moreover, half of them were injured. The warriors of the House of Aries rushed over. Although they were all crazy, they didn't lose their minds. The Emperor surrounded the injured foreign martial artists while the saints fought 2 against 1. Taking advantage of the fact that the foreign martial artists were in a daze from the explosions, they smashed their bodies with all their might. Jin Qi roared with a gloomy face. He scolded all the Golden Horn Holy Tribe experts to fight. The 4 peak martial saints beside him didn't dare to speak. They were afraid that Jin Qi would go crazy and ask them to self-detonate. Of course, Jin Qi didn't dare to ask them to self-detonate to kill people. Self-detonation could destroy the formation. This wasn't against Lord Devour's rules. After all, they had only broken the formation and self-detonated. This was equivalent to giving Lord Devour an explanation. If he asked the peak Heavenly God Realm experts to kill people, he was afraid that Lord Devour would kill him in anger. After a while, under Jin Qi's continuous roars. Under the leadership of the 200 uninjured experts, the Golden Horn Holy Tribe managed to stabilize their footing. After all, they were all at the peak of the martial saint realm. As long as the Black Flame Barrier was activated, the Emperor Realm martial artists could only watch helplessly. Although the number of martial saints in the House of Aries was almost enough, how many peak martial saints were there in the House of Aries? There were only a dozen of them, and Dragonbutt was the strongest. As for people like Yi Jian who had just stepped into the Saint Realm, he had not completely grasped the Saint Realm. Although he could barely reach the peak of the first level of the Saint Realm after merging with his beast, there were still a lot of saints like him. Emperor Realm martial artists, retreat. Yi Ruoshui coldly gave the order, and all 2,000 Emperor Realm martial artists retreated to the top of Tsang City's city walls. When the 2,000 Emperor Realm martial practitioners returned, there were less than 1,500 left. Moreover, there were countless who were either injured or crippled. However, they also managed to take away close to 100 injured Golden Horn Holy Clansmen's lives during the chaos. It could be considered a profit. Yi Ruoshui frowned slightly. The situation was a little different from what he had expected. These foreign races had calmed down so quickly. One had to know that these ingenious tactics had been developed by countless strategists in the House of Aries after many days and nights of research. Originally, the Emperor Realm martial artists had predicted that they would be able to kill half of the injured foreign races. Now that the foreign races had stabilized their footing, he naturally wouldn't let these Emperor Realm martial artists die in vain. Yi Jian was suffering. He carefully avoided the Golden Horn Holy Clansman's attacks while cursing in his heart. Why didn't the foreign races descend a few months earlier? Why did they let him descend after he had broken through to the Saint Realm? His beast was only at the 7th level, and he had just broken through to the Saint Realm. Even his Saint Realm had just been comprehended not long ago. Now, he had to risk his life against a group of crazy peak martial saints. He still believed that death wasn't scary. What he was afraid of was that his death would be worthless. He had just broken through to the Saint Realm and returned from the Yi family's back mountain. He was prepared to show off his skills and restore the prestige of the first house and reclaim the glory that belonged to him. Now, he had suddenly joined this inexplicable war, and it was very likely that he would die inexplicably. In the end, he would become an insignificant person at the bottom of the list of countless deaths in the history books. He wasn't willing to accept this. He wasn't willing to let his life end like this and become a grain of sand in the torrent of history. Therefore, he was very careful. His attacks were also pretentious and his priority was to preserve his life. He wanted to survive this calamity so that he could shine in the future. Yi Tianlong was also very depressed. Although his understanding of laws wasn't high and he had only reached the 2nd level of the Saint Realm, his beast was at the 8th level. After merging, his battle chi could reach the peak of the Saint Realm. Although his laws were a little low, he could still fight a few hundred rounds with a foreign race member in front of him. He wasn't afraid of death. He also knew that if this continued, he would definitely die. He just wanted to see the woman he had been thinking about for 50 years before he died. Old Man Dragon and Yi Qingya were also depressed. They always felt a trace of regret that they couldn't see their granddaughter's wedding. But this trace of regret was turned into a frenzied killing intent by the two. Among the hundreds of people, the two's attacks were the fiercest. Moreover, they were fighting together. The Dragon Slayer's dragon-seizing hand directly dispelled the flame barrier around the outsider. Then, the Night Green Ox unleashed a Kuei Ox chop to heavily injure the outsider bound by the Dragon Slayer. The laws of wood and the laws of destruction complemented each other seamlessly. Their combat strength was ferocious. But after the two killed more than 10 foreign races, they became the focus of the battlefield. Their initial attack turned into a beating. The two of them had a hard time resisting and narrowly escaped death several times. The saints from the Hua family and Feng family were the ones who killed the most people. The Hua family specialized in assassinations, and such a chaotic situation was a good place for them to perform. The Feng family was very smart. They hid behind the people and swung their swords wildly. In the end, they only targeted the injured foreign races. The results were obvious. The hundreds of saints were not afraid of death, but they all had their own thoughts. Some bravely died, some secretly cowered. Some went crazy, some fought bravely, some became more and more shocked. But at this moment, everyone knew that the House of Aries had lost. In the end, some of them might be able to survive, but they could only surrender in humiliation. Only then would they be able to prolong their feeble existence. The Golden Horn God race was known for their warlike, cruel, and lecherous nature. Once they stabilized their position, they started fighting. But they realized that these enemies were not very strong. Hence, the more they fought, the braver they became, completely suppressing the divine battle manner. The House of Aries also suffered more and more casualties. More than a third of their saints had died, and the number was still increasing. Kaka, children, all transform for me. Kill these abominable humans for me. Don't leave a single one alive. Seeing that the time was right, Jin Qi's eyes turned red as he decisively gave the order to attack. The losses this time were too great. He did not know how he would conquer the remaining race and the small island in the East Sea if the humans did not find the divine sword. But at this moment, he couldn't care less. If he didn't crush all these humans who had caused him to suffer heavy losses into mincemeat, he wouldn't be able to calm down until he vented his anger. Kaka, the remaining 200 or so Golden Horn God race warriors were all in good condition. Under Jin Qi's command, they all roared in excitement. Then, the black flames on their bodies surged and their bodies became thicker. The two horns on their heads grew infinitely long and thick. Various tattoos wandered on their faces and their eyes became slightly dark red. It's over, Yi Tianlong's eyes revealed a trace of despair. He raised his head high and looked towards Tsang City with nostalgia. But he did not see that woman. He was slightly disappointed. His battle aura surged and he roared as he charged towards the Golden Horn God race warriors. The final battle had arrived. Countless people roared as they charged forward. There were also many who hesitated. Of course, there were also a few who started to retreat secretly. Chapter 371. Yi Ruoshui's two white eyebrows bent helplessly. The moment the Golden Horn God clan transformed, she hesitated. He wanted to give the order to withdraw, but he didn't dare to bear the infamy of surrendering to Wan Shi. However, if they did not surrender, the remaining 200 sages in the House of Ares would all die. Retreat. In the end, his eyes flashed with determination. He swung the flag and inserted it into the city wall of Tsang City. He exchanged glances with the Blade Emperor and the old ancestor of the Shui clan. With a loud roar, his body disappeared into thin air. Humph! This move again? Jin Qi snorted coldly, and his body disappeared directly. Yi Ruoshui let out a furious roar, and all the sages who were charging forward stopped in their tracks at the same time and quickly retreated. Although they didn't understand what was going on, military orders had to be obeyed. They could only retreat. On the other hand, the sages who were originally retreating ran even faster. Old 3, you and Yushishue will take the elite seedlings and teleport to Violet Island. As long as the Golden Horn God race doesn't return to the Divine World, they are not allowed to leave. This is Big Brother's order. Execute it immediately. When the Saber Emperor saw Yi Ruoshui toss the command flag over, he immediately sent a message to the Spear Emperor, who was in the back mountains of the Yi clan, as well as to Yushishue, who was in the Chilling Heart Pavilion sky platform. After he finished transmitting his voice, he cast his gaze forward, waiting for Yi Ruoshui to appear, waiting for her to turn into a brilliant firework. However, what happened next didn't play out as he had expected. His divine sense discovered that the Spear Emperor and Yushishue hadn't teleported away. But Yi Ruoshui seemed to have teleported to the wrong location. Yi Ruoshui had actually teleported above the sage domain of the House of Ares, causing Jin Qi, who had teleported above the Golden Horn God race and was waiting for Yi Ruoshui to arrive, to lock onto him with his god domain, to miss. What was going on? The Saber Emperor and the Shui clan's ancestor looked at each other in bewilderment. The Spear Emperor and Yushishue had fallen asleep? Yi Ruoshui was drunk? Jin Qi's eyes were also filled with bewilderment. Scary, right? Why did it suddenly change? Why didn't it self-destruct this time? Is it fun for you to teleport here and there? However, he did not dare to take action in advance and could only lock onto the 3 divine-level experts. Once the 3 of them teleported above the Golden Horn God race, he would immediately suppress them with his god domain, not giving them the chance to self-detonate. At the same time, he immediately stopped the charge of the saint-ranked Golden Horn God race. Since the human race had started to retreat, they might be preparing to surrender. Therefore, he decided to observe for a while. Of course, Yushishue and the Spear Emperor weren't asleep, and Yi Ruoshui wasn't drunk either. In that moment, both the Spear Emperor and Yi Ruoshui received a transmission from Yushishue. The content of the transmission was only 2 words, wait a moment. Of course, Yushishue wouldn't send a voice transmission for no reason. She hadn't even sent a voice transmission when the Sword Emperor had self-detonated. Now that she suddenly sent a voice transmission to him, she must have her own intentions. Therefore, the Spear Emperor and Yi Ruoshui chose to trust her. However, the two of them waited for a while, but they didn't know what they were waiting for, and there were no changes in their surroundings. The sky was still gray and gloomy, but there was a slight wind. It was probably going to rain soon. Charge! Flatten the city in front of us. Jianghu waited for a while, but Yi Ruoshui was still standing in the air in a daze. He thought that he had been tricked, and he flew into a rage. He waved his hand and ordered the Golden Horn God race to charge. He also decided to advance with the Saint-ranked Golden Horn God race. That way, he could stop the 3 God rank experts from self-detonating at any time. Charge, your sisters charge! Just as the Golden Horn God race below Jianghu was about to let out an angry roar and attack, a roar came from the sky. An explosive roar came from the sky, causing their roars to die in their throats. It was as if a bone was grabbed in their throat, unable to move up or down. It was extremely uncomfortable. This voice seemed to be very young, but also very old. It seemed to be very sharp, but also very deep. Furthermore, this voice had obviously been enhanced by battle chi. The voice had also been intentionally altered, making it difficult to distinguish the original voice. This voice was incredibly loud after being enhanced by battle chi. It was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in the sky above Tsang City. The thousands of Tsang City martial artists were all dumbfounded. It's windy and thundering. It's going to rain soon. Why are you guys still messing around here? The voice continued. Sometimes it was sharp, sometimes it was deep, and sometimes it was deep. It made people want to vomit blood. At the same time, a black figure rapidly glided down from the sky, gliding towards the center of the two teams. His movement was elegant and at ease. However, when everyone looked at this figure in shock, their expressions of being struck by lightning turned into one of being struck by lightning again. Black lines appeared on their faces, and some people's hair even stood on end. He couldn't tell if the person was a man or a woman, nor could he see his appearance. He also couldn't determine his age. This was because this person was covered in a black robe embroidered with dragons and phoenixes. On his back was a black devil's cape, and on his face was a Qilin mask. He wore a black bamboo hat on his head. Alright, this wasn't important. What was important was that this person had a very strange weapon on his waist. It seemed to be similar to the butcher's butcher knife. Jianghu and the rest of the Golden Horn God race were confused. They recognized this robe and this attire. This was the attire of an honorary god of war in the heavenly realm, the god of war robe. However, this god of war robe didn't have any stars that represented its grade. Also, the quality of this robe seemed to be inferior. Obviously, it was forged. However, why would the god of war robe, which represented glory and power, appear in this realm? Most importantly, it was forged. Forging a god of war robe was a serious crime. In the heavenly realm, only a small number of bandits would do this on purpose. The people from the House of Ares were also confused. Where did this fierce person come from? He actually came out with a butcher knife so arrogantly. No. He seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Could he be a god-level expert? But there were only so many god-level experts on the continent. Could he be from the heavenly realm? There were butchers in the heavenly realm too. Otherwise, why would there be a butcher knife? Yi Ruoshui, the Saber Emperor and the old ancestor of the Shui family, had a sudden flash in their eyes. They looked at each other and smiled. However, Yi Ruoshui seemed to recall something. He frowned, especially when he used his divine consciousness to cover the dark forest and found that there was no one in the dark castle. His brows furrowed even more. Who are you? Leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for tearing you apart. Jianghu's eyes twinkled. Apparently, he was very angry. However, he was afraid that another Lord Devourer would appear. Thus, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he spoke coldly. This old man's surname is Lord. I come from the Tang Kingdom of the East. I passed by this place and saw that you guys were slaughtering. I couldn't bear it, so I came to ask you to stop. Minotaur, give me some face and let this go. How about that? The black-cloaked man stood in the air. While talking, he turned his head, his back facing Jianghu. It seemed that he wasn't afraid of a sneak attack. The black devil cloak behind him fluttered in the wind, which made him look imposing. However, the butcher knife at his waist looked a little funny. Who the F***ck are you? Do you believe that I won't slap you to death? Jianghu didn't dare to move anymore. Facing a God General Realm expert and 4 Peak of Heaven God Realm experts, he dared to be so arrogant. If he wasn't a fool, he must be a super expert. This man's power was only at the Martial Saint realm. However, he had appeared out of nowhere. It was really strange. You dare to attack me? I'm just a Martial Saint realm warrior. I'm sure that before you can do anything, you will become a pile of meat paste. Have you forgotten the big handprint in the Divine City? I'm not afraid to tell you that His Excellency is probably here. If you don't believe me, you can try. The black-cloaked man didn't seem to be a super expert. He was just a fool who had exploded his power. He had pointed out that he was just a Martial Saint realm expert. He had even boldly used Lord Devour's name to intimidate others. Martial Saint realm? F***CKU. Jianghu was startled when he heard that. He had just seen the black-cloaked man teleport here with such attire. EC was a little dumbfounded. However, after probing with his spiritual sense, he discovered that this person was truly a martial sage. He had probably comprehended the law of space, which was of little value, and had come up with a half-baked teleportation technique to scare people. Right, his teleport seemed to have a big space fluctuation. He was a Martial Saint realm warrior, a trashy lunatic who had just entered the Martial Saint realm. This place wasn't the divine realm. How could there be so many hermit experts? The more he thought about it, the clearer his mind became. He was so enraged that his face darkened. He was a God General warrior. How could he be frightened by a piece of trash? If this news spread out, he would lose a lot of face. As he was enraged, his face twisted. He swung his hand and shouted indignantly, "I won't do it. I won't make a move. My children, charge forward and tear this person into minced meat. Tear all the cultivators below the divine level in the city into minced meat. Jianghu, you 4 come here with me. If the human God realm warriors dare to move, kill them all." No need. The black-cloaked man's aura suddenly skyrocketed. It was even stronger than the peak Martial Saint realm warrior of the Golden Horn God clan. Shouting, he took out the pig slaughtering knife from his waist and swung it forward. A green knife wave gushed out, illuminating the dark sky of Tsang City. Stepping on the void, he flew toward the Golden Horn God clan. At the same time, his strange voice that could make people vomit blood arose again. "Since you guys are so stubborn, I will send you all to hell today. This pig slaughtering knife hasn't seen blood for 10,000 years. Today, I won't kill pigs. I will kill beasts." Chapter 372. 1 person against 100? This lunatic who just entered the Martial Saint realm wanted to fight hundreds of peak Martial Saints alone? It seemed like this person was crazy. He probably couldn't be cured. Did he think he could go against the heavens just because he was wearing a fake God of War robe, a broken bamboo hat, and a strange blade? Jianghu's lips curled into a mocking smile as he watched the black-robed man charge towards his own people like a ferocious tiger. There were many lunatics with delusions in the divine realm. He didn't expect to meet one in this material plane. Thinking of the black-robed man's arrogance and rudeness, he couldn't help but smile cruelly. He couldn't wait to see his subordinates tear this lunatic into pieces. Thinking of the scene of blood splattering, limbs being separated, and minced meat flying in the air, he got a little excited. Looking at the hundreds of saint-leveled Golden Horn Holy Clan members charging at them with mountainous auras, the black-robed man started to counterattack. Looking at the devil's cloak fluttering in the wind, looking at the cyan blade wave that illuminated the sky, everyone on the Tsang city wall fell silent. Their expressions were very interesting. Many people were dumbfounded, such as Yi Tianlong, Yi Jian, and countless other experts from the 4 major families. This scene of 1 against 100 was so familiar. Many of them had done it before and seen it before. But, what they were facing, or seeing, were powerful martial artists pouncing on a group of weaker martial artists. He had never seen a weak martial artist charge against a group of strong martial artists. Had the world gone mad? Had it become chaotic? This black-robed man was undoubtedly a human. Only the House of Ares and the Hidden Island had pure humans. Not to mention the Divine City, he was already in such a state. There probably wasn't such a promising person. The Hidden Island didn't seem possible either. Those gangsters and bandits didn't have the habit of helping people do good deeds. Moreover, they did good deeds without leaving their names. Then? Was this person from the House of Ares? But this person had obviously just broken through to the Sage Realm. There weren't many Peak Emperor Realm experts in the House of Ares. Dragon City and the 5 major families had a clear record of this. Moreover, all the Peak Emperor Realm experts were in Tsang City. Then, who was this person? Many people were confused, such as Yi Chang, Tian Qing, and the martial artists who had been to Luotian Mountain's Heaven's Path. This scene? Why did it feel so familiar? Of course, they didn't dare to think of the young man who went crazy at Mount Luotian. After all, even the legendary Tianmai individual couldn't cultivate from the first level of the Emperor Realm to the first level of the Saint Realm in a few months. Still the same question, who was this person? Yi Ruoxue frowned again, Saber Emperor smiled faintly, and Xue Clan's ancestor was a little jealous. However, the 3 of them were clearly worried. Yi Ruoxue kept using her divine sense to scan the continent over and over again. She even scanned the rooftop of the dark castle. However, he couldn't find the red-clothed woman's figure, so he couldn't help but become even more worried. Looking at the ferocious demon cloak and the dazzling butcher knife, he, the Blade Emperor, and the ancestor of the Xue clan looked at each other. The 3 of them nodded at the same time, as if they had made some kind of decision. More than 200 members of the Golden Horn God clan were engulfed in black flames. The black, thick, and long horns on its head shone with a dark light. Looking at the black-robed man charging towards them, they didn't show any emotion. Since the young master said that he was a Saint Realm warrior, then he must be trash. To them, who were at the peak of the Saint Realm, all the Saint Realm warriors in the material plane were trash. Therefore, they ignored the black-robed man who was getting closer and closer. Only 3 of them charged towards the black-robed man while the rest continued to charge forward. Their thick and strong legs didn't even tremble a little. "Huh, you bastards dare to look down on me? Take this move of mine, a butcher knife leaves no trace behind." The black-robed man's sharp and deep voice sounded again. The black-robed man directly charged towards the Golden Horn God clan. He didn't stop at all. It seemed like he wanted to fight them head-on. Golden Horn God of Destruction. Go and die. The black horns on the heads of the 3 Golden Horn God clan flickered even more frequently. The corners of their mouths revealed a cruel and mocking smile. This puny human didn't even dodge when facing their golden horns. One must know that even a normal God Realm expert wouldn't dare to take such an attack from the 3 of them. Looking at the black-robed man charging towards them, the corners of the 3's mouths curled up at the same time, revealing a sinister and wild smile. However, before their smiles could widen, they felt a sudden fluctuation in the space around the black-robed man, and this fluctuation quickly spread towards the space around the 3 of them. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a lake, causing ripples to appear. When the ripple was transmitted to their side, all of a sudden, a strange change occurred. They felt as if their advancing bodies had suddenly crashed into a wall, causing them to stop abruptly. However, this wasn't the most frightening thing. What frightened them the most was that, they suddenly realized that they couldn't move. Then, they saw a bewitching purple light flash and the three of them completely lost consciousness. When they regained consciousness, they were even more frightened. They found that their bodies seemed to be constantly floating. That's not right, it was their heads that were continuously falling down. They saw their opponent's head falling down as well. Their opponent's body, which was still standing upright, was constantly spewing out green blood. Then, all three of them lost consciousness at the same time. Xiao. The Golden Horn God clan members on both sides were still charging forward, but the Golden Horn God clan members at the back suddenly stopped. They blinked their eyes at the same time, looking at the three bodies that were still spurting out blood, as well as the three heads with their eyes wide open on the ground. They were confused. What's going on? Without waiting for them to think clearly, the black-robed man continued charging forward. Then, a strange ripple appeared in the space, followed by a purple radiance. Then, the black-robed man easily walked through the center of the Golden Horn God clan members who were standing there foolishly. His figure was very elegant. A strange saber emitting green saber waves directly slashed across the neck of the Golden Horn God clan members. Then, the black-robed man didn't even look at them. The black-robed man continued moving forward. After a moment, the heads behind him slowly fell to the ground, green blood spurting out. The black-robed man's black demonic cloak and butcher knife charged forward like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had already perfectly passed through the Golden Horn God clan's formation. Only when he reached the back of the formation did he stop. Behind him was a row of headless bodies with blood spurting out, as well as countless heads with their eyes wide open. Drip, drip, drip. When the black-robed man was halfway through his charge, the Golden Horn God clan members on both sides had already stopped. All of them stared at the black whirlwind in a daze as it blew past them. Until, the last head fell to the ground, the entire place was silent, deathly silent. Only the sound of the black-robed man's demonic cloak fluttering in the wind, as well as the dripping sound of the butcher knife dripping blood, drip, drip, drip. Blood continued to drip from the black-robed man's blade, dripping onto the ground. The yellow ground was dyed greenish-black, and the faces of the thousands of people in Tsang City were also dyed greenish-black. The sky above Tsang City seemed to have turned even darker. The wind was getting stronger, a storm seemed to be coming. Chapter 373. This pig slaughtering knife, leaving no trace for 1,000 li. This move was called pig slaughtering knife, leaving no trace for 1,000 li. Jin Qi wasn't thinking about anything at this moment. Instead, he kept repeating the name of the move that the black-robed man had just mentioned. There was nothing wrong with the knife, but how could it not leave a trace? Wasn't there blood on the knife? Giving random names was not good. Giving random names was not right. Giving random names was very immoral. Yi Tianlong was even more confused. Yi Jian was even more confused. Everyone else was even more confused now. This situation was inexplicable. A first-level Saint Realm martial artist killed a peak Saint Realm martial artist as if he was slaughtering a pig? Had the world gone crazy? Was this the way of the world and not the way of the past? Countless people began to rub their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they still saw a ground full of corpses, the black man standing proudly, and the pig slaughtering knife dripping with blood. Yi Chong was even more confused. Tian Qing was even more confused. Of course, those who saw that youth at the Luotian mountain were even more confused. The enchanting purple light was correct. The aura and methods of killing were also correct. However, they still couldn't believe it. Could that youth really be a Heaven Meridian expert? Or was there someone else in this world with the same skills as that youth? Otherwise, how could the spatial fluctuations be explained? How could this robe and this pig-slaughtering knife be explained? Yi Ruoshui, Saber Emperor, and old ancestor Shui smiled. At this moment, they didn't release their divine senses to search for that woman. Instead, they exchanged glances. Their solemn expressions became even more resolute, and they held their weapons even tighter. As the last drop of blood dripped, the black-robed man slowly turned around without saying anything. He slightly raised his bamboo hat, and the Qilin mask on his face seemed to look even more ferocious. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, making his devil cloak flutter even louder. Swish! Raising the pig-slaughtering knife in his hand, he dashed to the left again. Like a black whirlwind, he swept towards the golden-horned celestial race on the left. Devil, he is a devil. The devil is here, run. Only when a few heads floated up did the golden-horned celestial race awaken. Their faces turned dark green, and the tattoos on their faces stopped moving. Boundless fear and fear filled their eyes. They were afraid, and they began to run. The great golden horn holy tribe was not afraid of any battle, nor was it afraid of death. However, facing such a strange situation, they were afraid. Without hesitation, they ran away. Fear was the easiest thing to spread. Fear and madness were the same. Once they were infected, they would spread infinitely. If this black-robed man was stronger than them, they wouldn't be afraid. Instead, the death of their comrade would stimulate their blood type and cause them to go crazy. But, the current situation was too strange. Only the legendary 9 Hells Fiends would have such methods. No, that's right. The frantically escaping Golden Horn God race warriors had finally woken Jin Qi up. At that moment, he understood many things. For instance, the name of this technique was definitely wrong. For instance, this black-robed man had definitely obtained a Soul Emperor treasure. It wasn't like he hadn't seen a situation where the weak slaughtered the strong. As the only son of the Blood King, he had seen many such things. But for those martial artists who could kill the strong with their weak strength? It was all because they had precious treasures on them. And in this material plane, precious treasures could only be found in the small divine pavilion left behind by the Soul Emperor in this plane's spatial turbulence. And the appearance of this war god robe was easy to explain. This black-robed man had obtained a precious treasure left behind by the Soul Emperor. Similarly, the purpose of this trip, the 12th sword, was definitely with this black-robed man. A precious treasure that could allow a first-level Sage Realm expert to easily kill a group of peak Sage Realm experts. What kind of treasure was it? Thinking of this, Jin Qi suddenly burst into laughter. This shocked Yi Ruoshui and the other two. They almost couldn't control themselves from teleporting. Ignoring Yi Ruoshui and the other two, Jin Qi coldly stared at the black-robed man and shouted at the escaping Golden Horn God race warriors, "You stupid pigs, he isn't a fiend. How could a 9 Hells Fiend appear in a material plane? He only obtained a treasure that could temporarily increase his strength. Listen up, as the young master of the Blood King City, I order you to kill him. Whoever dares to retreat, I will kill his entire family. Of course, whoever kills him, I will grant him a city and honor for generations." Kill his entire family? Grant him a city? The two completely different treatments made all the Golden Horn God race warriors stop in their tracks of escape. But when they heard that their entire family would be killed, they didn't dare to run. But when they heard that they would be granted a city, they went crazy and started running back. The city that Jin Qi was talking about was obviously not the Blood King City, but one of the 88 small cities under the Blood King City. But the small cities in the God Realm couldn't be compared to the small cities in the Fire Dragon continent. The small cities there were dozens of times the size of the Fire Dragon Plain. They were all Sage Realm experts. Normally, they were the lowest level warriors in their race. But now, they had the opportunity to become the master of a city? Of course, they went crazy and started to charge at the black-robed man. If they ran, they would die, and their entire family would die. If they advanced, they would have hope and glory. Anyone would choose the latter. A bunch of idiots. Aren't you afraid of death after being tricked? I will send all of you back. A pig slaughtering with a knife, leaving no trace in 1,000 miles. When the black-robed man saw this, he stopped chasing after the golden horn god race warriors and murmured to himself. His hand gently wiped the blade that was covered with greenish-black blood. Then, he waved his hand abruptly. A cyan saber wave was spurted out and resolutely rushed towards the red-eyed golden horn god clansmen. Below Tsang City, a black whirlwind started to blow again, making the wind that was getting stronger and stronger. Whoosh! Blood and heads flew everywhere under Tsang City. The space above Tsang City suddenly trembled, and two people appeared out of nowhere. The cold and elegant Yushishue and the white-haired, white-bearded Spear Emperor appeared above Tsang City's gate at the same time. Little Yi, congratulations. Brother Ruoshue, congratulations. The two instantly appeared above Tsang City and looked at the black-robed man with deep meaning. At the same time, they transmitted a message to Yi Ruoshue. Lord Devour isn't in the Darkness Castle. I can't find him. Yi Ruoshue didn't turn around, nor did she look happy. Instead, she had a serious expression on her face as she transmitted a message to the two of them. Yushishue and the Spear Emperor's expressions simultaneously changed. They didn't say anything, but they closed their eyes and spread their divine senses out to scan the continent. However, after they scanned the area a few times, especially when they scanned the empty rooftop of the Dark Castle, their expressions turned ugly at the same time. Their divine senses attracted Jin Qi's attention, especially Yushishue, who had just become a deity not too long ago. She wasn't very familiar with her divine sense, so the ripples she caused were much stronger. Their dark expressions didn't escape Jin Qi's notice. He muttered to himself for a moment, then began to spread out his divine sense. This, after a few rounds of probing, his expression suddenly changed and became very complicated. That terrifying woman wasn't in the castle? And she wasn't in the Flame Dragon realm either? What was going on? Had that woman left the Flame Dragon realm? Or was she hiding? Jin Qi was extremely confident in his divine sense. He firmly believed that even if that woman was a god emperor, there was no way she could hide so well that he couldn't detect her. As he watched more and more of his clansmen's heads float into the air, and as that butcher's knife danced around more and more, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. I'll bet. I'll go all out. Jinshi, all of you prepare to activate the teleportation array. Once I succeed, I'll immediately teleport back to the god realm. After making up his mind, he didn't hesitate to send a message to the 4 peak heavenly gods. Jinshi and the others didn't know what their young master was going to do, but Jin Qi had already given the order. Without any hesitation, they took out a triangular black stone from their spatial ring. This was something the Blood King had prepared to protect Jin Qi's life. It was an emergency teleportation array. As long as the 4 of them crushed the triangular stone at the same time, a teleportation array would appear in the sky and take them straight to the Blood King's city. Die for this, daddy. Under the terrified gazes of Yi Ruoshue and the others, Jin Qi's figure suddenly teleported. In the next second, he appeared next to the black-robed man below, a sinister smile on his face. He immediately activated his god domain and enveloped the black-robed man. At the same time, a wave of golden flames shot towards the black-robed man, trying to burn him to ashes. No! Yi Ruoshue roared. The 5 heavenly gods in the sky above Tsang City emitted white flames at the same time, then disappeared from the sky above Tsang City. Chapter 374. Jin Qi wanted to gamble. This divine sword was very important to both his father and his uncle. Because this divine sword was one of the keys to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion, which was the #1 treasure trove in the Divine Realm. The Soul Emperor was the most important person in the Divine Realm. His treasures were undoubtedly the most important. However, this wasn't the most important thing. In the end, Jianghu made up his mind to let the black-robed man, who was at the initial stage of the martial saint level, instantly kill a bunch of martial saint level treasures. This treasure was so magical that it was a supreme treasure even in the divine realm. Even if he got the divine sword, it would belong to his father and uncle. Whatever he got from the Soul Emperor Pavilion would belong to his uncle and father. But the black-robed man's supreme treasure was different. He got it, so it would belong to him. So he did not hesitate to let the four-peak heavenly god treasures activate the teleportation formation. He teleported and burned the black-robed man to ashes with his flames. As for the divine sword and the supreme treasure in the black-robed man's spatial ring, he was not worried. His flames did not have the ability to melt those treasures. When Jianghu moved, Yi Ruoxue also moved. Lord Devourer was not here. The five of them could not watch the hope of the House of Ares, or the black-robed man, who could bring hope to the fire dragon plane, die. So from the beginning, Yi Ruoxue, Saber Emperor, and Ancestor Shui had decided that if Jianghu attacked, the three of them would protect the black-robed man at all costs. But they did not expect that Jianghu would not care about his own life. He was not afraid that Lord Devourer would smash him to pieces. He did not let his subordinates do it, but did it himself. Although it was different from what they had expected, the five of them did not waver. They teleported. They decided to use their lives to exchange for the black-robed man's survival. Kid, let the protector of the god-slaying mountain take you to Purple Island. You can take revenge for us when you break through to the god realm. The five of them ignited with flames. Before teleporting, they sent messages to the black-robed man. When they appeared again, they were between the black-robed man and Jianghu. The white flames on their bodies were even more intense. They were about to use their bodies to resist the attack. Wait! The black-robed man could not stay calm anymore. He shouted. His voice was not sharp and deep like before. It was a young man's voice. He shouted urgently, Lord, the alien race violated the rules first. Why don't you act? Lord? Make a move? Jianghu and Yi Ruoxue were startled at the same time. A trace of fear appeared on Jianghu's face. However, he didn't hesitate and continued to shoot the golden flame in his hand forward. At that moment, the five of them were delighted. However, seeing that Jianghu did not stop attacking, they had no choice but to continue emitting white flames toward the golden flames. Buzz! All of a sudden, a ray of gentle white light suddenly lit up, illuminating the entire sky of Tsang City. This light was very warm, very cozy, and very comfortable, so much so that no one in Tsang City wanted to move. No, it wasn't that he didn't want to move, but that he couldn't. Yi Tianlong's eyes widened in horror. Yi Jian's mouth was still wide open. Yi Chang found that he couldn't open his eyes. The four-peak heavenly gods of the Golden Horn Celestial clan found that they couldn't move their hands that were about to crush the triangular divine stone. Jianghu's golden flames were still suspended in mid-air, while the white flames on Yi Ruoxue and the others' bodies were still burning. The black-robed man's pig-slaughtering knife had a drop of greenish-black blood at the tip of the knife. It wanted to drip down, but it couldn't. The entire world was quiet. The entire world seemed to have stopped. It was as if time had stopped at this moment. The clouds in the sky stopped drifting, the wind stopped blowing, and the raindrops that were about to fall also stopped falling. A huge face appeared in mid-air once again. It was a blurry yet clear face. It was a woman's face. Not many people in the God world dare to violate the rules that I set. Your big uncle doesn't dare, your father doesn't dare, but you dare to violate it? A faintly discernible voice suddenly resounded. Sometimes it was near, sometimes it was vicissitude, and sometimes it was young. It was very strange. The voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like it was ringing in the ears of thousands of people. Everyone could hear it clearly. After the voice finished speaking, a gentle breeze blew from the huge face, brushing past everyone. Those who were brushed by the breeze suddenly realized that they could move. When the breeze brushed past Jin Qi, the golden flames on his body disappeared without a sound. When it brushed past Yi Ruoshui and the others, the white flames on their bodies also disappeared. The clouds in the sky continued to drift, the wind blew, and the raindrops continued to fall. Drip. 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 The entire place resumed its tranquility. The only sound was the sound of blood dripping from the butcher's knife. The ticking sound rang in everyone's ears and hearts, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate at the same time. Sir, I was wrong. Give me a chance. I will return to the God world now. I will never come to the fire dragon plane again. Please don't kill me. Give me a chance. Give my big uncle face. My big uncle will remember this favor. Jin Qi's face turned ashen. He directly kneeled in the air, kowtowing unceasingly to the massive face. He knew that the massive face had appeared one more time, and he didn't have a chance anymore. Similarly, he could fall today, vanishing from this world. No one can go against my will. You can't. Your father can't. Your big uncle can't. Lord Devour pondered for a while. His voice was emotionless as if he was talking about something trivial. Crippled Emperor? Jin can? I'll give him face. He's an important person. If I don't give him face, he's nothing. So, you can die now. After saying that, the huge face changed again and turned into a beautiful crystal clear palm. Slowly and lightly, it flew towards Jin Qi. Its speed was slow, but it reached Jin Qi in the blink of an eye. It grabbed Jin Qi in its palm. Then, it exerted a little force. Like a clay doll, Jin Qi was pinched by that beautiful palm, turning into specks of dust that floated down from the sky. There was no minced meat, no blood, and not even a divine crystal. Everything had turned into dust. It seemed slow, but it happened very fast. Actually, from Jin Qi's teleportation to Yi Ruoshui's teleportation, the black-cloaked man's roar, the massive face's appearance, and Jin Qi turning into dust, only a few blinks had passed. Young Master. Until Jin Qi turned into dust, the four-peak heavenly god realm experts finally got themselves together. When the massive face appeared in the god city, they had used their soul consciousness to sense that Jin Kun had been smashed into a puddle of blood. However, they hadn't seen it directly. This was the first time they saw it, so they were bewildered. Then, they pulled themselves together. Their faces changed as they screamed in pain. You guys can go to the god world now. Tell the crippled emperor that I killed him. If you're not convinced, you can come and find me. I'm Devour. The massive face said before disappearing in the sky of Tsang City. Devour? Devour. Dancing butterfly war god? When the four-peak heavenly god realm experts heard this name, they were a little confused. Eventually, they thought of something. Their faces changed again. They opened their eyes wide, looking at the place where the massive face had disappeared. They shivered. After a while, their faces turned ashen. Without a word, they crushed the triangular stones in their hands. A seven-colored radiance lit up the sky, and a black hole slowly appeared in the radiance. As for the four deity-level Golden Horn Holy Clan members, they directly teleported and brought the remaining dozens of Martial Saint-level Golden Horn Holy Clan members into the black hole. Finally, with a flash of light, they disappeared into the sky. Hee. It's done. I'm going now. The dead silence outside Tsang City was once again broken by a sharp and low voice. The black-cloaked man lifted his bamboo hat and nodded at Yi Ruoshui. He then waved his butcher knife in the air and sheathed it before disappearing. Citizens of the House of Ares, the battle has ended. We have won. Yi Ruoshui looked at the corpses and broken limbs on the ground. She smiled bitterly. She raised her hands and shouted. Won? Won. The invincible god of war will never surrender. Following Yi Ruoshui's shout, the 1,000+ people on the Tsang city wall raised their hands. Tears streamed down their faces as they shouted excitedly. Their voices reverberated throughout Tsang city. Chapter 375. Whoosh! The heavy rain finally came. The sky that had been oppressive for a long time began to clear up after the heavy rain. The thousands of martial artists on the city walls did not find a place to hide from the rain, nor did they use their battle chi to evaporate the rainwater on their bodies. Instead, they quietly began to clean up the battlefield and collect the corpses under the leadership of the supreme elders of the major families. In the heavy rain, countless people stepped on the mud, stepping on the red and greenish-black blood, and began to pile up all the corpses. They collected the broken flesh and limbs on the ground, and sent the countless weapons and broken armors back to Tsang city. After a period of busy work, they finally finished cleaning up the battlefield before the sky was completely dark. Black oil was poured on the corpses, and countless torches were thrown onto them. 2 blazing fires were lit outside Tsang city, illuminating the entire city. At the same time, it also illuminated the thousands of people gathered in front of the fire on the left. Hundreds of elite seeds from the back mountain of the Yi family castle had already arrived here. Everyone in Tsang city who could still stand up was here. Everyone looked solemnly at the bones and limbs that were gradually turning black in the fire. At the same time, she placed one hand on her chest, raised her head slightly, closed her eyes, and silently prayed. The invincible god of war will never yield. Rest in peace. Following Yi Ruoshui's angry roar, a loud roar sounded outside Tsang city. The roar pierced through the sky and reverberated through the earth. It was filled with sorrow, nostalgia, and blessings. At that moment, the rain finally stopped. The strong wind stopped blowing, and the dark clouds in the sky slowly faded. The bright moon revealed its shy face, and the earth was once again enveloped in a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. There were a few people who did not attend the funeral outside Tsang city. Yu Qingcheng, Yi Qingwu, and Yi Qingyu looked worriedly at Yi Qinghan, who was lying quietly on the white jade bed. Elder Lu, who was beside him, was examining him with his eyes closed. Just a moment ago, the 3 of them were still waiting anxiously in the carefree pavilion. Suddenly, they saw Yi Qinghan, who had been out for a long time, appear again. He was wearing a strange robe, holding a Qilin mask in his hand, and a strange knife at his waist. He smiled at the 3 of them, but suddenly fainted on the ground. The 3 of them were shocked. They hurriedly carried Yi Qinghan into the room and were about to look for Elder Lu. However, Elder Lu had already found out and teleported over. What do you think? Elder Lu, is little Han all right? Yi Qingwu, who had been staring at Elder Lu, asked anxiously when he suddenly opened his eyes. Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingyu also fixed their eyes on Elder Lu. It's not a big deal, but the child was too desperate. He used up too much of his soul and fell into a deep coma. I'll give him some soul-nourishing elixirs and he'll be fine after resting for half a month. Elder Lu shook his head and sighed as he looked at Yi Qinghan's pale face with some pity. At the same time, he took out a green herb from his spatial ring and pried open Yi Qinghan's mouth. A gentle white light emitted from his hand, and the herb turned into drops of green liquid, which dripped into Yi Qinghan's mouth. Well, take good care of him in the carefree pavilion. There's nothing else to worry about outside, so don't worry about him. Elder Lu said and teleported away. After Yi Ruoshui finished the funeral, she signaled for everyone to go back and rest. Everything would be discussed the next day. She and the other 4 returned to the small cave where she had secluded herself. The apocalyptic calamity has finally passed, and the war god manor has been saved. It's just a pity that Big Brother Sword Emperor and nearly 1,000 warriors have died. Big Brother Saber Emperor and Spear Emperor, please don't be too sad. Yi Ruoshui sat on the main seat, sighed deeply, and turned to speak to everyone. We're not sad. Big Brother died with a smile. Now that the calamity is over, he can probably go to the underworld with a smile. The Spear Emperor was not as sad after returning from outside. The Sword Emperor died, but his death was worthwhile. If anyone else present could exchange their lives for the continuation of the human race in the House of Ares, they would not hesitate to die. I suggest that we build a hall of martyrs outside of Tsang City to commemorate Big Brother Sword Emperor and the countless brave warriors who sacrificed themselves. At the same time, we will compile a list of the warriors who died tomorrow and give their families the greatest amount of compensation. The Yu clan will pay for all the expenses. After all, the Yu clan did not put in much effort this time, Yu Shishui said calmly. He began to consider the issue of compensation after the war. The experts of the Yu clan were all experts in soul-type cultivation, and none of them were at the peak of the Saint Realm. They would not be of much use in this war, so they did not send anyone to Tsang City. Yes, not only do we need to build a hall of martyrs, but we also need to record all the people who contributed to this war into the annals of the House of Ares. We need Big Brother Sword Emperor and the others to be remembered for generations to come, forever engraved in the hearts of the disciples of the House of Ares. The Shui clan's ancestor suggested once again. Obviously, this suggestion was unanimously agreed upon. Who didn't want their names to be remembered for generations to come? The Sword Emperor and the others, on the other hand, had to be recorded in the annals of history. Otherwise, how could they repay their contributions? Oh, that's right, do you want to record that kid from your clan? He came out with his face covered. Could it be that he has some hidden trouble? The Saber Emperor asked. The five of them had immediately used their divine sense to detect the black-robed man as soon as he appeared. They had investigated the number one expert on the Earth rankings, Yi Qinghan, before, so they recognized him. Yi Qinghan had contributed greatly to this war. It could be said that he was second only to the Sword Emperor. If his name was recorded in the annals of history, or if his identity was made known, his name would definitely shake the entire continent. Ignoring his age, just the fact that he was able to instantly kill a group of peak saints while only at the first level of the Saint Realm was enough to shake the entire continent. However, Yi Qinghan had appeared with his face covered, and he had even purposely changed his voice. He had even hidden his signature blade and used a butcher's knife. It was obvious that Yi Qinghan didn't want to reveal his identity. At least, he didn't want too many people to know that the black-robed man was him. I don't know the reason either. I don't even know where he is now. This kid has too many secrets. He must have his reasons for hiding his identity. We will help him hide this matter for the time being. When he appears in the future, I will ask him properly. A trace of pride flashed in Yi Ruoshui's eyes. However, it disappeared in a flash. She then said. The few of them nodded at the same time. They didn't pursue Yi Qinghan's secrets. Yi Qinghan was related to that powerful woman from the dark forest. So, it wasn't strange for him to have some secrets. Yes, this kid's future is boundless. I think we should tell him the secret of the Fire Dragon continent. Whether the continent can be saved or not, I think we can only rely on him. This kid has brought us too many miracles. I hope he can walk out of this dead well in the end. Then, the Fire Dragon continent will have a bright future, the Saber Emperor suddenly said as he recalled the black whirlwind outside the Tsang City. Yes, this kid is so abnormal. Moreover, he has such a relationship with that person in the castle. If he can't save the continent, I think it's even more impossible to rely on us old things. The old ancestor of the Shui family nodded. His eyes flickered as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. Good. When he comes back, we will talk to him in detail. As for how far he can go in the end, it depends on the arrangement of the heavens. Yi Ruoshui saw that the four of them were looking at him expectantly. So, she made the final decision. Chapter 376. After the torrential rain, the 13 streets of Tsang City were all washed clean, looking extremely comfortable. At this time, the moon hung high in the sky, dyeing the entire Tsang City white. There were only 1,000 or so people in Tsang City tonight, all gathered in the square outside the city lord's residence. The Yi family's experts tirelessly moved large amounts of cooked food from the Yi family castle, as well as large amounts of strong alcohol, and started drinking in the square. It wasn't because they were hungry, nor was it because they were tired. It was because they had suffered too much today, and they needed a relaxed atmosphere to ease their nerves. They needed strong alcohol to ease their moods. There were no chairs, no maids, and everyone just lit a few bonfires in the square. The people split into countless groups, holding wine jars and lamb legs, sat on the stone slabs, and started eating and drinking to their heart's content. At first, no one said anything. They all silently drank, ate, and stared blankly at the bonfires. However, as more and more alcohol was drunk, people in the square started whispering, which quickly spread. In the end, as more and more alcohol was drunk, the square gradually became more lively. Some people started crying bitterly, some started laughing wildly, some started cursing, and some started praying. The square was filled with noise and excitement. After crying and cursing, everyone felt much better. Some emotions that had been suppressed for a long time needed to be vented out. Otherwise, they would be suffocated. After venting, some people hugged their wine jars and fell into a deep sleep, while others started discussing what had happened today in low voices. They talked about the Sword Emperor's self-destruction, the giant face in the sky, the black whirlwind, and the blood-dripping butcher knife. Who was that giant face? Who was the owner of that butcher knife? They had heard of the terrifying giant face, and could roughly guess. However, after seeing it face to face and feeling its unparalleled might, they thought that they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. No one dared to talk about the giant face, and they just exclaimed in shock. However, the owner of that butcher knife became the topic of discussion for most of the people present. A strange voice, strange attire, elegant figure, tyrannical strength, and miraculous performance. They were deeply shaken to the core and overturned their previous understanding. Some people had some guesses, such as Yi Chang, the experts who had been to the god-slaying mountains Heaven's Path, Yi Jian, and the elders of the Yi family. That was because in the instant that Yi Ruoshui and the others were about to self-detonate, the strange voice was no longer strange. Instead, it was the voice of a young man, a voice they were all familiar with. It was Yi Qinghan's voice. More importantly, that bewitching purple light was too obvious. This was Yi Qinghan's signature skill. Presumably, no one in this world could possess it. After all, there was only one soul-devouring beast. However, they still didn't dare to confirm it. After all, this news was too shocking, so shocking that they didn't dare to believe it. A 21-year-old saint whose overall strength was invincible below the god level. This was a strength that even the heavenly meridians that appeared in history did not have. This was simply a miraculous existence. Everyone, listen up. Today's matter regarding that lord and the black-robed man are forbidden to discuss or spread. Otherwise, we will be hunted down by the entire house of Aries. This is a decision made by the 5 of us. Remember. At this moment, a calm voice rang out in the square, completely suppressing the discussions of the crowd. They all recognized this voice. It was Yi Ruoshui's voice. Everyone in the square shut their mouths immediately. It wasn't that they were afraid of Yi Ruoshui, but they respected the will of the 5 god-level experts and the will of the guardian of the House of Aries. In the next few days, the entire Tsang City started to get busy. The original residents of Tsang City were sent back, and the warriors of the Yi family started to gather in Tsang City. A huge hall of martyrs was built outside Tsang City. Countless people started to flock to Tsang City. Some came to pay their respects to the battlefield. Some came from the families and clansmen of the fallen warriors. They went to Tsang City to pay their respects to their dead relatives and to receive the sympathy of the House of Aries. Tsang City was filled with a large number of carriages every day. The official road outside the city had a few deep wheel marks. 10 days later, Yi Qinghan finally woke up. However, his body was still a little weak. Under the insistence of the three ladies, he was not allowed to get out of bed. He spent his days recuperating in his room. Yi Qinghan asked Elder Lu. There was nothing important in Tsang City now, so he was not in a hurry to go out. Anyway, he had disappeared for so many days. It didn't matter if he disappeared for a few more days. He spent his days with the three ladies in the carefree pavilion, immersing himself in the warmth of his home. It was a happy and romantic life. On this day, Yi Qinghan had completely recovered. He had just snuck away from the three ladies and visited Dark Moon in her room. Dark Moon was still in a deep sleep. Although she looked fine, Yi Qinghan still felt a pang of heartache. "Alright, I'll take care of this child. She's fine. Your injuries are almost healed. If you don't go out now, I'm afraid your ancestor will scold you." Just as he was pondering whether he should tell Yi Qingyu and the others about Dark Moon, Elder Lu sent him a voice transmission. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and glanced at Dark Moon again. He walked out and appeared in the Cold Heart Pavilion with the three ladies. The Cold Heart Pavilion looked the same. It was beautiful and exuded a faint fragrance. However, Cui Hua and the others had not been sent back. There was no one in the pavilion. "Little Han, come to the back of the mountain." As expected, Yi Ruoshui's voice transmission reached Yi Qinghan's ears before he could even warm his seat. After explaining to the three of them, Yi Qinghan headed to the back of the mountain where the Yi clan was located. After teleporting a few times, he was already standing beside the small lake in the back of the mountain. The moment he appeared beside the lake, three figures flew over from the distance. They were Yi Tianlong and the two ladies. The three of them were obviously wounded. Yi Qinghan's injuries were the most serious. Many parts of his body were wrapped in white cloth. When Yi Qinghan saw them, he hurriedly bowed and asked about their injuries with concern. "Greetings, grandpas. How are your injuries? Nothing serious, right? Huh, good lad. Well done. We won't die yet. Don't worry." Yi Tianlong's rigid face was filled with an excited smile. He waved his hand and forcefully patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder. Unexpectedly, he touched his wounds, causing him to grin bitterly and hoarsely. Looking at the situation, the three of them had obviously obtained the exact situation from Yi Ruoshui. They understood that the black-robed man that they had been guessing about was actually their clan's Yi Qinghan. How could they not be excited? "Little Han, I didn't misjudge you. I'm extremely satisfied with you as my grandson-in-law. Hee hee." Yi Qinghu also wanted to raise his hand, but many parts of his body were wrapped. He could only raise and lower his hand, grinning widely. "Xiao." Just when Yi Baihu wanted to say something, the space suddenly fluctuated. Yi Ruoshui teleported over. The eyes under the two white eyebrows were full of smiles. "Alright, the three of you rest well. We'll talk later. I have something to discuss with little Han." With that, she teleported with Yi Qinghan, bringing him to the cave where they were cultivating. Upon entering the cave, he discovered that the Saber Emperor, the Spear Emperor, and Yushishue were all smiling at him. Yi Qinghan pays his respects to the four seniors. Yi Qinghan didn't recognize the three of them. He had only seen them once outside Tsang City. However, he knew that these three were the deity-tier elites of the House of Aries, so he hurriedly bowed respectfully. "You're welcome, our little hero," the Saber Emperor said with a smile. Saber Emperor said with a smile. Then, he waved his hand and arranged a domain that enveloped the entire cave. Only then did he stand up. At the same time, the other three also stood up, standing side by side with Yi Ruoshui. The five of them had extremely serious expressions on their faces. Saber Emperor took out 3 red tokens from his bosom, and handed them over to Yi Qinghan in a solemn manner. Today, I've called you here for 2 things. The first is that the 5 of us represent the billions of citizens of the House of Aries to thank you for everything you have done for the House of Aries. You, Yi Qinghan, are the hero of the House of Aries. You saved the House of Aries. On behalf of the House of Aries, I bestow upon you 3 War God blood tokens. You have the right to order the strongest cultivators of the continent to do anything that doesn't violate common sense. Of course, this includes the 5 of us. Chapter 377. This. Alright. Thank you, everyone. Yi Qinghan accepted the 3 blood badges of the divine battle god without hesitation. These were good items. Back then, Yi Tianlong had relied on these items to rally the masses and slaughter his way to Heavenly Demon City. He wasn't going to take them, but he wasn't going to take them. When the Saber Emperor saw that Yi Qinghan had accepted the items, he glanced at Yi Ruoshui and the others. The 5 of them nodded, then bowed deeply to Qinghan. The Saber Emperor bowed and said in a low voice, "The second matter is that we would like to ask you a favor on behalf of the citizens of the Flame Dragon continent." This. What are the 5 of you doing? Hurry up and rise. Yi Qinghan was playing with the 3 war gods' blood medallions when he suddenly saw the 5 people bowing to him respectfully. What a joke. One of these 5 was his ancestor, while the other was his wife's ancestor. Would he dare to accept their bow? That would shorten his lifespan. He hurriedly jumped up and was about to help them up. Yi Qinghan, if you don't agree, we won't get up. The Saber Emperor said seriously, refusing to get up. The 5 of them seemed to have steeled their hearts and continued to bow. Even Yi Ruoshui and Yu Shishui were silent, as if waiting for Yi Qinghan's response. I agree. I agree to anything. Is that okay? Yi Qinghan's expression became bitter. They were basically forcing him onto the path of death. His ancestor and 4 people who could be his ancestors were begging him like this. Even if they wanted him to challenge that Baldy in the Divine City, he had no choice but to do so. Yes, I thank you on behalf of the entire Fire Dragon continent. If you can succeed in this matter, you will be the savior of the entire Fire Dragon continent. The 5 people stood up at the same time. They didn't look unnatural at all. Instead, they looked at Yi Qinghan with gratitude. Wait, the Flame Dragon continent? What does this have to do with the Flame Dragon continent? Yi Qinghan surreptitiously glanced at Yi Ruoshui and Yu Shishui. When he discovered that the 2 of them weren't embarrassed in the slightest, he twisted his body and asked in surprise. His heart was pounding. How could the Flame Dragon continent be a small matter? It seemed like these 5 old fellows were going to give him a heavy burden. At the same time, he was also very puzzled. Nothing big happened in the Fire Dragon continent. Now, the foreign races had either been killed or retreated. The continent was at peace. What we beg of you is that you must do your best to save the Fire Dragon continent. Saber Emperor pondered for a while, and said in a serious manner. The more Yi Qinghan heard, the more confused he became. Save the Fire Dragon continent? Why rescue? Can you make it clearer? What was wrong with the continent? Everything seems to be fine on the continent, right? Wrong. At this moment, Yi Ruoshui, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke. His eyes flashed with a trace of humiliation and anger, and he became extremely agitated. You said that the continent is peaceful, but that's all on the surface. It's all an illusion. Let me explain it to you this way. The Flame Dragon continent originally belonged to the people of the Flame Dragon continent, but after the first world-destroying battle thousands of years ago, the Flame Dragon continent no longer belonged to us. We are now just a bunch of livestock that can be killed and played with as they please. When Yi Ruoshui finished speaking, he seemed to have triggered a memory in the hearts of the 5 of them. A trace of sorrow, a trace of pain, a trace of humiliation, and a trace of grief and indignation appeared on their faces. The continent isn't ours? We're livestock that's been reared? Yi Qinghan looked at their expressions as he repeated Yi Ruoshui's words. A few thousand years ago? The world-destroying battle? He vaguely understood, but he didn't dare to be sure. He asked, Ancestor, do you mean the divine city? The divine city reared the people of the continent? But the divine city doesn't seem to care much about the continent? Don't care. The corner of Yi Ruoshui's mouth curled into a cold smile. She shook her head slightly and continued, the history you know and the surface you see are all illusions. You have to be clear that history is often rewritten by the victors. The 3 races fought endlessly for thousands of years. *T. In the world-destroying battle, 2 suppressed the experts of the 3 races, facilitated the 3 races' peaceful coexistence, and made a blood oath together? *T. The divine city won't interfere with the internal affairs of the 3 races. The more Yi Ruoshui spoke, the more agitated she became. She even cursed, let me tell you, the flame dragon continent has always been peaceful for thousands of years. Think about it, there were so many god-rank experts on the continent. Once a war broke out, would the continent still exist? There were so many peak god-rank experts on the continent, and there were countless of them. How could 2 suppress them all? Do you really think he has the aura of a bastard? Intimidate the 4 seas with a single move? Not interfere with internal affairs? How did you encounter danger in the prefecture battle? When Sky Dragon brought people to the Heaven Demon City, why did the 4 guards of the Divine City come? What's the truth of the matter? The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. Because he knew one more thing, the matter of the Soul Seed. This was obviously a secret force of the Divine City. Obviously, there were many of them in the Divine City. These people were monitoring the situation of the continent. Saber Emperor interrupted, the truth of the matter is very simple. 2 is the Lord of the Flame Dragon Plane. He had mastered the Fire Dragon Continent's Encyclopedia of Life and Death. He sent people to cause a war between the 3 races. Then, he single-handedly killed dozens of god-rank experts on the continent, forcing all the experts of the continent to submit. They had no choice but to sign the Undercity Alliance. Moreover, he set the rules of the prefecture battle. It's a battle every 30 years. In fact, it's not to resolve the dispute between the 3 races. Instead, he's collecting the souls of the dead to cultivate dark evil techniques and to refine the soul pill. Every 30 years, a new generation has just grown up. Then, they have to go to the Nether Island to die. He's treating the people of the Flame Dragon Continent like animals. Every 30 years, when the animals grow up, he'll kill them. Prefecture battle? That's right. Yi Qinghan suddenly realized something. During the prefecture battle, he discovered a strange phenomenon on the Scarlet Plains. People couldn't help but have a bloodthirsty impulse on the Scarlet Plains. The more they killed, the crazier they became. It was as if the atmosphere there had a strange magical power that made people want to kill. Moreover, every time a battle ended, the sky above the Scarlet Plains would suddenly become windy and gloomy. It turned out that someone was playing tricks. Someone was using a special method or formation to collect souls. He had always been curious why the prefecture battle happened every 30 years, and why the elite prefecture battle and the chaotic prefecture battle alternated. Now that Saber Emperor mentioned it, he understood. This was Tu's plan to raise people. Not only would the population of the continent not shrink, but it would also maintain a balance. Moreover, the prefecture battle every 30 years would make the hatred between the 3 races deeper and deeper. He could easily collect the largest number of souls every 30 years. If he killed everyone at once, he could only get tens of millions of souls. But now, he could have an endless supply of souls to collect. The people of the continent had become pigs raised by Tuesday. When the piglets grew up, half of the breeding pigs and piglets would be slaughtered. Then, the remaining breeding pigs and piglets would continue to give birth. After a period of time, the piglets would grow up and be slaughtered again. This cycle would continue endlessly. What? Why didn't anyone kill Tu? Go and resist? Although Tu is a peak deity, with so many experts risking their lives, they should be able to kill him. Yi Qinghan thought it was inconceivable. Tu had descended on the continent for thousands of years. He had experienced the prefecture battle more than 1,000 times. Tens of millions of people had died. Why didn't anyone resist? In the past, there were so many deities on the continent. Even if they weren't a match for him, dozens of deities could still kill him by self-detonation. Why didn't anyone resist? There were at least 100 deity rank experts from the continent, and they all charged into the divine city, but in the end, none of them survived. Because Tu was the overlord of the flame dragon plane. Therefore, he had a mystical ability that the divine world had bestowed upon him, Overlord's will. Anyone with the aura of the flame dragon plane would have their strength reduced by 1/10 in front of him. How do you think this battle would be fought? Those who went would only be throwing their lives away. 1/10? No wonder. How could the overlords will be so terrifying? Yi Qinghan recalled what Elder Lu had said. If they were in the divine world, he would have a 5% chance of defeating Tuesday. But in the flame dragon plane, even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for Tuesday. It seemed like Elder Lu had stayed at the god-slaying mountain for thousands of years and already had the aura of the flame dragon plane. But Lord Devour had also stayed there for a long time. Why could she defeat Tu so easily? How was she so powerful? After figuring out everything, he understood why the 5 of them were so agitated and indignant. The 5 of them had lived on the flame dragon continent for thousands of years and had developed deep feelings for it. Every 30 years, they would see hundreds of thousands of people fighting on Nether Island. Finally, they would turn into wisps of resentful souls that were collected by Tu for cultivation and alchemy. This resentment had accumulated over the years. Wouldn't they be angry? Wouldn't they be sad? Of course not. There's one more thing I haven't figured out. What can I do? Even if I cultivate to the divine realm, I might not be able to kill Tuesday. Didn't you say that he has the Overlord's will? Although he had figured out the matter, he was still very doubtful. Could he do something that countless experts couldn't do for thousands of years? We don't want you to kill Tu, and you can't kill him. Because he is the Overlord recognized by the divine world. Once the divine world finds out that he is killed, the divine world's law enforcement team will kill everyone in the flame dragon plane. This is what Lord Devour said. What we want you to do is to cultivate to the divine realm, then go to Purple Island and challenge the last barrier. Finally, you will reach the divine world and find a way to become the overlord of the flame dragon plane. In this way, you can kill Tu openly and save the flame dragon plane. Saber Emperor said as he bowed deeply again. Why me? Can't you guys go to the divine world? Yi Qinghan helped Saber Emperor up and asked again. We can't. Because Tu has sealed the flame dragon plane. For thousands of years, no one has broken through this dead well and gone to the divine world. Yi Ruoxue shook her head slowly and revealed a trace of disappointment on her face. In the last barrier of Purple Island, he got a powerful peak-level divine beast from the divine world. The flame dragon plane lacks vitality. If the divine world's experts want to cultivate to the peak, they need at least tens of thousands of years. That year, all the peak-level divine realm experts were killed by Tuesday. So, but you are different. Because you have the divine beast soul-devouring beast and the abnormal body fusion battle skill, you have the highest hope of walking out of this dead well. You will pierce through the sky of the flame dragon continent and break through the blue dome of heaven. Chapter 378 *T Listening to them, Yi Qinghan cursed under his breath, keeping silent. These old things had set up a trap for him. They had put a heavy burden on his shoulders that made it hard for him to breathe. He had never thought of himself as Spider-Man or Superman. He didn't have a sense of justice. He had to save the continent and its people as his responsibility. He was just a simple man who wanted to live a comfortable and happy life. In his previous life, he hadn't had such a comfortable life. In this life, he had transmigrated to this world, but he was a good-for-nothing. He didn't believe in heaven or fate. With the help of the soul ring his father had left him, he had summoned Xiao He. He had put his life on the line, endured the extreme pain, and risked his life time and time again. Finally, he had become an outstanding man, the top expert of the continent. He had several peerless beauties, his own home, and his own happy life. He had never wanted to be the savior of the continent. What did the people of the continent have to do with him? He just wanted to protect his women and his family. He wanted to live a happy and comfortable life. However, these old fogies had given him a mission that many people of the continent had struggled for thousands of years. It was a mission that he had to struggle for the rest of his life. Lord Devour had given him a mission to become a god in 50 years. Old Lu had also given him a mission to become a god in 50 years. It wasn't a big deal. It was related to his life and his treasures. He could fight and work hard for it. But now, he was given a *T mission to fight for the fiery dragon continent for the rest of his life? He didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the fiery dragon continent. On this continent, the people he cared about were too few. If something happened to the people he cared about, he could fight and risk his life for them. But now, he remembered that they hadn't said anything definite. They just asked him to try his best. Moreover, there was his ancestor and his wife's ancestor in front of him. He didn't go berserk. He pondered for a while and then said to them, "I can't agree to all of your requests. I can't agree to all of your requests. I can only say that I will try my best to achieve them as long as it doesn't affect my life. If this matter has an impact on my life, I will abandon it." All right. The five of them looked at each other, but they were not angry. Instead, a smile flashed in their eyes. They were very satisfied with Yi Qinghan's answer. If Yi Qinghan listened to their words and agreed without hesitation, they would be worried. How could a man who was irresponsible to himself, his family, and his women be expected to be responsible to the people of the continent? Although Yi Qinghan's answer seemed very selfish, it could be seen from another aspect that he was a responsible person, a man who kept his promises. Now that Yi Qinghan had given an answer from the bottom of his heart, they were relieved. After the matter was finished, the five of them obtained a satisfactory answer. The other four began to bid farewell and leave. Now that the matters that needed to be discussed over the past few days had been settled, they had to go back and make arrangements for their respective families or the House of Aries. The Saber Emperor, the Spear Emperor, and the ancestor of the Shui clan went back, while Yu Shishui went to the Chilling Heart Pavilion to find Yu Qingcheng. After the four of them left, Yi Ruoshui once again set up a domain. Her two white eyebrows bent as she smiled bitterly at Yi Qinghan. "Little Han, you don't blame me for giving you so much pressure, do you?" Yi Qinghan let out a bitter laugh and rolled his eyes. "Ancestor, you acted first and reported later. What's the use of me blaming you? Moreover, I didn't agree completely. I only said that I would do my best." A complicated expression flashed across Yi Ruoshui's eyes. She smiled bitterly. "I know that this might be too heavy for you. These things are supposed to be shouldered by us old geezers, but we don't have the ability." The Sword Emperor, who had the highest chance of reaching the peak of the heavenly god tier, died. Of course, even if he reached the peak of the heavenly god tier, he wouldn't be able to pass the final trial on Purple Island. After all, divine beasts have natural abilities. Don't give yourself too much pressure. Just do your best. Everything is up to fate. Yi Qinghan fell silent. He thought that they must have found out that Xiao He was a divine beast, and a very powerful one at that. If he didn't have Xiao He and this abnormal fusion skill, perhaps he didn't have the qualifications to make them beg him like this. Let's not talk about this. Tell me about your cultivation level. How did you break through to the Saint tier so quickly? Is it because of Lord Devourer? Yi Ruoshui saw that there were no outsiders and asked the question that had been lingering in their minds for a long time. They obviously thought that Yi Qinghan could break through from the first level of the Emperor tier to the Saint tier in such a short time because of Lord Devourer's help. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a miracle to happen. Yi Ruoshui wanted to confirm it. Lord Devourer? Yi Qinghan was stunned, but he immediately understood what they were thinking. He pondered for a while and told Yi Ruoshui the whole story. He told them about how he obtained the divine skin in the barbaric mountain and comprehended a profound mystery from it. Then, he refined the pure energy from the divine skin and the energy from Yi Qingyu's jade spirit body to reach the peak of the Emperor tier. Of course, in the end, because he had intercourse with Yu Qingcheng, he suddenly entered the soul silent state and comprehended the profound mystery of space wave. He didn't tell them in detail and just vaguely explained it. Moreover, he didn't tell them about how he obtained the Carefree Pavilion and the beach raindrops painting in the Carefree Pavilion. He also didn't tell them about killing Tu Qianjun in the barbaric mountain. He subconsciously wanted to keep some things a secret. It wasn't that he didn't trust Yi Ruoshui. Perhaps it was the selfish nature of humans. The sudden increase in Yi Qinghan's strength could be said to have been achieved with the help of many treasures. The Li Xiang beast's divine skin and Yi Qingyu's jade spirit body allowed him to break through to the peak of the Emperor tier. The beach raindrops painting and the soul silent state allowed him to comprehend the profound mystery of space wave. Of course, Yi Qinghan was a little confused. It wasn't that he hadn't entered the soul silent state before. In fact, he had done so many times at the Fallen God Mountain. However, it seemed like he had improved even more this time. He had asked Yu Qingcheng about this before, but she only knew a little about it and wasn't very clear. It's definitely the soul silent state. Yi Qinghan wasn't sure, but Yu Shishui was certain of this after investigating Yu Qingcheng's situation and listening to her bashful recount of what had happened that day. Little Qingcheng, show me the method power you've comprehended. Yu Shishui suddenly thought of something, and her expression became extremely excited. She had predicted that something amazing would happen when Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qinghan intercourse for the first time. However, she hadn't expected that the outcome would be far beyond her expectations. Yu Qingcheng had entered the soul silent state, and she had suddenly comprehended a strange profound mystery. She hadn't just comprehended it, but had completely comprehended it. Her cultivation had reached the peak of the second level of the Emperor tier, and her soul had also become much stronger. If this wasn't the soul silent state that the Moon Queen had mentioned, there was no way to explain it. I'll go get the zither. Yu Qingcheng nodded. The two of them were currently on the Chilling Heart Pavilion's rooftop. Yu Qingcheng walked into her room, holding a black zither in her hands. She sat down cross-legged on the rooftop and began to play. Clang clang. A melodious and beautiful sound began to ring out from the Chilling Heart Pavilion's rooftop, spreading throughout the entire Yi family castle. There was nothing wrong with the sound of the zither. It was just an ordinary lyrical song, high mountains and flowing water. The problem lay in the person who heard it. A pleasantly surprised smile appeared on Yu Shishui's face. Her limpid eyes were filled with a strange light. Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu, who were drinking tea in the Chilling Heart Pavilion, both had a look of confusion in their eyes. Then, they began to immerse themselves in the melodious sound of the zither. The guards and servants who had just returned to the Yi family castle all stopped what they were doing. A look of confusion flashed across their eyes as they stood there in a daze. After the song ended, Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu continued to drink tea. However, Yi Qingyu frowned in confusion. The people of the east courtyard acted as if nothing had happened, and continued to busy themselves with their own affairs. Good, very good, very good. Yu Shishui said the word, good, 3 times in a row. Her face was glowing with excitement. Congratulations, little Qingqing. You've actually comprehended the legendary divine sound law technique. This is too inconceivable. You are the second genius to appear on the continent after Yi Qinghan in the last few thousand years. You are the undisputed second genius. Chapter 379. Divine Sound Law. Yu Qingqing stared at Yu Shishui in astonishment. She had been trying to figure out what kind of method power she had comprehended over the past few days. Even when Yi Qinghan asked her, she only told him that she had a slight breakthrough because she wasn't sure. Now that he heard Yu Shishui's explanation, he couldn't help but be stunned. Patriarch, didn't you say that the law of the heavens and earth only consisted of paramount laws and elemental laws? What category did the divine sound law belong to? He's more powerful than supreme laws. Wrong. The divine sound law did not belong to either of the two. I'm not too sure about the specifics, but it's recorded in the grimoire left behind by the Moon Queen before she went to the God realm. She said that there are actually some rare laws in the world, special laws. Without great opportunities and great comprehension abilities, it's impossible for people to comprehend them. However, once one comprehends them and steps into the divine level, the laws would be freakish. The Moon Queen continued to explain excitedly, when you were playing the Guqin just now, even Yi Qingyu, a sage, fell into a daze. I reckon that this law of yours belongs to the soul category, and can confuse the enemy's soul. Little Qingqing, walk down the path of the law. Who knows, you might become the second Yi Qinghan. I look forward to your future achievements. So powerful? Yu Qingqing's mood was also slightly excited. Originally, she simply liked to play the zither and had played the zither in the Yu clan for more than 10 years. When Yi Qinghan fell into the god-slaying mountain, she also relied on playing the zither to relieve the depression and loneliness in her heart. Finally, in the deep state of soul silence, she also heard a very wonderful song. He did not expect that he had actually comprehended the divine sound law, which was a soul-type technique. All of this seemed to be the will of the heavens, and everything seemed to have a cycle of karma. Nodding her head, she smiled, Qingqing will definitely continue walking down this path because Qingqing truly loves music. Being able to enjoy music while cultivating at the same time, this is Qingqing's great fortune. Yu Shishui gave Yu Qingqing a gratified smile, then gave her a few more instructions before teleporting back to Tranquil Lake Island. Ancestor, I forgot to ask. How can I become the overlord of the Flame Dragon Plain? After speaking with Yi Ruoshui, Yi Qinghan prepared to return to the Chilling Heart Pavilion. However, he suddenly thought of a problem. Since he had agreed to become a deity, he had to figure out what this mission was all about. This. I'm not too sure myself. I'm afraid I'll have to go to the God realm to find out. Oh, right, when you have time, you should ask Master Devour. She's such a powerful existence. I'm sure she knows. Yi Ruoshui revealed a trace of embarrassment. They had asked Yi Qinghan to work hard to become the overlord of the Flame Dragon Plain, but in fact, they did not know how to achieve it. After all, none of them had been to the God realm, and none of those who had gone to the God realm had returned. By the way, why did you hide your identity that day? Do you have any difficulties? Yi Ruoshui suddenly thought of a problem and asked with some doubt. Ancestor, I have been hiding something from you. Yi Qinghan saw that Yi Ruoshui had managed to find the answer. Furthermore, he needed Yi Ruoshui and the rest to help him conceal his strength. Therefore, he could only clench his teeth and say, in the savage mountain range. I killed 2 Qianjun. If I don't conceal my strength, the massacre god guards will definitely sense it. They will suspect that I obtained the divine skin. If they investigate, they will definitely suspect that I killed Tu Qianjun and find trouble with me. I'm not afraid of him now, but I'm afraid that he will ask the Divine Master to take action. When that time comes, it will be very troublesome. What? You killed Tu Qianjun? The massacre god guards had been secretly investigating Tu Qianjun's death and did not publicize it. Therefore, Yi Ruoshui had not received any news. Now that she heard it, she was shocked. This matter could be big or small. If the Divine Master Butcher did not take action, it would be a small matter. However, if the Divine Master Butcher took action, it would be a disaster for the Yi family. The Divine Master Butcher had the Overlord's will. In the continent, besides Lord Devour, no one could match him. If he wanted to deal with the Yi family, unless Lord Devour protected the Yi family would only face destruction. However, would Lord Devour protect the Yi family? Even Yi Qinghan did not like to care about her. How could you expect her to care about the survival of the Yi family? You are too rash. This is troublesome. This matter might cause the Yi family to suffer the fate of being exterminated. Sigh. This. Yi Ruoshui's white brows suddenly rose, and her eyes flickered non-stop. Yi Qinghan was not very clear about the experts and methods of the God City. However, Yi Ruoshui was very clear that the soul slaves were everywhere in the continent. This matter would definitely be exposed. Now that Yi Qinghan's strength had suddenly increased, it would definitely arouse the massacre god guard's suspicions. Furthermore, it seemed like Yi Qinghan and Tu Qianjun had a deep grudge in the past. In that case, they would have a motive to kill. Once the truth was revealed, and Yi Qinghan was still in possession of the godly sword, God Master Tu would definitely kill Yi Qinghan and wipe out the Yi family at the same time. Tu Qianjun wanted to kill me in the barbaric mountains. I had no choice but to kill him and all his subordinates. I can't possibly wait to be killed by him, right? Yi Qinghan did not think too much and did not expect the matter to be so serious. He spread out his hands and said innocently. Since it has come to this, there is no other way. I will arrange for people to seal off the news. We will hide it for as long as we can. Everything will depend on the will of the heavens. You, leave immediately. Take Yi Qingyu and the others and leave immediately. Go to the Dark Forest or the Purple Island. Leave overnight. Don't go back to Tsang City until you reach the god level. Yi Ruoshui pondered for a while and suddenly made a decision. What? Is it so serious? Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. He had already thought of the matter as serious as it could be. He did not expect that it would reach the point where he had to leave immediately and go to the Dark Forest or Purple Island to avoid the disaster. He could not accept it for a moment. His expression became serious. This is called being careful is the parent of safety. Let me ask you a question. Is the real godly sword with you? Yi Ruoshui's expression became cold. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was hesitant to answer, she sighed and said, Don't deny it. I don't want it from you. Think about it. If even I can guess that the godly sword is with you, then many god-level experts on this continent must have guessed it too. You went to the god-slaying mountain for 5 years and finally came out so easily. Moreover, your strength has skyrocketed. Most importantly, you have that strange weapon of yours. It would be strange if people did not suspect you. If it were not for the arrival of the foreign races, I'm afraid that someone would have already made a move on you. Now that the matter of you in Tsang City has been exposed, many people will definitely suspect that you are the black-robed man. Then, the fact that you killed Tu Qianjun will definitely surface. After all, you have a direct grudge against him and have a motive to kill him. Since you could obtain the godly skin under the divine beast, then you also have the strength to kill Tu Qianjun. As long as the divine city is sure that you killed Tu Qianjun, then, the divine master too will have a reason to openly attack you. He will definitely use the excuse of avenging Tu Qianjun to kill you and take the godly sword. If you continue to stay in the Yi family, there will only be two results. First, you are likely to be slaughtered to death. Second, you are likely to implicate the Yi family and lead to the destruction of the Yi family. Yi Qinghan touched his nose and only came back to his senses after a long while. However, his face turned bitter. Yi Ruoshui's analysis was correct. He had thought things too simply. He began to lament his bitter fate. His strength had just greatly improved and he had helped the House of Aries kill countless foreign races. It was fine if he could not become famous. Now, it seemed that he couldn't even bring his wives to live a comfortable life. His life was really King lonely like the snow. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly and made a decision. Then let's go to the Purple Island. Going to the dark forest feels like begging. I don't like the days of living under someone else's roof. Chapter 380. All right. You pack up and say goodbye to Sky Dragon. Tell me when you are ready. I will take you there immediately. Yi Ruoshui actually hoped that Yi Qinghan would go to the Dark Castle. After all, Lord Devour would take care of him because of his relationship with Xiao He. However, the Purple Island was the safest place. Now that Yi Qinghan had made up his mind, she couldn't say anything else. Don't. Since he had made up his mind, Yi Qinghan didn't feel so conflicted. His face revealed a trace of ruthlessness as he waved his hand and said, "You can't take me there. Not only can you not take me there, but you have to wait until I reach Xidao. You have to ask the family to put up a notice to expel me from the Yi family forever. You have to tell the world that I have nothing to do with the Yi family anymore. The Yi family won't be responsible for my behavior. This. All right. How are you going to get there? The Purple Island is in the east of the Hidden Island." It was Yi Qinghan who had asked the Yi family to expel him. Yi Ruoshui was also an ambitious person. She was a little surprised, but she didn't hesitate much. Since Yi Qinghan had asked, it didn't matter anymore. As long as the Yi family recognized Yi Qinghan, it was fine. They could just let him return to the family in the future. I have my own way. You don't have to worry about my safety. Did you forget how I disappeared a few days ago? Yi Qinghan laughed but didn't point it out. After all, old Lu didn't want too many people to know about his existence. As for his safety, he wasn't really worried. As long as he controlled the Freedom Ring and opened the door to enter the Freedom Pavilion, he would enter an independent space. Once he entered, the door would disappear. Why would he be afraid of the Divine Lord? This time, he went to the Purple Island because he was afraid that Yi Qingyu and the other two would be bored staying in the Freedom Pavilion. Otherwise, he wouldn't even want to go to the Purple Island. He would just cultivate in the Freedom Pavilion. Patriarch, please take me to the Chilling Heart Pavilion. In the future, you must take care of yourself. Finally, Yi Qinghan dropped to his knees and kowtowed 3 times in front of Yi Ruoshui. Well, don't worry too much. Maybe things won't be so pessimistic. Moreover, I can often take people to the Z Island to see you. Yi Ruoshui looked at Yi Qinghan with guilt. She held him up with her hands and her eyes were slightly moist. This child was only 21 years old, yet he had already experienced so many hardships. Now, he had to face even greater challenges, as well as his thin and weak shoulders, yet he still had to shoulder such a heavy burden. Although it was said that capable people should do more work, if possible, he would rather bear all the hardships and burdens himself. Between men, there were some things that didn't need to be said. Yi Ruoshui and Yi Qinghan looked at each other. They nodded and smiled at the same time. Then, Yi Ruoshui teleported to the Cold Heart Pavilion with Yi Qinghan. After bidding farewell to Yi Ruoshui, Yi Qinghan walked into the hall of the Cold Heart Pavilion. He looked around with nostalgia. Yi Qinghan teleported to the backyard. Yi Qingyu and the others were drinking tea and enjoying the afternoon sunshine. Brother. Yi Qingyu was the first to notice Yi Qinghan's appearance. She stood up and shouted happily. Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu also put down their cups and stood up with a smile. Hello, three beauties. Can I ask you a question? Yi Qinghan smiled mischievously. He extended his hand and said to the three beauties in a serious manner, Three beauties, are you willing to accompany me to travel the world? Travel the world? The three looked at Yi Qinghan's serious expression. They didn't understand what was going on. They looked at him in confusion and waited for his explanation. I will explain the specific reason later. Right now, I can only tell you clearly. I am all alone now. I can no longer stay in this Yi family. I am going to travel the world. May I ask if you are willing to come with me? You have to think about it carefully. Maybe you won't be able to return for 8 to 10 years. Or maybe, you won't be able to return for the rest of your life. Yi Qinghan looked at the three of them with guilt. He was lucky enough to marry three beauties. Yet, he couldn't give them a stable life. Now, he had to wander from place to place. He was a failure as a man. I will go wherever you go, brother. Yi Qingyu said without hesitation. To her, wherever Yi Qinghan was, that was her home. Traveling the world is not bad. I am willing to go to the ends of the earth with you. The 4 seas are my home. Yu Qingcheng smiled sweetly. The days without Yi Qinghan by her side were too difficult. She didn't want to continue playing the zither alone by the tranquil lake. I will go with you, too. But, can I really not come back? Yi Qingwu's voice was resolute, but her face was a little bitter. Anyway, if she couldn't come back in this lifetime, she couldn't show her filial piety to her grandfather. What if her grandfather didn't come back after he passed away? She would hate herself for the rest of her life. Good. That's my, Yi Qinghan's, woman. Actually, I found that. I don't have anything in this world except for you and Xiaohei. But, it's enough. Yi Qinghan beamed a faint smile. It was a bright, and contented smile. His eyes shot out a beam of light. His heroic spirit burst out as he said word by word, Don't worry. I will try my best to bring you back to the Fire Dragon continent as soon as possible. At the same time, I will try my best to make you happy for the rest of your lives. Then, Yi Qinghan touched the carefree ring, and 2 jade boxes appeared in his hand. He gave them to Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu, smiling. This is Lord Devour's wedding gift for you. These are 2 peak heavenly god realm divine crystals. You should refine them. After that, the 3 of you will reach the peak heavenly god realm. Divine crystals? The 2 of them were startled and nearly lost their grip on the jade box, causing it to drop. They knew about this because Yi Qingyu had been refining the divine crystal. At this moment, her cultivation level was even higher than Yi Qinghan's, and it was said that in a few years, she would become a deity. This item was priceless. Yi Qingwu, can become a god realm expert one day. And a peak heavenly god realm expert at that. Yi Qingwu couldn't bear to part with the jade boxes. In fact, she was a little jealous of Yi Qingyu. The reason why she worked so hard was that she didn't want to fall behind Yi Qingyu's strength. She didn't want to be neglected by Yi Qinghan. It was a kind of sour grape subconsciously. After refining the divine crystals, can I continue to comprehend the original principles? Yu Qingcheng didn't show much joy. Instead, she asked a strange question. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in confusion. Seeing Yu Qingcheng asking seriously, he sent a voice transmission to old Lu. After a while, he shrugged his shoulders and said, No, you can't. After refining the divine crystal, you can only comprehend the mysteries of the divine crystal. You can't cultivate the original nomological laws. Oh. In that case, I don't want this divine crystal anymore. You can give it to someone else. Yu Qingcheng's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. Then, she smiled and felt relieved. She casually threw the divine crystal to Yi Qinghan as if she was throwing a toy. Why? Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu exchanged looks. They blinked in disbelief and asked at the same time. Yi Qinghan touched Yu Qingcheng's forehead to see if she had caught a cold. What was this? It was a divine crystal that could help her enter the god realm easily. Yu Qingcheng hesitated for a while before rejecting it. If Yi Qinghan hadn't promised Lord Devour not to refine the divine crystal to become a god, he would have refined it himself. There's no reason. I like the heaven and earth principles I cultivate. I don't want to change them. Qinghan, I know what I want. Don't worry about me. Yu Qingcheng nodded resolutely. The divine sound law principle she cultivated was her hobby. She didn't want to give up her hobby. It was that simple. All right. Since you're so sure, I'll give this divine crystal to my grandfather so that the Yi clan can have one more guardian deity. Yi Qinghan didn't insist. He took the divine crystal back and prepared to give it to Yi Tianlong. The Yi family would have one more god realm guardian. It would be a reward for the Yi family for raising him for so many years. After making his decision, he suddenly felt relaxed. Looking around, he finally raised his hands high and revealed a brilliant smile. He said to the three of them, Xiao Yu, you and Qingcheng go pack up your things. Xiao Wu and I will go say goodbye to my grandfathers. After that, let's go roam the world with everyone. Chapter 381. In the mountains behind the Yi family. Yi Tianlong and the other two were sitting in a circle in the attic, drinking tea and chatting. Although all three of them were injured, they were clearly in good spirits. Clan leader, you have to work hard on your cultivation and strive to become a god as soon as possible. Get that little girl from the Yu family to join the Yi family. He. When the time comes, all 3 generations of the Yu family saintesses will fall under your spears. Yi Qingniu drank a mouthful of tea, his slightly puffed-up eyes looking docile and wretched. He looked askance at Yi Tianlong and chuckled. Qingniu, you're already an old man, why can't you be more serious? Your granddaughter is already married, and when the time comes, you'll be carrying great-grandchildren, but you're still like this. Yi Tianlong glared angrily at Yi Qingniu, but when he saw his docile expression, he couldn't help but laugh helplessly. Then he let out a long sigh. Become a god? That's easier said than done. It's not like you don't know that cultivation is at its peak before the age of 50. After that, all aspects begin to decline. I am powerless even though I want to. That's right. Yi Baihu also sighed faintly. The 3 of us broke through to the Saint Realm 20 years ago, but now we're still at the 2nd tier. This road to godhood is too difficult. Seeing little Han and little Yu's strength soar and almost catch up to us, I feel my old face heating up. What else can we do? On this road of cultivation, the younger one is and the higher one's tier is, the higher the chance of becoming a god. But has there ever been a person on the continent who could reach little Han's tier at such a young age? When our ancestor broke through to the Saint Realm, he was in his 30s, right? I say, don't think too much about it. This kind of opportunity can only be encountered by chance. In any case, I've already accepted it. I've played what I wanted to play and enjoyed what I wanted to enjoy, so I have no regrets. Whether or not we can take this last step depends on the will of the heavens. At least we've tried our best, so we won't have any regrets before we enter the grave, right? Yi Qingniu had a carefree personality, and he spoke without any scruples. He was very open-minded about some things. Well said. Who cares about him? What's fated can't run away, and what's not fated can't be forced. I still have a few decades of lifespan left, so let's fight one last time. A bitter smile appeared on Yi Tianlong's rigid and resolute face. Yi Qingniu had no regrets, but he did. It was just that he had never been good at expressing it. Yushishue had always been a wound in his heart that could never be healed. Xiao. Right at this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air resounded from afar. The three of them stopped talking at the same time and stood up with smiles on their faces as they walked towards the door. Yi Qinghan greets the three grandfathers. It was Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu. Yi Qinghan brought her all the way here and landed in front of the attic. Yi Qinghan smiled and bowed. Greetings to the three grandfathers, Aya. Grandpa, why are you so hurt? Is it serious? Yi Qingwu was just about to bow when she saw that Yi Qingnyo's entire body was wrapped in white cloth. Her pretty face immediately paled in fright, and she hurriedly threw herself at Yi Qingnyo, inspecting him from head to toe in worry. Girl, what are you making a fuss about? You're already married, so why are you still so unsteady? As a cultivator, getting injured is a common occurrence. What's so strange about that? Who is your grandfather? He's a saint expert, so he'll be fine after a few days of rest. Yi Qingnyo's eyes bulged as he pretended to reprimand her, but there was a benevolent look in his eyes. He obviously didn't want to lose face in front of Yi Tianlong, Yi Baihu, and Yi Qinghan. Grandpa Qingnyo, these are 10 bottles of peerless healing medicine. Apply them on your injuries, and they'll be fine in a day. Yi Qinghan was already prepared, and he asked for 10 bottles of healing medicine from the immortal realm from Elder Lu and handed them over. He knew that if Yi Qingwu saw Yi Qingnyo's injuries, she would probably be extremely worried, and she would probably make a fuss about staying for a few more days. Grandpa, quickly go in, I'll apply it for you. Yi Qingwu took the bottles. Thinking about how she was about to leave, tears welled up in her eyes, and she supported Yi Qingnyo as they walked in. After busying herself, the healing medicine was indeed miraculous. Once it was applied, the wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under Yi Qinghan's insistence, Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu helplessly applied the medicine as well. Finally, the three elders returned to the main hall. Yi Qinghan asked Yi Qingwu to accompany the three of them, and he didn't explain much. Instead, he directly teleported to the Cold Heart Pavilion and brought Yu Qingsheng and Yi Qingyu with him. Bang! At Yi Qinghan's signal, the four of them knelt in front of the three elders and performed the most solemn ceremony of 3 kowtows and 9 kowtows in the entire continent. The three elders were baffled, and Yi Qingwu was a complete mess of tears. Yi Qingnyo was so anxious that he almost went berserk. Grandpas, Qinghan will take them far away from Tsang City in a while. After this trip, I don't know when I'll be able to return to fulfill my filial duties to the three of you. Don't be in a hurry to ask, wait for me to finish speaking. This is something that the old ancestor and I have decided on together. As for the reason, the old ancestor will tell you. After we part today, I don't know when we will meet again. I hope the three grandpas will take good care of yourselves. Of course, if the three grandpas have the time, you can come to Purple Island to see me. I will also do my best to return to Tsang City as soon as possible. The corners of Yi Qinghan's eyes were also brimming with tears. Although he had rarely seen the three elders in the first 15 years of his life, they had always treated him very well after he left the Infatuation Garden. Especially before he was trapped in the God-slaying mountain, Yi Qingnyo and Yi Tianlong's angry roar made him feel their sincere love for him. Of course, this might have something to do with the sudden increase in his strength, but at least from that moment on, he began to accept these three people. This is a peak heavenly god divine crystal. You can choose one person to refine it. This is my gift to you before you leave. After saying this, Yi Qinghan took out a green jade box and handed it to Yi Tianlong. Then, together with the three of them, he kowtowed heavily. In the end, he took the muddle-headed Yi Qingwu with him, forcefully suppressing the grief in his heart, and resolutely turned around and left. Yi Qinghan knew that he had to cut the Gordian knot, or else he might not be able to leave for a few days. This Patriarch, what's going on? Yi Qingnyo wanted to chase after them, but he was stopped by Yi Tianlong. His eyes bulged and he stamped the ground heavily, his face full of irritation as he roared. "What's the hurry, Qingniu? Didn't you hear little Han say that we can go to Purple Island to see them in the future? I've already sent a message to the old ancestor. Let's wait for him to come before we ask him." "Hey, what happened? It's so serious that we have to go to Purple Island to seek refuge?" Yi Tianlong glared at Yi Qingniu, as if blaming him for not being able to distinguish the severity of the situation. Yi Baihu was still shocked by the peak heavenly god divine crystal that Yi Qinghan had given to the Yi family. The two of them were roused by Yi Tianlong's words. Yi Qinghan's strength had just improved greatly, and he had resolved a great crisis for the House of Aries. Now, he had to leave in a hurry. Moreover, the three of them simultaneously thought of Yi Qinghan's strange appearance and deliberately altered voice when he was killing the outsiders. Could it be that he had encountered some great trouble that even the Yi family couldn't protect him? Because, he killed Tu Qianjun, so he must leave. Otherwise, the Yi family will be finished. At this moment, Yi Ruoshui suddenly teleported over. She let out a deep sigh and said somewhat helplessly, "Pass down my order. Seal up the outside of Tiansang City. Anyone who talks about this matter will be expelled from the Yi family. Those who are serious will be killed on the spot." A moment later, a luxurious carriage without any insignia quietly left from the east gate of Tiansang City, leaving behind a trail of dust. Chapter 382. Recently, something strange had happened in the House of Aries. It was so strange that people were a little scared. All the experts who had participated in the great battle in Tsang City a few days ago and survived the calamity received the highest level order from the Divine Battle Abode. It meant that they were forbidden to talk about the giant face and the black-cloaked man who had spread the news of that battle. Moreover, it was even more serious this time. The House of Aries had directly issued a war god blood order, saying that this matter was related to the survival of the House of Aries. Anyone who talked about it would be killed without mercy. Last time in Tsang City, perhaps all the experts were suspicious. But this time, they were obviously frightened. This matter was obviously very serious. It was so serious that it was related to the survival of the House of Aries. Who dared to talk about it? Many people had secretly talked about it with others. They hurried to clean up their messes. Others wanted to bury this matter in their stomachs. Obviously, Yi Ruoshui's two muting spells had played a big role. Although all the God Realm experts on the continent had used their soul consciousness to check occasionally during that battle, they were afraid of enraging Jin Qi. However, because he was afraid of angering Jin Qi, he didn't dare to spread his divine sense to the center of the battlefield. Later, after the giant face appeared, he didn't even dare to investigate from afar. Only after the battle was over, when the giant face and the alien tribes had disappeared, did they dare to spread their soul consciousness. But they found that the alien tribes had all disappeared. However, at that moment, it was obvious that they all thought that Lord Devour had killed or driven away the alien tribes. That was how this world-ending crisis had ended. While the barbarian god mansion's hidden island was secretly happy, they began to inquire about what had happened. While the demon god mansion's divine city was cursing, they also began to inquire about what had happened that day. Yi Ruoshui's first message was effective. That night, many soul consciousness had locked on the Emperor Realm warriors on the Tsang City square. But no one talked about it afterward. They only heard that a black-cloaked expert had saved the House of Aries. This half-understanding made them even more curious. Hence, the spies of the House of Aries, who had been bribed in 2 prefectures, 1 city, and 1 island, began to investigate everywhere. They wanted to get to the bottom of what had happened that day. Otherwise, they would feel uncomfortable if they were hung up on one thing. However, under the second gag order from the House of Aries, they did not manage to obtain any concrete information. This was even more incredible. The various powers hadn't paid much attention to it at first, but now that the House of Aries had issued a few gag orders, they understood this matter so well that not a single hint of it leaked out. No one would believe that there was no secret hidden in this. Therefore, the entire House of Aries appeared calm on the surface, but under the surface, a turbulent undercurrent was surging. Although the gag order had been issued twice, it was obvious that there were still people who dared to go against the rules of the House of Aries and whisper to each other. For example, Yi Jian had the guts to do so. Yi Jian had always been a snobbish person. When he was young, his talent was average, and he was suppressed by Yi Dao for decades. However, he had always endured. That time, Yi Dao stubbornly went to the god-slaying mountain. He thought it was an opportunity, so he made a decisive move. In the end, he won, and Yi Dao died. Under his careful management, the first branch controlled the Yi family and the south of the House of Aries. However, 6 years ago, Yi Dao's son suddenly became extremely powerful. During the battle in the Garden of Enchantment, Yi Tianlong was lured out. In the end, Yi Qingquang was crippled, and he was imprisoned. The second branch once again suppressed the first branch. He did not give up and continued to endure. In the back mountain, because there were no mundane matters to deal with, he had plenty of time. Coupled with his stubborn personality, he was lucky enough to break through to the Saint Realm and return. However, he thought he could revive the first branch, regain power, and restore his former glory and dignity. However, he realized that the sky in Tsang City seemed to have changed. Yi Qinghan became the young clan head, and his position was firmly above him. Furthermore, the family did not confer him the position of heavenly elder, and he did not even have the position of an elder with actual power. Furthermore, his son did not have a soul seed planted in him. All right, continue to endure. That day, when that black-robed man appeared and instantly killed a group of peak sages, and he confirmed the identity of that black-robed man from Yichang. He knew that he could not endure anymore. He decided to make a move. Are you sure that Tu Qianjun died in the barbaric mountains? In the study, Yi Jian carefully released his sage domain. At the same time, he carefully communicated with Yi Qingquang via voice transmission. Through the information he had gathered over the past few days, he felt that he was about to touch the core of this secret. Father, this is the biggest matter before the divine city's foreign races descended. Furthermore, the god-slaying guards even gave a condition. Whoever finds the murderer must immediately remove the soul seed in his body. How can I remember such a big matter wrongly? Yi Qingquang had just returned to the Yi family castle when he was summoned by Yi Jian. He thought that something big had happened. Unexpectedly, Yi Jian asked about something that he had reported to Yi Jian previously. After hearing Yi Qingquang's confirmation, Yi Jian was silent for a long time. His expression kept changing, and it was obvious that he was struggling internally. After combining all the information, he had a general understanding of the matter. He started to hesitate and paced back and forth. Just like how he had decided to sell Yi Dao's information to the demon race more than 10 years ago, this was a gamble, but the risks and benefits were equal. You guys are pushing me too far. Don't blame me. Anyway, this matter will be exposed sooner or later. After being silent for an hour, Yi Jian finally revealed a ruthless expression and muttered to himself. Then, he turned his head and transmitted a voice transmission to Yi Qingquang, who was at a loss. I will arrange for you to leave Tsang City in a few days. After that, you will make a secret trip to the Divine City. Why would I go to the Divine City? Yi Qingquang was shocked. He couldn't avoid that place in time, so how would he dare to go alone? After all, a soul slave might be killed if he went to the Divine City without permission. Fool, you, go see the god-slaying guards and tell them about Tu Qianjuan's murderer. Ask them to remove the soul seed for you. Then, help me pass on a few words. Say. Yi Jian stood up and started to transmit a voice transmission to Yi Qingquang in detail. This. After listening, Yi Qingquang was instantly filled with excitement. His father's plan was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, after a while, he suddenly thought of something and asked doubtfully, "Lord Father, this plan is good, but I'm afraid that when the time comes, it will implicate the Yi family. If the Yi family is destroyed, we won't be able to escape death as well." "Fool, how long do you think you can hide this matter? Anyway, you will find out in the end. I might as well let you remove the soul seed." Yi Jian was very dissatisfied with his son's intelligence and scolded him. With a gloomy expression, he continued, "In a few days, when you are about to reach the divine city, I will meet the elder ancestor and tell him the truth. I will banish Yi Qinghan from the Yi family. Otherwise, the Yi family will be destroyed in his hands." "Yes, yes. Lord Father is still smart. He. In a few days, I will secretly go to the divine city." "Yi Qinghan. You're dead this time." "Huh." Yi Qinghuang suddenly wanted to laugh out loud. However, when he opened his mouth, he felt that it was not the right time to laugh. Looking at Yi Jian's cold gaze, he hurriedly touched his nose in embarrassment and prepared to leave. "Remember, keep it a secret. After you deliver the letter, don't come back for a while. After a period of time, I will send your 2 younger brothers away. If the Yi family is really destroyed because of Yi Qinghan, at least there will be some seeds left." Yi Jian waved his hand and let Yi Qinghuang leave. However, he stared blankly out of the window. More than 10 years ago, he had made a bet and he won in the end. This time, he didn't know what the final outcome would be. Perhaps he would live, perhaps he would die. Perhaps he would be rich and powerful. Perhaps his soul would be sent to the Western Paradise. He didn't care anymore because he thought that he couldn't endure this kind of life anymore. Chapter 383. A few days later, a special carriage arrived at Black Tortoise City, a large city to the east of the House of Aries. Black Tortoise City was one of the 100 major cities of the House of Aries. It was one of the affiliated cities of the Hua family and was not far from Luo Hua City. The city was jointly managed by 3 famous families of the House of Aries. As the House of Aries had not been very peaceful recently, the city gates were filled with guards who were there to inspect the city. "Stop the carriage and inspect." Sima Xianxia was a disciple of the Sima family, one of the 3 major families of Black Tortoise City. Today, it was his turn to guard the city gates. Suddenly, he noticed that a carriage was heading straight into the city, with no intention of stopping. Furthermore, he noticed that the carriage was unusually luxurious, but there was no sign of a major family on it. Sima Xianxia smirked and realized that this was his chance to make a fortune. He hurriedly stood up and led his men to surround the carriage. "My lords, I am from the Big Bird Carriage Company. The young master in the carriage is our boss's esteemed guest. Please do not inspect him." The coachman was an old man. He seemed to be a frequent traveler and knew the rules. He extended his hand and handed over a small bag of crystal coins. He said with a smile, "My apologies, the rules have been a little strict recently, so I have to inspect him." Sima Xianxia glanced at the small bag of crystal coins and his expression became even more serious. However, his hands did not move an inch. The invasion of the mutated tribes had caused them a lot of trouble for a long time. It was not easy for them to meet such a troublemaker, and they wanted to dismiss him with just this. Whoosh! The old coachman wanted to say something else, but just as Sima Xianxia was about to pretend to open the curtains to inspect the carriage, a purple unknown object suddenly flew out from the carriage and headed straight for Sima Xianxia's head. Sima Xianxia was shocked. Fortunately, the speed of the hidden weapon was not fast. He stomped his feet on the ground and quickly retreated. At the same time, he clenched his fist and quickly grabbed at the purple hidden weapon. Finally, just as the hidden weapon was about to reach his head, he successfully clamped it between his 2 fingers. Beautiful. Good. Lord Jia, you have actually cultivated the chasing stars and moon technique to such a superb level? Impressive, impressive. Sima's business showed off a little, and the team members beside him all cheered and flattered him. Sima Xianxia raised his head slightly proudly, as if he was very satisfied with his reaction just now. Originally, he wanted to throw away the hidden weapon in his hand, but he saw the familiar purple color on his finger and the familiar pattern engraved on it. After rolling his eyes a few times, his expression suddenly changed. He furiously waved his sleeve and put the purple crystal coin in his hand into his sleeve without leaving a trace. He then looked coldly at the carriage and said, "Sir, what is the meaning of this?" Xiao. Another purple concealed weapon shot straight towards Sima Xianxia's head. Humph. Seeing this, Sima Xianxia's eyes flashed. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and grabbed the hidden weapon with one hand, then put it back into his sleeve. His expression became even more furious as he shouted coldly, "Your hidden weapon skills don't seem to be very good. Today, if you can defeat me with hidden weapons, I'll make an exception and let you enter the city." Swish swish swish. The people in the carriage didn't hold back and actually shot out countless purple hidden weapons, aiming for the vital parts of Sima Xianxia's body. Sima Xianxia's eyes suddenly widened, and his battle aura surged. This time, he used both his hands at the same time, continuously flashing in the air and grabbing the purple hidden weapons one by one. He even bit one hidden weapon with his mouth. In the end, because there were too many hidden weapons, he was hit in the chest by one hidden weapon. He staggered a few steps and fell on his butt. Humph. You win. Move aside, let them enter the city. Sima Xianxia didn't care about his pathetic appearance on the ground. He quickly put the purple hidden weapon in his chest into his sleeve, then shouted at the carriage with a face full of grief and indignation. At the same time, he waved his hand to signal his subordinates to move aside. Hee, young master, this person is too boring. I still want to continue smashing him. The carriage sped towards the city gate, leaving behind a silvery young woman's voice. Sir Jia, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Sir, why did you let them enter the city? You should have sent a signal to the clan to capture them. The moment the carriage entered the city, the group of guards hurriedly came over to support Sima Xianxia, their faces full of concern and anger. Hee, what do you know? Sima Xianxia immediately stood up. He looked at the back of the carriage at the city gate and revealed a sinister smile. Then, he reached into his sleeve with his left hand. Under the puzzled gaze of the crowd, he opened his palm, revealing a dazzling purple light. It was more than 10 purple crystal coins. The dozen or so guards surrounding Sima Xianxia suddenly became dumbfounded when they saw the dazzling purple light. This was more than 1,000 crystal coins. It was enough to spend in the best brothel in Jianghu city for a year. Who was inside the carriage? They actually used purple crystal coins to smash people? Even the number 1 young master of the east of the House of Aries would not dare to do such a thing. And it seemed that the woman just said that she hadn't smashed enough. The carriage traveled on a flat street. A young master was lazily reclining on a soft chair in the carriage. Sitting next to him was an extremely beautiful woman. She had a pair of beautiful little hands, and she was pushing a fruit apart before splitting it into a small portion and sending it to the young man's mouth. How is it? Little Peach Blossom, how did you feel when you smashed people with purple crystal coins? Was it very satisfying? Hee. The young master opened his mouth and bit the fruit. At the same time, he quickly kissed the beautiful woman's beautiful little hand and said with a smile. Humph, it's not fun at all. I thought he would be able to last a few more times. I didn't expect him to be so fast. I haven't gotten addicted yet. This person's character is not that good. The woman called Little Peach Blossom rolled her eyes. Her eyes were like silk as she smiled coquettishly. You are a lady from a prestigious family. You don't know how expensive rice is. Thinking back to when I was in Barbarian City, I went into the mountains to hunt magical beasts for a few dozen crystal coins. I almost died a few times. You have already spent more than 1,000 crystal coins and he still doesn't stop. In the end, you won't even have a single crystal coin left. Bad character? There are too few people with good character in this world. They often seem to be very loyal, but in fact, they feel that their betrayal is not enough. The young master looked at the woman who was acting coquettishly and laughed. He pulled the woman to sit in his arms and started to grope her wantonly. That's right. These were Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingcheng, who had left Sang City for the Purple Island. After Yi Qinghan left the mountain behind the Yi family castle, he directly hired a luxurious carriage in Sang City and rushed to the east. Because of the existence of the Carefree Ring, Yi Qinghan didn't ask Elder Lu to teleport them to the Purple Island directly. After all, Elder Lu's appearance and teleportation would be exposed. If he asked Elder Lu for help, it would be a request. He still had 2 chances to attack, and he didn't want to waste them. Moreover, he had the Carefree Ring. He could ask Elder Lu to release a wisp of divine sense outside. As long as a god-level expert was investigating, he would know immediately. At that time, he could directly open the door to the Carefree Pavilion and enter. The Carefree Pavilion was an independent parallel space refined by the Soul Emperor. As long as someone entered, the void door would disappear. Inside the Carefree Pavilion, even Lord Devour wouldn't be able to break the void to hurt him. Therefore, Yi Qinghan decided to travel to the Purple Island slowly. After all, he didn't know when he would return. Young master, we have arrived at the Black Warrior City's commercial street. After a while, the carriage stopped abruptly. The old coachman called out in a soft voice. Yi Qinghan released Yu Qingcheng unwillingly. He stretched his body and said with a smile, "Hee, all right. I will bring Little Lotus and Little Rose out. Everyone, let's go for a stroll. We will buy half of the things in Black Warrior City, then we will go to the Purple Island and rebuild the Cold Heart Pavilion. This brother is not short of money." Chapter 384. Yi Qingwu used the sadness of parting as motivation. After leaving Sang City, she calmed herself down for half a day before entering the Chilling Heart Pavilion to ask Elder Lu to help her refine the divine crystal. Yi Qingyu also wanted to quickly comprehend the mysteries of the divine crystal so that she could become a god and help Yi Qinghan. Thus, she left Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingcheng behind to cultivate in the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Yi Qinghan flashed into the Chilling Heart Pavilion and brought the 2 of them out after a short while. "What's wrong? Little Han." "Young master, I have only refined the divine crystal for a few days. I have just stabilized the energy in my body and sorted out the knowledge in my mind." "Why did you call us out?" Yi Qingwu was still immersed in the shock of the divine crystal. However, she was pulled out by Yi Qinghan. She pouted her lips in dissatisfaction and stretched her body in the carriage. When she looked at Yi Qinghan, her heart skipped a beat. Yi Qingyu didn't say anything when she came out. Instead, she smiled and walked over to Yu Qingcheng. She held Yu Qingcheng's hand and listened to their conversation. "Little Rose. We are about to leave this place and go to the isolated island. Aren't you going to buy more clothes, utensils, and tools? Let me tell you, there isn't a single person in that place. Moreover, we will be staying there for at least 10 years. When we have no clothes to wear, are you going to run around naked?" Yi Qinghan couldn't help but reach out and pinch Yi Qingwu's breasts. At the same time, he smiled mischievously as he hugged Yi Qingwu's voluptuous body. "Aya, you little scoundrel, you little pervert. If you don't stop, I'm going to scream." Yi Qingwu's breasts were suddenly attacked by Yi Qinghan in front of Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingcheng. She was greatly shocked and embarrassed. She immediately slapped away that pair of big hands unceasingly. Only after he let go did she jump away from Yu Qingcheng's and Yi Qingyu's hands. She walked out of the carriage and said fiercely, "Little Lotus Flower, Little Peach Blossom, let's go and spend all of this little rascal's money and make him a pauper. I want to buy 10 horse carriages worth of clothes." "Humph. Wait, put on the veil first. Yi Qinghan chuckled and didn't think much of it. He handed over 3 veils from the carriage. At the same time, he picked up a bamboo hat and put it on, covering half of his face. After leaving Tsang City, Yi Qinghan decided to have some fun before going to Purple Island. Therefore, he wanted to keep a low profile. He changed the names of the 3 girls and asked them to call him Young Master. This was to avoid being recognized. Firstly, he was afraid of exposing his whereabouts and attracting the attention of the Divine City. Secondly, he was too famous now. It would not be fun if he was exposed. Young Master, Miss. The 4 of them got off the carriage. When the coachman next to the carriage saw the 4 of them coming out, he quickly bowed slightly. This big bird carriage company was actually the secret intelligence system of the Yi family. Now it was led by Yi Shisan. He was one of them, so Yi Qinghan was very relieved. Well, we are going to buy some things. You go to the largest hotel in Xuanwu City, Tsuiwei Pavilion, book a few rooms and park the carriage there. After that, you take this and go to Luohua City to look for flowers and plants. Tell him to meet me at the hotel tonight. Yi Qinghan took out a black dagger from the Xiaoyao ring and handed it to the coachman. This was Yi Qinghan's personal weapon in the mansion battle. Flowers and plants used to be very envious, so they would definitely recognize it at a glance. Since he decided to go to Purple Island, he needed to cross the sea and go to Hidden Island first. Then he would go to Purple Island. However, Yi Qinghan had never been to the sea and was not familiar with the things in the sea. Naturally, he thought of the first young master flowers and plants in the east of the House of Aries. As the future clan leader of the Hua family, it would be easy for flowers and plants to arrange some boats and manpower for him. Therefore, Yi Qinghan prepared to spend the night in Xuanwu City, which was next to Luohua City. The coachman took the dagger and drove the carriage away. Yi Qinghan brought the 3 girls to the largest commercial street in Xuanwu City, East Cloud Street. This street was the most famous main street in Xuanwu City. There were countless shops of different sizes. Basically, all kinds of food, clothing, and other miscellaneous things could be bought here. Yi Qinghan was dressed in green. Although his body looked weak, he faintly revealed a trace of elegant temperament. And the 3 girls standing on the street were like cranes in a flock of chickens, dazzling. Yu Qingcheng was dressed in a peach-colored palace dress. Just by standing there quietly, she gave people the feeling that she was a fairy who had fallen to the mortal world, ethereal and ethereal. Yi Qingwu was dressed in a fiery red dress. After a few protests from Yi Qinghan, she did not wear revealing clothes like before. However, her fiery hot body and the 2 huge lumps in front of her chest could not be hidden no matter what. Yi Qingyu was dressed in white. Her soft and weak body gave off a delicate aura with every movement she made, causing others to feel pity for her. The 3 girls were just like the nicknames that Yi Qinghan had given them. One was as intoxicating as a peach blossom, one was as flirtatious as a rose, and one was as pure as a lotus. Although the 3 girls were covered with veils and their faces could not be seen, just looking at their bodies and temperament was enough to make people ecstatic. It was currently noon on East Cloud Street. People were coming and going, and the traffic was endless. It was very lively. However, when Yi Qinghan and the other 3 walked into the street, they immediately became the focus of the street. The 3 beautiful girls with different styles obviously shocked the passers-by on the street. It should be known that it was rare to see such fairy-like figures. But now, 3 of them suddenly appeared. Most importantly, the center of the 3 girls was obviously the man wearing the bamboo hat. For a moment, all kinds of soft swallowing sounds, exclamations, discussions, and curses could be heard. All kinds of envious, intoxicated, greedy, and jealous gazes drifted over the 4 of them. In the end, the men's gazes stopped on Yi Qinghan, who was dressed in green, and they began to guess his identity. What kind of young master from a great family could have such amazing luck with women? And the girls on the street also stopped their gazes on Yi Qinghan, as if they wanted to see Yi Qinghan's face clearly. What kind of man could make 3 girls fall in love with him? Just as the passers-by on the street were guessing the identities of the 4. The 4 of them turned into the first jewelry shop, then walked out after a while, and went into the second clothing shop. And the owner of the first shop suddenly walked out, his face full of excitement. At the same time, he quickly called for a carriage and began to move things out of the shop. They actually moved all the things out of the shop, an entire carriage. Then, the 4 of them walked out of the second shop and continued on to the next one. Similarly, in the second shop, they rushed to the door with faces full of excitement, and began to loudly order the shop's employees to load all the clothes in the shop into a large carriage. When the 4 of them walked into the third shop, they casually glanced around, then threw a bag of purple crystal coins, and the shop owner began to load the goods excitedly. Only then did the countless people on the street come to their senses and understand what had happened. They all looked at the 4 of them in horror as they continued on to the next shop. The street was silent. Looking at the increasing number of carriages filled with goods following the 4 of them, their eyes became more and more astonished. What was going on? Were the 4 of them crazy? Or were the purple crystal coins of the mainland going to be useless soon? It was not as if they had never seen a shopping spree before. A few days ago, the number 1 young master of Black Tortoise City, Sima Zhuaming, bought a large number of precious items on this East Cloud Street in order to win the favor of a lady. But young Master Sima paled in comparison to the 4 of them. What he did was called buying, but this was called clearing stock. He packed everything up and took it away. Without asking for the price, he just looked at the goods and threw a bag of purple crystal coins over. Although they did not know how much the goods in this shop were worth, seeing how the shop owner was grinning so widely that his teeth were about to fall off, they knew that he must have made a killing. Lunatic, lunatic. Prodigal, prodigal. Countless people began to curse in their hearts in shock. They hated this young master's crazy behavior to the core. He actually treated money like it was money. Wasn't this a clear slap to the faces of those who did not have money? At the same time, they secretly despised him. This person was even crazier than the young master of Black Tortoise City. In order to win the favor of a lady, he actually wanted to buy an entire street. How many purple crystal coins did he have to spend? What a complete prodigal, a hedonistic son of a rich family. Seeing the 4 of them continue to walk forward, countless people began to wake up. Many pedestrians who wanted to buy urgently rushed to the shops in front. If they continued to watch the show, the entire street would be cleared out. What else could they buy? Chapter 385. Alright, send these goods to the entrance of the biggest hotel in the city. Wait for me there. After more than an hour, Yi Qinghan looked at the dozen carriages behind him and nodded in satisfaction. He did not pay much attention to the envious and shocked expressions of the passers-by. Purple crystal coins? For someone of his realm and status, purple crystal coins were insignificant and dispensable. The Yi family and the Yu family were not short of money. His Chilling Heart Pavilion had already cost a few 100,000 crystal coins. This time, he might have to stay for a long time on Purple Island. He did not mind it as he had also stayed in dangerous conditions. But now, he was bringing 3 beautiful women to stay for a long time. Naturally, he hoped that they could live comfortably. Not to mention this small amount of purple crystal coins, even if he had to sell his St. Tool pig slaughtering knife, he would do it. What was the point of men working so hard for? In the end, wasn't it for the sake of his women and family? Purple crystal coins were king bastards. He could earn them again after using them. Seeing that they had bought everything they needed to buy, the purple crystal coins that the Yi family had given them were almost used up. Yi Qinghan asked for a carriage from the last shop owner and brought the 3 of them to the largest inn in the city, leaving behind a street full of exclamations. The largest inn in Black Tortoise City was called Emerald Jade Residence. It was the property of the Sima family. It was very grand and luxurious. Yi Qinghan alighted from the carriage and saw more than a dozen carriages waiting obediently at the entrance. He called for them to send them to the inn's backyard while he brought the three of them into the inn. After asking the inn owner, he learned that the carriage driver did not book a room for them. Instead, he booked a small courtyard in the backyard. He thought to himself that Yi Shisan's subordinates were sensible and brought the three of them to the small courtyard to settle down. When they reached the small courtyard, they saw more than a dozen carriages already parked there. Yi Qinghan let the three of them rest in the room while he ordered the servants to leave. Then, he placed all the items in the carriages into the free and unfettered pavilion. His treasury pavilion was filled to the brim. In the small garden, he drank tea with the three women and enjoyed the afternoon sunshine and spring breeze. After nightfall, Yi Qinghan estimated that flowers and plants should have arrived. He was about to ask people to set up a banquet. Unexpectedly, a melodious instrumental music came from the main building of Tsuiwei Pavilion in front, attracting the attention of the four people. Good flute, good sound, good skill, this person's flute-blowing skill is not bad at all. This Black Warrior city actually has such a sound expert. Yu Qingcheng was the first to react. A trace of splendor flashed past her pearl-like eyes as she praised. It's not bad. Although it's still a little worse than my little peach blossom, it's still commendable. Yi Qinghan often heard Yu Qingcheng play the zither. He had never eaten pork before, but he had seen many pigs run, so he had a good ear for this musical instrument. He was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu were also listening attentively, Yi Qinghan smiled slightly, clapped his hands, and called a maid who was on standby at the gate of the courtyard to come in. Who is playing outside? Yi Qinghan pressed down his bamboo hat and asked lightly. Young master, this is Miss Ruyan's Eastern tour before she went into seclusion. Since she came to Black Warrior City, of course, she has to perform in our Tsuiwei Pavilion. The maid lowered her head as she spoke, not daring to look at anything, but when it came to Tsuiwei Pavilion, she obviously raised her head a little proudly. Who is Ruyan? Yi Qinghan was not very familiar with the customs of the mainland. From what the maid said, it seemed that this person was very famous. But he had never heard of it, so he asked in surprise. It's actually Miss Ruyan, no wonder. Yu Qingcheng nodded lightly. Yi Qinghan didn't understand, but she was very clear about it. She slowly explained, Ruyan is one of the two great geisha popular in the House of Aries these years. I heard that she has a relationship with the Hua family, but the Hua family didn't admit it. The other one is called Yu Meng, a popular courtesan of the Moon House. You haven't been here these years, so of course you don't know. This Yu Meng, zither-playing skill has reached the Grandmaster realm, and this Ruyan's flute skill is even more unparalleled in the world. Moreover, both of them were extremely beautiful. They are crazily sought after by the young masters of the mainland. Now that Ruyan is going to retire, it seems that she has a sweetheart and is ready to marry into a rich family. Flute? I don't know what kind of unparalleled skill it is. Is it a white or black flute? Does it know the 9 heavens of ice and fire? At first, when Yi Qinghan heard that they were geisha, and one was even from the Moon House, of course, he didn't dare to have any crooked thoughts. But now he heard that Ruyan's flute skill was unparalleled. He couldn't help but have a trace of interest. He evilly smiled, and an evil scene appeared in his mind. Young master, this is Ruyan's secluded tour. Well, it's not easy to come across it, do you want to go and take a look? It was very obvious that Yu Qingcheng was a bit more interested than Yi Qinghan. It seemed that she had met the same music master and wanted to meet him. And Yi Qingwu also revealed an eager expression. She liked to join in the fun the most. On the contrary, Yi Qingyu didn't have any reaction. She just quietly looked at them. This. Well, go and prepare a private room for me and a banquet. Yi Qinghan muttered to himself for a moment. In any case, he had to wait for the flowers and plants to arrive. Waiting here was the same as waiting outside. Moreover, he really wanted to see this woman who was unparalleled in the world with her flute. After a while, the maid came again to report that everything was ready. Only then did the four people leisurely walk out of the small courtyard. They walked to the front of the main building. Under the guidance of the maid, they directly went up to the third floor and sat down in a small private room by the window. The hall was very spacious. There were dozens of small private rooms. The doors of these private rooms all faced a high platform in the middle of the hall. However, the door was hung with a bead curtain. This was a common decoration in the brothel of the continent. It not only didn't affect the performance on the high platform, but also prevented the scene inside the private room from being exposed. "Young master, do you need Qingyi?" The maid looked at Yu Qingqing and the others. She was a bit bashful, but still asked according to the rules. "What is Qingyi? Is this Qingyi fun?" Yi Qinghan had never been to these places. The only time he went to the moon house, he didn't play with these things. Hearing the name, he felt that it was not bad and asked with some interest. "No need, you can leave." However, Yu Qingqing suddenly waved her hand indifferently and let the maid leave. Then she whispered in his ear. A trace of mischievousness flashed in her eyes. She explained in a low voice, "Qingyi is a woman in a brothel. The woman in a brothel who doesn't wear clothes is called Qingyi. It is fun to play. If you need, I can help you call too. How about it?" It's actually this. Little peach blossom, don't joke around. I hate this the most in my life, hee hee. When Yi Qinghan heard this, he knew that something bad had happened. This was like knocking over a jar of vinegar. He hurriedly changed the topic and said, where's that Ruyan?" As for the women in the brothel, Yi Qinghan naturally didn't hate them. Instead, he was looking forward to them. Of course, with his 3 beautiful wives beside him, he wouldn't dare to show any of his intentions. Men were all like this. "I guess she went down to change after playing a song." Yu Qingqing mischievously looked at Yi Qinghan again and smiled sweetly. She didn't continue to dwell on this problem. Instead, she looked outside. She was a smart woman. Some things should be pointed out. It would be bad if she was too entangled. After a while, light footsteps came from outside. Yu Qingqing smiled and said, "They're here." When Yi Qinghan heard this, he immediately became spirited. However, he didn't immediately open his eyes to look. Instead, he poured a cup of tea as if nothing had happened. Then, he slowly looked outside. His eyes were rippling with extraordinary splendor. He unconsciously muttered, "This small mouth is really suitable to play the flute." Chapter 386. In the hall, on a high platform covered with a red carpet, a woman in purple clothes gracefully walked over. The woman held a white jade flute in her hand. Her hair was tied into a 9-ringed fairy bun. She had a beautiful face and a small mouth with a faint luster. It was very attractive. Her figure was slightly petite, her skin was white, and her eyes were shining. She inadvertently released a trace of the charm of a prostitute. She was very flirtatious. This woman's appearance might be a little inferior to Yu Qingqing's, but her temperament had its own merits. Dreamlike, enchanting, as beautiful as smoke. She is indeed an extraordinary woman. Yu Qingqing glanced at her, nodded slightly, and sighed. Yi Qingwu also nodded with some appreciation. Perhaps this was the mutual appreciation between beauties of the same level. This sister is so beautiful. Yi Qingyu didn't understand these things. She simply felt that Ru Yan was beautiful. She slightly grabbed Yi Qinghan's robe and excitedly said. Yi Qinghan kept staring at Ru Yan's small mouth and found that it was really suitable for blowing the flute. Then, he glanced at the 2 peaks on her chest, but found that they were slightly petite. He was a little disappointed. In the end, he stared at her full buttocks and was even more disappointed. He thought of Yu Qingqing saying that Ru Yen wanted to live in seclusion and could marry into a rich family. He couldn't help but whisper again, "Beautiful is beautiful, but a good cabbage has been taken by a pig." In his previous life, although he had never tasted a woman, he had done a lot of research on women. Moreover, in this life, he had experienced it 3 times. He confirmed one thing. Before the young girl became a woman, her buttocks swayed backward. But after the young girl became a woman, they began to sway left and right. It was obvious that Ru Yen swayed sideways when she walked, of course, although Ru Yen was a beauty on the same level as Yu Qingqing, Yi Qinghan didn't have the mood to chase after her at this moment. It was just that when he saw a peerless beauty being taken by someone, he couldn't help but feel a little sour in his heart. This had nothing to do with moral integrity. It was related to the selfish instinct deep in a man's nature. "Young master, what do you mean by taken?" Although Yi Qinghan's voice was soft, Yi Qingyu's realm was very high, so she could vaguely hear some of it. She couldn't help but ask doubtfully. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu also faintly heard Yi Qinghan's murmur. They couldn't help but turn their heads to listen. "Hee, you heard wrong. I say, why isn't her jade flute black?" Being stared at by 3 pairs of beautiful eyes, Yi Qinghan felt a little guilty. He rubbed his nose in embarrassment and said casually. Yu Qingqing smiled. She thought that Yi Qinghan didn't know how to play musical instruments, so she explained to him, "Jade flutes are all white, how can there be black ones?" "Oh, so that's how it is. Well, let's watch her play the flute." Yi Qinghan chuckled as if he had suddenly realized something. He quickly turned his head to look outside, but he was secretly laughing in his heart. "There are so many black flutes, and I have one. Looks like I'll have to teach you how to play the flute someday." On the stage outside, Ru Yen smiled faintly like a blooming orchid in an empty valley. She bowed slightly and spun the jade flute in her hand a few times. Then, she opened her red lips and began to play the flute. Yi Qinghan had never heard this song before, but as he listened, he felt his heart gradually calm down. His mind became empty, and everything in front of him seemed to disappear, leaving only the sound of the flute echoing in his ears. When the song ended, the entire hall was silent. When Ru Yen bowed and walked down, applause and cheers rang out like thunder. Miss Ru Yen is indeed a master. Her flute-playing skills have already reached the Grandmaster realm. No wonder she is as famous as Yu Meng. A trace of admiration flashed in Yu Qingqing's eyes as she praised. She was a master of music, so she was just a bystander. She immediately understood the skill behind it. "Not bad, but compared to my little peach blossom, it's still a little lacking." Yi Qinghan chuckled. This skill was indeed comparable to Yu Qingqing's performance during the Summer Flame Festival. However, now that Yu Qingqing had comprehended the law of divine sound, it was naturally a step behind. Looking outside, he frowned slightly and sighed. "That damned ladyboy Hua Hua, why is he taking so long to treat him to a meal? Luohua City is so close. Could it be that he wants to take a bath and dress up before coming? Let's wait a little longer. Since we have nothing to do, why not just sit here and listen to the song?" When Yi Qingwu heard Yi Qinghan's teasing, she giggled and rolled her eyes. Then, she heard the sound of the flute outside again. She quickly stopped laughing and listened attentively. Yi Qinghan also stopped talking and focused on listening to the song. This was probably the last time he would hear such beautiful flute music. Not to mention that Ru Yen was going to live in seclusion, he and Hua would also leave immediately. He probably wouldn't be able to return to the continent for 10 or 20 years, or perhaps for the rest of his life. Of course, he had to listen more to it. In the future, he would also have another memory of beautiful things. Dong! 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 At this moment, a series of extremely heavy footsteps rang out, startling the few people who were immersed in the beautiful music. At the same time, the people in the other private rooms in the hall also snorted in dissatisfaction. This was an elegant place. The people sitting here were all young masters of famous families. It sounded like the famous Ru Yen Nong Shao from the House of Aries. When everyone came in, their footsteps were very light. When they talked about things, they were also very quiet. However, when Ru Yen was performing, everyone stopped talking at the same time. Now, someone suddenly rudely broke their beautiful mood. At this moment, it was like a cow chewing on a peony, spoiling the mood. Dong, dong, dong. The footsteps became louder and louder, getting closer and closer. Moreover, it seemed like there was more than one person. The sound even covered Ru Yan's flute music. On the stage, Ru Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness, but she didn't stop playing. Instead, she frowned slightly, and the flute music became more desolate. Yi Qinghan lightly touched his nose and drank his tea. Yi Qingwu's eyes bulged and she was about to fly into a rage. However, because Yi Qinghan didn't say anything, she could only sit there angrily. Who is so arrogant? Don't you know that I, Lu Fei, am here? Who is so noisy? Where is the boss of Chui Wei House? How can such a rude person come in? Finally, someone couldn't be provoked anymore. Two people in the private rooms made a sound. It seemed that they wanted to show their determination to protect Ru Yen in front of her. Humph. In response to the two people was a heavy cold snort. A young master in white strode over. He didn't respond to the two people's provocation just now. Instead, he looked at Ru Yen on the stage with a face full of anger. He looked very agitated. His hands were tightly clenched, as if he was suppressing his emotions. Young master, don't make trouble. If the master knows, you will definitely be confined. Behind the young master was the shopkeeper of Chui Wei House, Sima Lu Feng, who was familiar to many people. He anxiously followed behind the young master and kept persuading him in a low voice. At the same time, he constantly cupped his hands and apologized to the surrounding private rooms with a bitter smile. Uncle Lu, you don't have to worry about my affairs. Everyone, today's tour is over. Zhou Ming will arrange a few to apologize to everyone another day. The young master lightly waved his hand behind him, but his body didn't move. He just stared at Ru Yen on the stage and shouted in a very domineering manner. Strangely, countless people in the private rooms at the scene, after this young master's domineering words, no one dared to speak again. Instead, a few people began to quietly leave. Before leaving, they bowed to this young master. Their expressions seemed to be faintly afraid of this young master. On the stage, Ru Yen didn't seem to hear this person's words. She didn't even look at him. Instead, she lowered her eyebrows and continued to play. There was a bit of loneliness and helplessness in the flute sound. Stupid woman, I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Seeing Ru Yan's expression, this young master's originally suppressed emotions completely erupted. He pointed at Ru Yen fiercely and said angrily, "Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you're the illegitimate daughter of the Hua family. Right now, young Master Hua's branch is the only one in power. Your father is nothing in the Hua family. What's more, you're an illegitimate daughter. I've been following you around for 3 years. The things I've given you are enough for you to use for a lifetime. In the end, you actually want to run away with someone else? I'll ask you again. Are you willing to marry into my Sima family? I can guarantee your identity as the principal wife. Otherwise. Once I find out who your man is, I'll cut him into pieces." The loud roar echoed in the hall, causing everyone's ears to ring. Yi Qinghan curled his lips and guessed the identity of this person. He was the first young master of Black Tortoise City, Sima Zhui Ming. He sighed and was a little surprised. This Ru Yen was actually the illegitimate daughter of the Hua family? The people of the Hua family were really the same as the flowers and plants. He patted Yi Qingwu's hand lightly, indicating for her to calm down. After all, he was the first young master of Black Tortoise City, and this was his territory. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to cause too much trouble. Young Master Sima, Ru Yen is very grateful for your care for so many years. But, don't force yourself when it comes to relationships. Even if you have my body, if you can't have my heart, what's the use? Ru Yen begs you to let Ru Yen go. Ru Yen will be grateful to you for the rest of my life. Ru Yen finally stopped playing and sighed slightly bitterly. She spoke softly with a hint of helplessness and desolation in her delicate voice. Huh. Everyone, please leave today. I, Sima Zhuiming, owe you a favor. When Sima Zhuiming heard this, he did not get angry. Instead, he laughed and cupped his hands at everyone. Then, he revealed a sinister smile and walked towards Ru Yen. At the same time, he laughed and scolded, "Stupid woman, you forced me to do this. I don't want your gratitude. I don't want your heart either. I want your body. You're an illegitimate daughter. Do you really think you're the young mistress of the Hua family? I'll *CK you today. I'll go to the Hua family to ask for forgiveness another day." Although there were countless people in the surrounding private rooms who were filled with grief and indignation, this matter involved the Sima family and the Hua family. They did not dare to make a move. After all, the Sima family had subtly suppressed the other two families in Black Tortoise City. Moreover, if the tragedy today really happened, it would be difficult for them to deal with the Hua family if they wanted to woo them in the future. Helpless, they all left in a hurry with complicated expressions. Smack. Looking at Sima Zhuiming approaching Ru Yen step by step, Yi Qingwu finally could not hold it in anymore. She slammed the table and decided to save Ru Yen first. Beside her, Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingyu were also very angry. Their eyes were burning with anger, and they seemed to be very supportive of Yi Qingyu's actions. "Little Rose, calm down, calm down. The main character is here. He doesn't need our help anymore. Prepare to watch the show." Just as Yi Qingwu was about to rush out the door, she was pulled back by Yi Qinghan. Then, Yi Qinghan's teasing voice rang in her ears, which temporarily calmed her down. "There's no need for another day. You'll apologize today." A figure suddenly flew in from the window of the hall. The face was even more beautiful than a woman's, and it was filled with coldness. Chapter 387. This figure was dressed in black and wore a bamboo hat just like Yi Qinghan's. He held a green dagger in his hand. He flashed in through the window and suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of Ru Yen. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu were the only ones in the room. The moment the figure appeared, they saw a beautiful face. On the other hand, Yu Qingcheng, Yi Qingyu, and Sima Zhuiming only saw a bamboo hat and a white chin. "It's someone from the Hua family." "Oh? It's him? Hee, there's a show to watch." Although Yu Qingcheng didn't see the person clearly, she could tell it was someone from the Hua family from her stealth technique. She could also tell the person's identity from the green dagger in his hand. She couldn't help but smile at Yi Qinghan playfully. "This ladyboy is imitating my appearance. He's too shameless." Yi Qinghan looked at the person with disdain. He immediately recognized the person's identity. It was the young master of the Hua family, Hua Chao. It seemed like Hua Chao had investigated his whereabouts in Tsang City. He even used his voice to disguise himself. Now, he was here to show off. Someone from the Hua family? Which young master of the Hua family is this? Can we meet? Sima Zhuiming was shocked when he saw that it was someone from the Hua family. However, he remembered that Ru Yan's position in the Hua family was very low. Perhaps, she wasn't even considered part of the Hua family. Furthermore, this person's voice was suppressed by battle aura. It seemed like he wasn't some big-shot young master of the Hua family. Sima Zhuiming became bolder. Who do you think you are? Do you think I'll meet you just because you say so? Hua Hua seemed to be in a bad mood. He didn't even give face to the young master of the Sima family. He glanced at Yi Qinghan and grabbed Ru Yan's hand. He said coldly, "Go to the Hua family and ask for forgiveness. I'll spare your life." Pfft! Yi Qinghan was originally hugging Yi Qingwu and sipping his tea leisurely. But when he heard that the flowers and plants not only imitated his appearance but also spoke in the same tone, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea when he heard the words, "young master." He almost choked on his tea. Sima Zhuiming's face turned ashen when he heard that. He was the #1 young master of Black Tortoise City. Usually, other than Hua family's young masters, the rest of the Hua family's young masters were very courteous to him. He did not expect that this person would not give him face at all. Then, he heard that not only did the person in the private room by the window not leave, but he even dared to laugh at him. His expression darkened, and he roared, "Who are you? Get out of here. Humph. Idiot." Hua Chao shook his head and patted Ru Yan's hand to comfort her. He smiled and said, "Don't provoke the guests inside. You can't afford to provoke them." "Oh, really? I'm going to provoke them today." Sima Zhuiming looked at Ru Yan's small hand being held tightly in the person's hand. When Ru Yan saw this person, her expression suddenly became extremely calm, and her eyes were full of smiles. He could not help but be even more furious. He did not dare to touch the Hua family. He decided to vent his anger on the person in the private room, to teach Hua Chao and Ru Yan a lesson. After a roar, seeing that the person in the private room still did not move, Sima Zhuiming became even more enraged. His battle aura suddenly soared. He stomped on the ground and leaped into the air. At the same time, his leg was surrounded by battle aura. He raised it high and slammed it down heavily on the private room. Sima Zhuiming's slash was about to smash the private room into pieces, but Hua Chao was still standing there calmly. Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly. He released a space lock and locked Sima Zhuiming in mid-air, but he did not continue to attack. Yi Qinghan was not an idiot. It was obvious that Hua Chao did not want to kill Sima Zhuiming himself. He was using him to kill him. Now that he had a lot of trouble on his hands, he would not attack recklessly. Furthermore, he could not be bothered to attack an opponent who was not of the same level as him. He flicked his sleeves lightly and released a wave of battle aura to bounce Sima Zhuiming back in mid-air. He then said calmly, "Young Master Sima, I'll leave after a cup of tea. You have to figure out who your love rival is." At the same time, he raised his head slightly and gave Hua Chao a look of disdain. His meaning was clear. "You want me to help you chase after a beauty yourself? Dream on." A light sentence turned Sima Zhuiming's hatred away. It was a Tai Chi, and it also made it clear to Hua Chao that he should deal with his own matters. Sima Zhuiming was shocked. He was at the first level of the noble realm, but he was bounced back by someone releasing a wave of battle aura. Thinking about how he could not move in mid-air, he was even more frightened. He secretly blamed himself for being rash and was thankful that this person did not get angry. His expression became complicated. He stood there in a daze, not knowing how to get off the stage. It was fine if he did not want to attack the young master of the Hua family, but he wanted to provoke the person beside him to show his power. Now, he was being slapped in the face. If he left with his tail between his legs, Ru Yan would not be able to raise her head anymore. Moreover, if word of this got out, his reputation would be ruined. He was in a dilemma. "Young Master Han, help me kill this person, and I'll owe you a favor. How about it?" While Sima Zhuiming was hesitating, Hua Chao began to communicate with Yi Qinghan through telepathy. "No way. Don't you owe me enough favors? Why don't you do it yourself?" Although Yi Qinghan didn't like people like Sima Zhuiming who resorted to force when he couldn't get his hands on a beauty, he couldn't just kill him like that. Hence, he rejected the offer decisively. Sigh, I have my own difficulties. Why don't you cripple him? Ruyan is my wife. Look, this B** starred almost used force on your brother's wife. With your temper, how can you tolerate this? The flower continued to transmit its voice to Yi Qinghan, trying its best to persuade Yi Qinghan to act. Get lost. It's your woman who is being bullied, what does it have to do with me? If it was my woman, I wouldn't just cripple him, I'd chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Yi Qinghan transmitted even more disdainfully. If he was in this situation, he would definitely not care and just chop him up first. Now, he was the victim. He was not an idiot. He obviously would not care about something that did not benefit him. Instead, he encouraged it. F***ck, I don't care anymore. I'll cripple this bastard. Encouraged by Yi Qinghan, Hua Chao became impulsive. He turned around, and a cold air exuded from his body. The blue dragon dagger in his hand flicked upward slightly, and he moved stealthily. Wait! Yi Qinghan's ears twitched. He seemed to have heard something, and suddenly transmitted his voice to Hua Chao. However, he had underestimated Hua Chao's speed. At such a close distance, Hua Chao was also known for his speed. By the time he transmitted his voice, he was already one step too late. By the time the flowers and plants appeared, they were already right in front of Sima Zhuaming. The azure dragon dagger pierced into his dantian, and a gush of fresh blood and dense battle qi gushed out. Hua Chao was at the peak of the noble realm, and with the Hua clan's special concealment technique, it was easy for him to deal with a first-level noble realm martial artist. Moreover, Sima Zhuaming was still hesitating just now. While he was distracted, he was ambushed by Hua Chao. Ah! Sima Zhuaming saw Hua Chao's figure slowly appear, and he hurriedly retreated in panic. However, as he retreated, he staggered. He felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, and he fell to the ground. He curled up and cried out in pain. A peak Emperor realm martial artist is rushing over here. Hua Chao did not know, but Yi Qinghan sensed it immediately. He thought of Hua Chao's difficulties and disguise to hide his identity, so he quickly transmitted a message to him to remind him. Peak Emperor realm? Oh no, it's the head of the Sima clan, Sima Yi. What should we do, young Master Han? If he reports this to the Hua clan, not only will Ru Yen lose her life, my position as young clan head will also be ruined. Hua Chao was shocked when he heard this. The bamboo hat on his head trembled slightly, and he was obviously panicking. He flew over and wanted to pull Ru Yen away, but when he thought that the other side was a peak Emperor realm martial artist, he was afraid that they would not be able to escape. He became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. You useless piece of wood, bring Ru Yen in. Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly. He didn't transmit his voice anymore, and spoke directly. Chapter 388. All right. Seeing that Yi Qinghan had spoken, Hua Chao was overjoyed. He ignored Sima Zhuaming on the ground and pulled Ru Yen, who was covered in blood and scared silly by Sima Zhuaming's appearance, into the room. Ru Yen was suddenly pulled in and realized that there was a green-clothed young man sitting inside. He was even wearing a bamboo hat like Hua Chao. Furthermore, there were 3 top-tier beauties sitting around this young master. She couldn't help but feel even more at a loss and didn't know what to do. Her jade-like hands tightly gripped the jade flute, and she was very nervous, her entire body trembling. We'll introduce each other in the future. Boss, help me settle this. I'll be grateful to you for life. Hua Chao cupped his fists and revealed half of his face, which was filled with panic. He pulled the stunned Ru Yen and bowed to them. Now, he could only count on Yi Qinghan to settle this for him. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation later, I won't acknowledge you as my brother. Yi Qinghan saw that Hua Chao didn't seem to be lying. Back then, on Nether Island, Hua Chao, Fengzi, and the others formed the 4 families battle team and helped him get points, so they owed him a favor. He decided to help him deal with this depending on the situation. Swoosh! A black figure broke through the window and entered. It was a middle-aged man. He was tall and handsome with a mustache. His eyes sparkled occasionally, and he looked like an overlord. This person flew in, and when he saw Sima Zhuiming, who was rolling on the ground and screaming in pain, his expression changed. With the blood on the ground, he strode over and patted Sima Zhuiming's abdomen. Battle chi flowed out of his hands and started to heal Sima Zhuiming. Ah, young master, young master. At this moment, the people who were waiting outside rushed in after hearing the screams. Leading them was the shopkeeper from earlier. When he saw Sima Zhuiming lying on the ground covered in blood, his expression changed drastically. Then, he saw the middle-aged man with a grim expression. All of them hurriedly dropped to their knees and called out in a trembling voice, "Sima Lu pays his respects to the clan head. This, carry the young master back to the family. Go to the disciplinary court and ask for punishment yourself." Although the middle-aged man's expression was dark, his tone was very calm. He slowly retracted his hand, and then, ignoring Sima Zhuiming and Sima Lu on the ground, he walked towards the private room in the corner. Sima Lu did not dare to say anything. Since the family head had made a move, it was not up to him to do anything. He could only call for people to carry Sima Zhuiming out with a bitter expression. The middle-aged man stopped when he was 10 meters away from the private room. He looked at the private room coldly. He was about to break through to the martial saint level. Of course, he had already locked on to the culprit, Flora, who had crippled his son. He wanted to enter the private room to take the culprit out. However, he suddenly felt a trace of danger and couldn't help but hesitate. Through the bead curtains, he began to vaguely sense the situation inside the private room. However, the moment he sensed it, he was incomparably shocked. Because there was a man in a green robe wearing a bamboo hat inside, which made him feel a sense of danger. There was also a woman in white beside him, but he couldn't seem to sense her realm. Thus, he immediately stopped and sent a voice transmission to Sima Lu, "This one is Sima E. Friend inside, come out and meet me." "Sima E? There's no need to come out. Let's be honest, your son was crippled by my friend, but it was your son who did something stupid first. You can ask that shopkeeper of yours. Of course, no matter what, my friend was ruthless. I will take responsibility for this mistake. How about that?" Yi Qinghan poured a cup of tea and slowly drank it. Since Sima Yi didn't act rashly, he naturally wouldn't do so. It would be best if they could negotiate. "Oh? Then how are you prepared to take responsibility?" Sima Yi naturally wasn't prepared to act rashly. He wasn't an idiot. He wasn't like Sima Zhuiming, who was stifled. If there was someone inside who made him feel a sense of danger, then that person must be at the martial saint level. There was also another person whose realm he couldn't figure out, but he might also be at the martial saint level. Being able to reach this position, he was naturally not an idiot. He could only swallow his anger and ask coldly. "Compensation. Name your conditions." Seeing that there was something to talk about, Yi Qinghan turned his head and smiled at the flowers to show that he was at ease. Then, he asked Yu Qingcheng and the others to comfort the frightened Ru Yen, and turned his head and said in a clear voice. "Oh? Name your conditions? Alright, an offensive or defensive sacred artifact. Let's forget about this matter." Sima Yi's eyes flashed. He pondered for a moment and decided to test the background of the person in front of him. He could vaguely see the person speaking through the beaded curtains of the room. There were a few enchanting beauties beside him. To be able to have such powerful strength and be accompanied by beautiful women, he must be from a large family. It was just that he didn't know if he was from the 5 great families or some other family. If the man in green could take out a sacred artifact, then he must be from the 5 great families. With a sacred artifact and the reputation of the 5 great families, he could only really forget about this matter. Sacred artifact? Yi Qinghan hesitated. He used to have many sacred artifacts, but they were all given to Yi Tianlong. The only sacred artifact he didn't use was the butcher knife outside Tsang City. He hesitated for a moment, then finally shook his head and said, I don't have a sacred artifact. Name your other conditions. You don't? Sima Yi was surprised and fell silent. His eyes kept darting around, as if he was thinking. After a while, there was a piercing sound in the sky outside the window. His eyes lit up and his battle aura surged. At the same time, he shouted, It's simple. Ask your friend to come out and cripple him, then I'll forget about this matter. Young Master Han, think of a way. My identity can't be exposed. If the old men in my family find out, ruin is finished. I'm finished too. Seeing this situation, Yi Qinghan didn't panic. He had seen this kind of situation many times. However, the flowers and plants were obviously anxious. He wasn't worried that his cultivation would be crippled. At most, he could reveal his identity. Sima Yi wouldn't dare to make a move even if he had a few more guts. He was just afraid that this matter would be exposed and the Hua family would find out. At the same time, he regretted his impulsiveness just now. However, this couldn't be blamed on him. After all, the woman he loved was about to be humiliated. Any hot-blooded man would be impulsive. Coupled with Yi Qinghan's encouragement, he became even more impulsive. Swish! There was another piercing sound outside the window. An old man landed in the middle of the field. Yi Qinghan sighed slightly and felt a little helpless. After beating up the young, the big one came out. When the big one couldn't beat the big one, the old one came out. Most importantly, he wasn't the one who did this, but he had to shoulder the responsibility. Needless to say, he felt very aggrieved. Uncle, Zhui Ming has been crippled. Sima Yi cupped his hands in grief and indignation. He had just sent a voice transmission to Sima Lu to report back to the family as soon as possible. The Sima family wasn't far from here. Sima Xiangru, the protector of the Sima family, naturally rushed over immediately. After all, the young master of the Sima family had been crippled. This was a huge matter that concerned the dignity of the family. Oh. How should I address you two, my friends? How did the Sima family offend you too? Why did you have to be so ruthless? Can you give Sima Xiangru an explanation? Otherwise, how can I continue living in Black Marshal City? Sima Xiangru had already locked onto Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu the moment he entered. He only relaxed slightly when he sensed that the two of them had just entered the Saint tier. But at the same time, he was very puzzled. Since when had there been so many saints on the continent? However, Yi Qinghan's head was lowered, so his face couldn't be seen. Yi Qingyu's face was also covered, so he could only speak in a low voice. Sigh. Damn you, Flora. You owe me a big favor. Yi Qinghan sighed bitterly and transmitted his voice to Flora. It seemed like this matter couldn't be resolved without some blood. The old thing of the other family had come out, and they definitely wouldn't let this matter go if they didn't give an explanation. The main thing was that Flora wasn't prepared to make a big deal out of this matter, and he didn't dare to make a big deal out of it either. It seemed like he could only let this matter go. Seeing how this matter was. Thus, he said with some irritation, don't ask any more. According to Sima Yi, I'll compensate with a saint artifact, and we'll let this matter go. Humph. Yi Qinghan's unintentional words had obviously hurt Sima Xiangru's dignity and angered him. He suddenly increased his battle chi and released his saint domain, which enveloped the entire pavilion. He walked over with a gloomy expression and said coldly, Saint artifact? I'll cripple all of you and compensate you with 2 saint artifacts. How about that? Chapter 389. Yi Qinghan knew that his words were a bit harsh, but he wasn't going to lower his voice. Instead, he merged his battle chi and slowly stood up. Sima Xiangru was a level 2 Saint Realm cultivator. After merging with his battle beast, he was obviously nothing. Someone from the Yi family? Sima Xiangru saw a shadow appear in front of Yi Qinghan. Then, his battle chi surged and he easily stood up despite being enveloped by his Saint Realm. Sima Xiangru's expression changed and he stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with doubt. On the contrary, Sima Yi, who was behind him, had attacked him. His battle chi surged again, and he took out a long knife from behind him. He chased after Yi Shiwen with a murderous aura. "My saint weapon is a bit special," Yi Qinghan said indifferently. He touched his freedom ring and a strange weapon appeared in his hand. Then, he looked at the pig slaughtering knife in his hand with some nostalgia. He threw the knife over and said, "Senior Sima, how about this knife as compensation?" Sima Xiangru's eyes suddenly shone brightly as he looked at the pig slaughtering knife shooting towards him. His expression suddenly became serious, and he grabbed the knife with a trembling hand. After carefully examining it, he quickly removed the saint domain and at the same time waved his hand, sending Sima Yi, who had rushed over behind him, flying. Then, he looked at Yi Qinghan in horror and said with a trembling voice, "Enough, of course it's enough, Lord, this, all right, no need to say more. Let's forget about this matter. Don't make it public. We still have things to do, so we'll be leaving first." "Sorry." Yi Qinghan waved his hand to stop Sima Xiangru from speaking. This time, he transmitted his voice to Sima Xiangru. Then, he nodded at Yi Qingyu, Hua Chao, and the others and left. "Uncle, are you crazy? Why did you do this? Why did you let them go?" Sima Yi, who had been sent flying, looked at Sima Xiangru in shock. He didn't know why Sima Xiangru did this. Then, he saw that the people in the pavilion had left just like that, and Sima Xiangru didn't say anything. He roared angrily at Sima Xiangru. "Humph, what a good son you have. Kick him out of Black Warrior City. Otherwise, he won't even know when the Sima family will be destroyed by him." Sima Xiangru turned his head and snorted. He waved the butcher knife in the air and said with lingering fear, "Let them go? If he wants to annihilate our Sima family, he can just move his finger." "Idiot. What? Huh? Pig slaughtering knife? Is it him?" Sima Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, somewhat shocked by Sima Xiangru's words. But when he saw the butcher's knife in Sima Xiangru's hand, he suddenly stopped wiping and sat on the ground with a face full of fear and despondence. Both of them had participated in the battle outside Tsang City, so of course they recognized this butcher knife. He thought about what happened that day and the 2 gag orders issued by the House of Aries. The 2 of them were clearly frightened. They began to rejoice that they did not act impulsively just now. Otherwise, if the owner of the pig slaughtering knife was angered, their Sima family would truly be finished. The sound of the pig slaughtering knife dripping blood outside Tsang City was still reverberating in their minds. TSK, young Master Han is still the best. Once you make a move, you can tell. I've always wanted to have a good reunion with you after the battle, but now that you're so awesome, it's not easy to see you. Later, something happened at home, so I had to come back first. I really have to thank you this time. Why don't we go directly to Luohua City? Let me treat young Master Han and the sisters-in-law well." The few of them went downstairs and did not stop. They boarded Yi Qinghan's carriage and directly rushed out of Black Tortoise City towards the east. As soon as they left Black Tortoise City, Hua Hua giggled. Her beautiful face was full of smiles as she stood up. She waved at Ru Yen, who was sitting beside Yu Qingcheng. "Ru Yen, aren't you going to serve tea to young Master Han and the sisters-in-law? Let me introduce them to you. These are the famous people of the House of Aries. This is young Master Yi Qinghan, this is the holy maiden of the Yu family, Yu Qingcheng, Sister Xiao Wu, Yi Qinggu, and Sister Yi Qingyu." Ru Yen greets everyone. Greetings to young Master Yi, greetings to all the sisters. Although Ru Yen was shocked by Sima Zhui Ming's blood spurting all over the ground, she felt much better after a while and regained some of her composure. However, after hearing Hua Hua's introduction, she opened her mouth slightly and could not calm herself down. She had spent a lot of time in Fengchen. Although she had never heard of Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu, Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingsheng's names were like thunder in her ears. One was the most famous genius youth in the entire house of Aries, the young clan leader of the Yi family. The other was the publicly acknowledged #1 beauty of the continent. The two people who were usually high and mighty were now sitting in front of her, and had even helped her just now. How could she not be excited? Sister Ru Yen, don't be so reserved. Your flute is very good. When Yi Qingwu saw this, she quickly pulled Ru Yen over to sit at the side and laughed loudly. She pointed at Hua Hua and said, "You have to keep a close eye on this little bastard. He is very lecherous. If he dares to go out and steal in the future, tell big sister. I will beat him up for you. I guarantee that he will not dare to retaliate. Alright, don't play this game with me. You still owe me an explanation." Yi Qinghan took the cup of tea that Hua Hua handed over and waved his hand. He looked at Hua Hua with some annoyance. Today's loss was huge. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to the small city by the sea to find a boat and go directly to Hidden Island. Now, not only had he lost a holy relic, he had also suffered a bellyful of anger. When Yi Qingwu saw that Yi Qinghan was in a bad mood and asked about serious matters, she did not say anything. Instead, she pulled Ru Yan's hand and gestured for her not to be nervous. This. Ru Yan is actually the illegitimate daughter of a collateral descendant of my family. She was sold into a brothel when she was young and became a geisha. She has always wanted to return to the family, but my old man and the clan despised her bad reputation and did not agree. A few months ago, I met Ru Yan, and the two of us admired each other very much. We fell in love. Later, in order to marry Ru Yan, I knelt in front of my old man for a few days and nights. However, my old man was even more stubborn than your grandfather and firmly disagreed. He even locked me up and said that if I dared to elope with Ru Yan, he would send someone to kill Ru Yan. If you did not send someone to deliver the keepsake, I would still be locked up. Young Master Han, you are my savior. If I did not rush over in time, Ru Yan would have been in big trouble. Sima Zhui Ming, that dog, has been chasing Ru Yan for a few years, and I did not dare to say this openly. Hua Hua no longer had a cheeky expression, but began to slowly explain the story of him and Ru Yan. His beautiful face was full of bitterness and helplessness, and Ru Yan, who was beside him, began to cry as well, causing Yi Qingyu and the others to also have tears in their eyes. Alright, your explanation has passed. My butcher's knife was not wasted. Yi Qinghan patted Hua Hua's shoulder to show his sympathy. Hua Hua's experience reminded him of his father, Yi Dao. Back then, his father and mother had also experienced many difficulties in order to be together. In the end, they had even clearly given up the position of the successor of the clan leader. Moreover, before his mother's death, the clan did not acknowledge her identity, nor did they let her enter the ancestral grave. It wasn't easy for one to decide on the marriage of a large family. However, it was obvious that Hua Hua was not as courageous as his father, Yi Dao. He did not dare to act rashly, and he could not let go of the position of the young clan leader of the Hua clan. Otherwise, he would not be so distressed. Young Master Han, you have many ideas. Help your brother. If you can help us settle this, my life will be yours from now on. I will not even blink in the face of danger. Hua Hua suddenly pulled Ru Yan and Yi Qinghan to stand up. The two of them knelt down on one knee and bowed to Yi Qinghan with an extremely serious expression as he pleaded. *CK, this trick again. When Yi Qinghan saw this, he waved his sleeves and used his battle chi to lift the two of them up. He rolled his eyes and turned his face away. He felt that he had suffered a great loss coming to ask Hua Hua for help. He helped him marry a wife, and now he had to help him take care of his children. This whole thing was, brother, help sister Ru Yen. They are very pitiful. Think about father and mother. Yi Qinghan did not care, but Yi Qingyu, who was beside him, was unwilling. She pulled Ru Yen with one hand and pulled on Yi Qinghan's robe with the other. Yi Qinggu and Yu Qingcheng, who were beside them, also looked at Yi Qinghan with a face full of hope, as if they were also yearning for him. Yi Qinghan looked at the three women who were overflowing with sympathy and smiled helplessly. He pondered for a moment and slowly said, "There are three ways. First, I will go to Luohua City to help you persuade your father, but I will tell you clearly that I don't have time. Second, you give up the position of the young clan leader and marry Ru Yen. Third, elope with me and come back after a few years of giving birth to a child. You choose." Chapter 390. Actually, Hua Chao wanted the first option. With Yi Qinghan's current prestige in the House of Aries, if he went to talk to their old man, then it was very likely that this matter would be settled. However, Yi Qinghan's first option made it clear that he wouldn't participate. The second option was obviously something he wasn't willing to do. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so troubled. Then there was only the third option left. Go with him? Wait, go with him? Young Master Han, where are you going? Hua Chao was a little surprised. He remembered that Yi Qinghan wasn't going to Luohua City, but Black Tortoise City. He sent someone to ask him to come over, so he obviously wasn't here to play. Go to see. If you come with me, I promise your old man won't take you back. Come with me and stay there for a few years. Work hard on your cultivation, and after a few years, your old man will beg you to come back. Then, everything will be fine. Yi Qinghan laughed. Since Hua Chao had nowhere to go, he might as well go to Purple Island to play for a few years to save himself from boredom. Go to sea? To Hidden Island? Or a few years? Hua Chao's eyes lit up. That's right. If he followed Yi Qinghan, his family definitely wouldn't care about him. After all, Yi Qinghan was the most popular person in the House of Aries. His family would love for him to follow Yi Qinghan around all day. Don't worry about where. Just tell me, are you coming or not? Yi Qinghan said impatiently. Go. Of course. Hee, following young Master Han will definitely be fun. In the future, Ru Yen and my lives will be sold to you. Hua Chao quickly agreed. He was tired of playing in the Hua family for so many years. Now that he could be with Ru Yen and follow Yi Qinghan to do exciting things, why wouldn't he agree? Sell your life to me, my ass. I still have to take care of you. If it wasn't for Sister Ru Yen, I wouldn't even bring you. Yi Qinghan snorted, then turned to the coachman outside and ordered, go straight to Azure Sea City. Qinghai City was the port city closest to the East China Sea. Basically, people who wanted to go to the Hidden Island could directly take a boat from this city. This time, the carriage didn't stop at any place and directly headed towards Azure Sea City. As the future clan leader of the Hua family, Hua Hua's every move was monitored by the Hua family. An hour later, Hua Chao's grandfather, who was the head of the Hua family, received the news about what happened in Suiwei Pavilion and Hua Chao following Yi Qinghan to Qinghai City. Of course, Hua Chao had gotten his permission to meet Yi Qinghan. However, when he heard that Hua Chao had crippled Sima Zhuiming for Ru Yen, he was so angry that he nearly slammed the table and ordered his men to arrest Hua Chao and Ru Yen. But when he heard that Yi Qinghan had actually used the butcher knife as an apology from Hua Xia, he beamed with joy. Then, when he heard that Hua Chao had followed Yi Qinghan all the way to Qinghai City, he smiled so widely that his eyes became a line. In the end, he waved his hand and directly sent out a team of elite assassins. He wanted them to follow Hua Chao and listen to his orders. They were to fulfill any of Hua Chao's requests. The huge difference in attitude shocked the Hua family's intelligence chief. He didn't understand what was going on. After a few days, the 6 of them arrived at Qinghai City. Hua Chao saw that his old man didn't send anyone to interrogate him. Instead, he sent a pair of Imperial Realm experts to him. He was elated. He was even more determined to follow Yi Qinghan and have fun for a few more years. He ordered his subordinates to prepare a super luxurious ship. At the same time, he bought a large amount of items. The few of them went out to sea and headed straight for the hidden island. After Yi Qinghan and the others went out to sea, the divine city, which had been quiet for a long time, welcomed a man in black today. After the invasion of the mutated tribe, the reputation of the divine city fell greatly. No one went to the divine city to admire it. Instead, many people started to sneak away. The mutated tribe raped and killed wantonly in the divine city. However, the divine master that they believed in didn't appear to uphold justice for them. Furthermore, the divine master didn't show himself after the incident. This made many people feel cold. The 3 constabulary strategy against the mutated tribe, especially the House of Ares's all-out war preparations to defeat the mutated tribe, formed a huge contrast with the divine city. During this period of time, no one went to the divine city with reverence. Instead, countless people went to Tsang City and started to pay their respects to the Martyrs' Hall that was being built outside of Tsang City. The reputation of the divine city fell greatly. On the contrary, Tsang City's reputation rose. It had the momentum of overshadowing the divine city. However, the divine city, which had been quiet for many days, suddenly welcomed a guest. It was a man in black who was completely wrapped in black cloth. The guards of the divine city were a little nervous. All of them unsheathed their weapons and prepared for battle. However, this man in black said a code that they were familiar with. At the same time, he indicated that he had an important matter to discuss with the Massacre God Guards. When the guards saw that he was a sole slave under the Massacre God Guards, they didn't make things difficult for him and immediately brought him to the Immortal Massacre Pavilion. This sole slave belonged to the divine city's secret guards. Furthermore, he was a secret guard that definitely wouldn't dare to rebel. Thus, the guards were naturally at ease. The Massacre God Guards were feeling vexed in the pavilion. Ever since that day, the Divine Master's personality had become very strange. Furthermore, the Massacre God Guards didn't order the soul slaves in the city to continue investigating the deaths of the Divine Sword and Tu Qianjun. As such, the Massacre God Guards didn't dare to make decisions on their own. They could only arrange the matters of the Divine City and serve the Divine Master carefully. When they heard that a hidden soul slave of the continent was looking for him, they were overjoyed and immediately brought him into the study. Greetings to the Massacre God Guards. Yi Qinghuang was a little afraid when he saw the Massacre God Guards. After all, the soul slave's life was in the hands of the Divine City. If he wasn't careful, the Divine City could kill him anytime. However, when he thought that he would be able to use this important news from his father to exchange for his freedom, he mustered his courage and didn't kneel down. Instead, he bowed slightly. When the Massacre God Guards saw this, their expression turned cold. They snorted and seemed to be a little dissatisfied with this soul slave's attitude. I am here, to ask Lord to remove the soul seed from my body. Yi Qinghuang gritted his teeth and took off the mask on his face. His eyes were glowing as he spoke with a hint of pride. I know who killed young Master Tuesday. I also know where the Divine Sword is. Oh. The Massacre God Guard's eyes shrank, and he slowly regained his composure. He revealed a smile as he nodded his head and said, Tell me about it. If your information is correct, I will not punish you for the crime of disrespect. I am Yi Qinghuang. My father asked you to remove my soul seed. After you remove it, I will naturally inform Lord. Yi Qinghuang was naturally not a fool. When the Massacre God Guard's expression changed, he was elated. The Massacre God Guard stated his conditions and named his identity. At the same time, he mentioned his father. Oh. So you are the young master of the Yi family. Yi Jian and I can be considered old friends. All right. Tell me. As long as your information is correct, I guarantee that I will remove your soul seed and give you a lot of beauties and treasures. When the massacre god guard heard this, his smile became even wider. He stood up and patted on Yi Qinghuang's shoulder. It was as though he had met an old friend's nephew and was very affectionate. Can God Guard help me remove my soul seed first? I guarantee that my information is correct. This is what my father told me. Yi Qinghuang wasn't used to the massacre god guard's sudden affection. When he thought about his father's instructions before he left, he could only continue to insist on removing his soul seed first.